What's up, guys? Welcome to Soul Fiction. We've got something special today. What if Harry Potter was abandoned and raised by Charlie in the Hazbin Hotel? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1. The boy who fell. The last thing Harry Potter saw in the living world was the ceiling of the cupboard under the stairs. It was a water-stained, cracked thing, barely 2 feet above his face, where he lay on a thin mattress that smelled of dust and something chemical Vernon used to clean the garage. There was a spider in the corner. Harry had been watching it build its web for 3 days. He'd named it Arthur, because that was a name from one of the stories Aunt Petunia read to Dudley at night, voice carrying through the thin walls while Harry pressed his ear to the door and pretended she was reading to him too. He was almost 3 years old, and he knew, with the quiet certainty that children have about the fundamental truths of their lives, that he was not wanted. The fight that night was bad. They were all bad, but this one had the sharp edge to it. Uncle Vernon had come home from work with the vein in his forehead already pulsing, and Dudley had been screaming all day because he wanted a toy he'd seen on television, and Aunt Petunia had made the wrong dinner somehow, and then Harry had done the thing again. The bad thing. The thing he couldn't control and couldn't explain and couldn't stop, no matter how many times he was punished for it. He'd been hungry. He was always hungry, but tonight it was the gnawing kind that made his hands shake, and he'd been staring at the roll on Dudley's plate. Dudley already had 3 and Harry had nothing, and he'd wanted it so badly, wanted it with every fiber of his tiny body, and the roll had just floated right off the plate. Drifted through the air like it was the most natural thing in the world and settled gently into Harry's outstretched fingers. The silence that followed lasted about 2 seconds. Vernon's chair had scraped back so hard it gouged the linoleum. Petunia had let out a sound like a strangled cat. Dudley had started wailing, pointing at Harry with a pudgy finger, and Vernon had grabbed Harry by the arm and thrown him into the cupboard hard enough that Harry's head cracked against the back wall. The world went bright and then dark and then bright again, and through the ringing in his ears he could hear Vernon screaming about freakishness and unnatural filth and should have drowned you the night you showed up. The lock clicked. Harry lay in the dark and held very still, because holding still was the only thing he knew how to do. Hours passed. The house went quiet. Harry drifted in and out of something that wasn't quite sleep. His head hurt in a way that was different from the usual hurts, deeper, and there was a warmth at the back of his skull that felt wrong. Wet. He touched it. His fingers came away dark and sticky. Harry didn't cry. He'd learned very early that crying made things worse. He lay on his back and watched the ceiling and thought about Arthur the spider and whether the web was done yet. He couldn't see it in the dark. His head felt very heavy and very light at the same time, and the cupboard was getting warm, warmer than it should be, warmer than it ever was, and the edges of everything were getting soft and blurry. I'm sleepy, Harry thought. He closed his eyes. He didn't open them again. Not in that world. What happened next would be debated by theologians, scholars, and cosmic bureaucrats for centuries. The soul of Harry James Potter, aged 2 years, 11 months, departed its small, broken body in the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, at approximately 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. By every known metric of divine accounting, it should have gone up. The child was innocent. The child had committed no sin. The child had, in fact, done nothing in his brief life except endure suffering with a resilience that should have earned him a fast track to the Silver City. But the soul did not go up. It went down. Deep in the machinery of the afterlife, in the vast, incomprehensible systems that sorted and directed the dead, something snagged. A dark thing. A wrong thing. A fragment of another soul entirely, lodged in the child like a splinter of black glass, so deeply embedded it had fused with his very essence. The sorting mechanism, ancient and absolute and utterly without nuance, did what it always did: it read the soul, found darkness, and sent it to where darkness belonged. The child fell. Not gently. Not slowly. He fell the way a stone falls through water, fast and violent and inevitable, tearing through the layers of reality, through the grey nothing between worlds, through the screaming barrier that separated the living from the damned. He fell through fire and shadow and the compressed agony of 10 billion condemned souls, and he landed hard. Pentagram City never slept. It couldn't. Sleep implied peace, and peace was not a commodity traded in the capital of hell. The city sprawled in every direction under a permanent blood-red sky, its skyline a jagged mess of Art Deco towers and crumbling tenements and neon signs advertising every vice that had ever been invented and several that hadn't. Sinners crowded the streets, the damned, the wicked, the simply unfortunate, jostling and fighting and screwing and killing each other in an endless carnival of consequence. It was, by any reasonable measure, the worst possible place for a toddler. The impact site was 3 blocks from the Hazbin Hotel. Something punched through the sky like a meteorite, a streak of white and gold in a world that only knew red and black, and hit an abandoned tenement building with enough force to collapse 2 floors and send a shockwave through the surrounding block. Windows shattered. Car alarms, hell had car alarms, hell had everything terrible, began screaming. A dozen sinners who'd been loitering on the street scattered like roaches. Charlie Morningstar heard the impact from the hotel's lobby, where she'd been reviewing her latest batch of rehabilitation pamphlets with the kind of determined optimism that made most of hell want to punch her in the face. She looked up. Vaggie, who'd been sharpening her spear beside the bar, was already on her feet. "That was close," Vaggie said. "That was weird," Charlie corrected, because she'd lived in hell her entire life and she knew what turf wars sounded like, what extermination sounded like, what the usual chaos of Pentagram City sounded like. That hadn't sounded like any of those things. That had sounded like something arriving. "Charlie, don't," but Charlie was already moving, grabbing her jacket off the back of a chair and heading for the door. Vaggie cursed in Spanish and followed her, because that was what Vaggie did. That was what Vaggie had always done since the day they'd found each other, follow Charlie into whatever disaster the princess was sprinting toward, spear ready, resignation heavy on her face. The street outside was chaos, but it was excited chaos, not frightened chaos. Sinners were crowding toward the impact site, drawn by the prospect of something new. Novelty was currency in a place where eternity stretched in every direction. Charlie pushed through them, her slight frame belying the strength that came with being the daughter of Lucifer himself, and rounded the corner to find the collapsed building. It was still settling. Dust and debris clouded the air, and something in the wreckage was glowing. A soft, golden-white light that had no business existing in hell, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. "What the hell is that?" Vaggie muttered, then caught herself at the redundancy. Charlie picked her way through the rubble. The glow was coming from the center of the collapse, under a pile of broken concrete and twisted rebar, and as she got closer she could feel it, a warmth that wasn't hellfire, wasn't brimstone, wasn't anything she recognized. It felt like, she stopped. She knew what it felt like. She'd felt it once, years ago, when she'd snuck up to the border, to the very edge of hell where it pressed against the membrane separating it from the mortal world. She'd pressed her hand against the barrier and felt the echo of something beyond it. Something living. This felt like that. Like life. Like the living world. Like sunlight and green things and the beating of a heart that still had blood to pump. "Charlie, be careful." Charlie lifted a slab of concrete the size of a coffee table and tossed it aside like cardboard. Underneath, in a crater of pulverized stone, surrounded by a fading nimbus of gold-white light, was a child. A human child. A living, no. Not living. Not anymore. But so recently dead that the warmth hadn't left him yet, so recently arrived that the glow of the mortal world still clung to his skin like morning dew. He was tiny. Barely more than a baby, really, dark hair matted with blood, oversized clothes that might have been pajamas once, skin so pale it was almost translucent. He was unconscious. He was breathing, or doing the afterlife equivalent of it, the autonomic memory of lungs that no longer needed air but didn't know how to stop. And on his forehead, half hidden by a tangle of dark hair, was a scar. A raw, angry wound in the shape of a lightning bolt, and it was pulsing. A sickly greenish-black light oozed from it, fighting against the fading gold, and where the two met, the air crackled and spat sparks. "Oh my God," Charlie whispered. "Charlie," Vaggie said, and her voice had gone flat in the way it only did when she was truly afraid. "That's a child. That's a human child. In hell." "I know. That's not possible." "I know. Children don't come to hell. That's the one rule. The one rule everyone agrees on, even Vaggie." Charlie knelt beside the boy. He was so small. She could have held him in one arm. "I know." The crowd behind them was growing. Muttering. Sinners pressed closer, and Charlie could hear the tone shifting, curiosity curdling into something uglier. A human soul in hell was rare enough. A child's soul was unprecedented. And unprecedented things in hell attracted attention from people you did not want to be noticed by. Charlie made a decision. It took her about half a second. She reached down and scooped the boy up, gently, so gently, one arm under his knees and one supporting his head the way she'd seen in movies because she'd never actually held a child before, and he was light, impossibly light, like he was made of paper and air, and the golden glow around him flared once at her touch and then settled, as if it recognized something in her that it could trust. The green-black light in his scar hissed and recoiled from her hands. "We're taking him to the hotel," Charlie said. "Charlie, we're taking him to the hotel, Vaggie." Vaggie looked at the child. Looked at Charlie's face. Saw what was there, not just compassion, but fury, a cold and righteous anger that the princess almost never showed, the kind that reminded people exactly whose daughter she was. "Yeah," Vaggie said quietly. She shifted her grip on her spear and turned to face the crowd. "Okay. Yeah, we are." They walked back to the hotel. Vaggie took point, spear out, daring anyone to get close. Behind her, Charlie carried the boy with both arms wrapped around him, holding him against her chest like something precious, and she was talking to him even though he couldn't hear her. "It's okay," she murmured. "You're okay. I don't know how you got here, I don't know what happened, but you're safe now. You're safe." The boy's tiny hand curled into the fabric of her jacket and held on. The hotel lobby was empty when they got back, which was both unusual and fortunate. Husk was behind the bar. Husk was always behind the bar, but he'd passed out face down on the counter an hour ago, a bottle of cheap bourbon still clutched in one paw. Nifty was somewhere in the walls, doing whatever Nifty did in the walls. Angel Dust was out, which meant he was working, which meant nobody wanted to think about it too hard. Charlie laid the boy down on the lobby's sofa, a threadbare, overstuffed thing that had seen better decades, and knelt beside him. In the warm light of the hotel's chandeliers, he looked even worse. She could see bruises now. Old ones, layered under new ones, a patchwork of yellow and purple and greenish-black that covered his arms and crept up his neck. His wrists were so thin she could have circled them with her thumb and forefinger. Vaggie saw it too. Her jaw tightened. "Someone did this to him," she said. Not a question. "Yes. Charlie, he's tiny. He can't be more than 2 or 3. I know." Charlie's hand hovered over the scar on his forehead. Even near it, she could feel the wrongness radiating from it, not from the wound itself, but from something inside it. Something that didn't belong. Like a splinter, but deeper. Darker. There's something in this scar. Something bad. How bad? I don't know. Bad. Wrong bad. Like. She struggled for words. Like someone stuffed a piece of rotten soul into him. Vaggie took a step back. A piece of, what? I don't know what it is. But it's dark magic. Human dark magic. I've felt echoes of it in some of the sinners who come through, the really bad ones, the ones who did unspeakable things while they were alive. But this is jammed into a child, Vaggie. Someone did this to him on purpose. Vaggie was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, very carefully, Charlie. You know we can't keep him. Why not? Because he's a human child in hell. Because your father is going to, because heaven is going to, because this breaks about 6,000 cosmic laws, and if we're caught harboring him. He's not a fugitive, he's a baby. I know that. But the system put him here. Charlie stood up so fast Vaggie flinched. The princess's eyes were glowing, actually glowing, red and hot, the infernal power that she kept so carefully leashed surging to the surface. The system took an innocent child and dropped him into hell. A baby, Vaggie. Look at him. Look at those bruises. He was hurt, he was killed by whoever was supposed to be taking care of him, and then the afterlife, the great, perfect, infallible system, decided that this is where he belongs. In the pit? With murderers and rapists and, no. No. Her voice cracked on the last word. She turned back to the boy and her eyes dimmed, the red fading, and she was just Charlie again, young and scared and desperately, stubbornly kind. I'm not sending him away, she said. I'm not letting anyone take him. He ended up here and that's wrong, and until someone fixes it, I'm going to take care of him. Vaggie stared at her. Opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. You want to raise a human child? In hell? Yes. In the Hazbin Hotel? Yes. The rehabilitation hotel for sinners. Where everything is dangerous and everyone is a disaster. Yes. Vaggie pressed both hands over her face. Drew a long, slow breath. Let it out. Okay, she said. Okay. Okay. But I'm handling security. And nutrition. And, do human children even eat the same things we do? Oh God, do we need diapers? Charlie's face split into a grin so wide and so bright it literally illuminated the room. She threw her arms around Vaggie and squeezed until the ex-angel wheezed. We're going to figure this out, Charlie said. We're going to give him the best life, the best afterlife, and we're going to prove that this place can be more than what everyone thinks it is. Behind them, on the sofa, the boy stirred. His eyes fluttered open, green, impossibly green, the color of killing curses, though nobody in the room knew that, and he looked up at the two women hugging in front of him with the blank, owlish confusion of a child waking up in an unfamiliar place. Which, technically, was the understatement of all eternity. He stared at Charlie. Charlie stared back. Hi, she said softly. She crouched down to his level, and her smile was the gentlest thing in all of hell. Hi, sweetie. I'm Charlie. You're safe. The boy's lower lip trembled. His eyes darted around the room, the strange architecture, the red light filtering through the windows, the bar with the unconscious cat demon draped across it, and then came back to Charlie's face. Why, he said. Charlie burst into tears. Vaggie went to find food. His name was Harry. They found that out the next morning, when the boy had slept for 14 hours straight on the lobby sofa wrapped in every blanket Charlie could find, and woken up less terrified than he'd been the night before. He didn't cry. That was the thing that got to Vaggie, not the bruises, not the scar, not the impossible fact of his existence, but the fact that this toddler, ripped from everything he knew and dropped into literal hell, didn't cry. He just watched everything with those enormous green eyes, quiet and wary and so accustomed to making himself small and invisible that it broke something in Vaggie's chest she hadn't even known was still intact. Harry, he said, when Charlie asked his name. Then, quieter, like he was reciting a lesson, boy. Charlie's eye twitched. Your name is Harry, she said firmly. Not boy. Harry. And you are staying right here with us. Okay. Harry looked at her with the expression of a child who had been promised things before and learned the hard way that promises were just sounds adults made before they hurt you. Okay, he said. The hotel's other residents found out in stages throughout the day, and their reactions were, in order, confusion, disbelief, alarm, and then, against all odds and contrary to every expectation, something approaching tenderness. Angel Dust came back from his night shift at around noon, looking like hell, ironic, given the location, and walked into the lobby to find Charlie cross-legged on the floor playing peekaboo with a tiny human child using a room service menu as a shield. He stopped in the doorway. Stared. Blinked his 4 eyes in sequence. What the fuck? Language. Charlie hissed. Charlie, his name is Harry and he lives here now. Angel opened his mouth, closed it, looked at Vaggie for an explanation, got nothing but a tired shrug, and then looked back at Harry. The boy was peering at Angel from behind the menu with wide eyes, taking in the tall, fluffy, spider-like demon with the kind of frank curiosity that only very young children could manage. He's cute, Angel said finally, which was about the last thing anyone expected. You should see the bruises, Vaggie said flatly. Angel's expression changed. It was subtle, the casual smirk dropping by a few degrees, something harder settling behind his eyes. Angel Dust knew about being hurt by people who were supposed to take care of you. He knew about it intimately, personally, in ways he'd never once discussed sober and only obliquely hinted at drunk. He crossed the lobby, crouched down, which took a while, given his height, and held out one of his lower hands to Harry, palm up. Hey, kid. I'm Angel. You like pancakes? Harry looked at the offered hand. Looked at Angel's face. Reached out with one small hand and placed it carefully in Angel's palm. What's pancakes? He asked. Angel Dust stared at him for 3 full seconds, then stood up and walked to the kitchen without another word. 20 minutes later, he came back with a plate stacked high with pancakes that were, against all reasonable expectations, excellent, because it turned out that Angel Dust could actually cook when properly motivated. Harry ate 7 of them. He ate them so fast he nearly choked twice, and when he was done, he looked at the empty plate with an expression of stunned disbelief, like he couldn't quite process that he'd been allowed to have that much food. More? He whispered, as if afraid of the answer. Yeah, kid, Angel said, and his voice was rough. All you want. Husk woke up around 2 in the afternoon, saw the child, said absolutely not, and went back to sleep. He woke up again at 4, saw the child sitting on the bar stool next to him coloring on a napkin with a pen, said, what the hell, and poured himself a drink. By 6, Harry was sitting in Husk's lap while the old cat demon explained, with the resigned air of a man who had lost complete control of his life, how a deck of cards was organized. 52 cards. 4 suits. Hearts, diamonds, clubs, spades. You following me? Husk. Close enough. Point is, every card game in existence is just math and lying. You remember that and you'll be fine. Harry held up the ace of spades and beamed at him. Husk took a long drink. Nifty found Harry before anyone could prepare for the encounter, which was probably for the best because there was no way to prepare for Nifty under any circumstances. She emerged from a vent in the ceiling, dropped to the floor like a small, manic spider, and was nose to nose with Harry before anyone could intervene. She stared at him. He stared at her. 2 small, wide-eyed creatures regarding each other with mutual fascination. You're tiny, Nifty said. You're tiny, Harry replied. I'm going to clean you. You have dust on you. Hold still. She produced a cloth from somewhere and began vigorously polishing Harry's face. He giggled, actually giggled, the first real laugh anyone had heard from him, and the sound was so alien in the halls of the Hazbin Hotel that everyone within earshot went completely still. Charlie, watching from across the lobby, covered her mouth with both hands and made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been a sob. We're keeping him, she said to Vaggie. Yeah, Vaggie said. I know. Lucifer found out 3 days later, which was actually longer than Charlie had expected. The King of Hell materialized in the hotel's lobby at precisely midnight, his preferred dramatic timing, in a swirl of golden light and the faint scent of apples. He was wearing a white suit and a top hat and a smile that showed far too many teeth, and he looked around the lobby with the air of a man surveying a particularly disappointing investment property. "Charlotte," he said. "We need to talk about the—" He stopped. Harry was sitting on the floor in front of the sofa, playing with a set of blocks that Vaggie had somehow procured. He looked up at Lucifer with calm green eyes. "Hi," Harry said. Lucifer stared at the child. The smile didn't leave his face, it never left his face, but it froze in place, and behind his eyes, something vast and old and terrifyingly intelligent began to calculate. "Charlie," he said, without looking away from Harry. "Why is there a human child in your hotel?" "Dad, why is there a human child in hell?" "If you'd let me explain, do you have any idea what happens if heaven finds out about this? Do you have any idea what the seraphim will? He's innocent." Charlie stepped between her father and Harry, and there it was again, that flash of red in her eyes, that echo of infernal power. "He's an innocent child who was killed by his guardians and the system dropped him here. The system you are part of." That landed. Lucifer's smile flickered, just for an instant, and something that might have been guilt crossed his features before being buried under millennia of practiced indifference. "The system," he said carefully, "is not my department. Hasn't been for a very long time. You know that. I know you could do something about it." "I could do a lot of things, Charlie. Most of them would make things considerably worse." "So you're just going to let an innocent child rot in hell because fixing it would be inconvenient?" Lucifer looked at his daughter. Looked at Harry, who had gone back to his blocks and was carefully stacking them into a tower with the focused intensity of a child who had learned to be unobtrusive when adults were arguing. The boy's hands were steady. His scar pulsed faintly in the dim light. Lucifer's eyes narrowed. He crossed the room in 2 strides and knelt beside Harry, and the boy looked up at him without flinching. That, more than anything, seemed to catch the king of hell off guard, this tiny human soul, sitting in the presence of the Morningstar himself, and showing no fear. "There's something in you," Lucifer murmured. He reached out, one finger hovering near the scar, not quite touching. The green-black light in the wound writhed and retreated from his presence. "Something parasitic. A fragment of a living soul, anchored to yours. Human magic, dark, crude, but effective. Someone tore off a piece of their own soul and lodged it in you like a fish hook." "Why?" Harry said. Lucifer blinked. "What?" "He wants a snack," Charlie said, crossing her arms. "He always wants a snack. He was starved, Dad." Something shifted in Lucifer's expression. It was very small and very fast, but Charlie caught it because she'd spent her entire existence learning to read her father's face. "He can't stay here," Lucifer said, standing. "It's too dangerous. If heaven discovers, then help me protect him. Charlie, help me protect him, Dad. Please. You're the king of hell. If you say he's under your protection, heaven can't touch him without starting a war they don't want. You know that." Lucifer was quiet for a long time. In the silence, Harry finished his tower. It was crooked and precarious and should have fallen over twice, but it stood, a tiny monument of stubbornness, built by small hands that didn't know how to give up. "He's going to draw attention," Lucifer said at last. "That thing in his scar, it's a beacon. Whatever wizard did this, wherever they are, they're connected to this child. And as he grows, as his power develops, because he does have power, Charlie, genuine magic, the kind the living world hoards and covets, it's going to shine like a bonfire in a world of shadows. I'll protect him." "You can't protect him from everything. Watch me." Father and daughter stared at each other. The air between them hummed with power, infernal, inherited, vast. Lucifer sighed. It was the sigh of a being who had been outstubborned by his own offspring, which was, if he was honest, one of the very few things that still surprised him. "Fine," he said. He's under the Morningstar Aegis. No angel touches him without going through me. But Charlie, he pointed at her, and for just a moment, the playful mask dropped and the thing beneath it looked out. Old. Tired. Genuinely worried. You need to understand what you're taking on. This child is going to change things. The living world, the dead world, heaven, hell, he doesn't fit, and things that don't fit tend to break whatever they're pushed into. Or they make room, Charlie said. Make the space bigger. Better. Lucifer looked at her for another long moment. Then the smile came back, the real one this time, small and private and just a little bit proud. You're so much like your mother, he said softly. He vanished. The scent of apples lingered. Harry's tower fell over. He stared at the scattered blocks for a moment, then began rebuilding. Time in hell was a slippery thing. It didn't move the way it did in the living world, sometimes faster, sometimes slower, occasionally sideways in ways that made physicists weep and philosophers drink. But it moved, and as it did, Harry grew. He grew the way all children grow, in fits and starts, in sudden leaps and quiet plateaus, in skinned knees and new words and endless questions that began with, why, and never really ended. But he grew in hell, and that made all the difference. By 4, he'd stopped flinching when demons raised their voices. Not because he'd gotten used to it, Charlie made damn sure nobody in the hotel raised a voice at him, but because he'd figured out that the loud ones were almost never the dangerous ones. The dangerous ones were quiet. Husk taught him that, without meaning to, just by being himself. By 5, he'd started doing the thing again. The thing that had gotten him killed. It started small. Blocks moving on their own when he wanted them. Lights flickering when he was upset. Doors opening when he needed to leave a room quickly. Normal magic, if magic could ever be called normal, the involuntary spasms of a power that didn't know its own shape yet. But then it changed. Hell's ambient energy, the raw, chaotic, infernal power that saturated every atom of the underworld, began to respond to Harry. It recognized his magic the way a river recognizes a tributary, and it began to flow into him, merging with his innate ability, transforming it into something that was neither wizard magic nor demonic power but a fusion of both. The first time it really manifested, Harry was 5.5. He was in the hotel's back garden, a scraggly patch of dead earth that Charlie had been trying to coax into growing something for years, and he was angry. A sinner on the street had called Charlie a stupid bitch through the fence, and Harry had heard it, and something inside him had ignited. The sinner's clothes caught fire. Not hellfire, hellfire was red and hungry and cruel. This was something else, green gold flames that erupted from nowhere, wrapped around the sinner like a living thing, and burned without consuming. The sinner screamed and ran. Harry watched him go with his hands clenched at his sides and his scar glowing like a hot coal. Charlie found him standing in the garden, breathing hard, the dead earth around his feet sprouting flowers. Actual flowers. Green, living things pushing up through the soil of hell, reaching for a sun that didn't exist. Harry, she said carefully. He was mean to you, Harry said. His voice shook with the aftershock of the power, but his eyes were dry and clear. Charlie knelt beside him and put her arms around him. Thank you for wanting to protect me, she said. But we need to talk about the fire thing. I didn't mean to. I know. But we're going to learn to control it, okay? Together. Okay, Mom. It was the first time he called her that. Charlie held him tighter and pretended she wasn't crying. By 6, the hotel was the only home Harry had ever known, the only real one, anyway, the cupboard under the stairs fading to a dim, bad dream that visited less and less often. He knew every room, every creaky floorboard, every secret passage that Nifty used to move through the walls. He knew that Husk kept the good bourbon on the top shelf and the cooking bourbon on the bottom. He knew that Angel Dust's room was off limits before noon and that the sounds coming from it were grown-up stuff that he'd understand when he was older. He knew that Vaggie checked the hotel's perimeter exactly 3 times before bed and that she slept with her spear within arm's reach. He knew that Charlie sang. Every night, without fail, she'd sit on the edge of his bed, a real bed now, in a real room, with a window that looked out over Pentagram City's skyline, and she'd sing. Not lullabies, exactly. Show tunes, mostly. Disney songs. Sometimes songs she made up on the spot, silly and sweet and tuneless, about a boy who fell from the sky and found a home. Harry would lie there and listen and think, this is what it's supposed to feel like. By 7, the power was growing faster than anyone expected. Charlie did her best, but she was a demon, her magic was infernal, structured, inherited. Harry's was something else entirely. The wizard part of it wanted rules and patterns and wands and incantations. The hell part wanted chaos and will and raw emotion. Together, they made something volatile, unpredictable, and breathtakingly powerful. That was when Alastor took an interest. The radio demon had been a presence in the hotel since before Harry's arrival, a looming, smiling, absolutely terrifying figure who drifted through the halls like a shark through shallow water. Harry had been aware of him the way prey animals are aware of predators, constantly, instinctively, without conscious thought. But Alastor had kept his distance from the child. Not out of disinterest, anyone who knew Alastor knew that disinterest was something he performed, never something he felt, but out of patience. He'd been watching. Waiting. Evaluating. The radio demon was, above all things, a connoisseur of potential, and he could smell it on the boy like ozone before a storm. Harry was 7 years old when Alastor finally approached him directly. The boy was in the hotel's library, a grand, dusty room full of books that had been banned, burned, or otherwise condemned in the living world, reading a tome on demonic history that was significantly above his age level and understanding about 80% of it. The radio static announced Alastor's presence before he appeared. It always did, a crackling, popping undercurrent that preceded him like heralds before a king. Harry looked up from his book and found the radio demon standing over him, staff in hand, smile wide and sharp as a bear trap. "Good evening, young Harry," Alastor said, and his voice had that quality it always did, warm and avuncular on the surface, with something vast and cold moving underneath. "Quite the little scholar, aren't we?" Harry regarded him calmly. Most demons, most anyone, couldn't hold Alastor's gaze for more than a few seconds. The eyes behind those spectacles were windows into something that had killed and consumed and enjoyed every second of it. Harry held the gaze because he'd grown up around monsters and had learned, very early, that looking away was the first step toward being prey. "Mom says I shouldn't talk to you unsupervised," Harry said. "Your mother is a wise woman. Alas, she is currently in a meeting with a particularly recalcitrant sinner, and supervision seems to be in short supply." Alastor settled into the chair across from Harry with the fluid grace of a predator folding itself into a resting position. "I've been watching you, Harry. Your little displays of power. Quite impressive for one so young. I can't always control it." "No. You can't. Because no one in this hotel can teach you what you are. Your mother's magic is demonic. Your abilities are something else. Something I've never encountered in all my considerable years in the pit." Alastor leaned forward, and the static around him intensified. "You're a hybrid, boy. A fusion of mortal magic and infernal energy. You're trying to drive 2 horses at once, and they're pulling in different directions." Harry closed his book. "And you can help with that? I can teach you the one thing that controls all power, regardless of its source." Alastor's smile widened. "Intent. Will. The absolute, unshakable conviction that reality will bend to you, not the other way around. Wands are crutches. Spells are training wheels. Demonic sigils are paint by numbers. True power," he tapped his temple, "lives here. You decide what happens, and it happens. Everything else is just decoration." Harry considered this. He was 7, but he'd been raised by demons and educated by the damned, and he had the particular sharpness of a child who'd learned early that adults didn't always have his best interests at heart. "What do you get out of it?" he asked. Alastor laughed, a genuine laugh, not the performative chuckle he used on everyone else. It was a startling sound, and the radio static around him momentarily cleared. "Oh, I do like you," he said. "What do I get?" "Entertainment, my boy. Pure, unadulterated entertainment. You are the single most interesting thing to happen in this dreary pit in centuries. I want a front row seat to whatever you become. That's it. That's everything. I am, at my core, a showman. And you are going to be one hell of a show." Harry stared at him. The scar on his forehead pulsed once, a brief flare of green-black that made Alastor's eyes flicker with something that might have been surprise or might have been hunger. "I'll talk to Mom about it," Harry said. "Of course you will. I'd expect nothing less." Charlie said no. Then Vaggie said no. Then Angel said no. Then Husk said, "Absolutely not, that psycho will eat the kid." Then Charlie said no again. Harry waited. He was patient, another thing he'd learned from Husk, who could sit at a poker table for 12 hours without blinking. A week later, Harry's magic surged during a nightmare and he accidentally blew out every window on the hotel's 3rd floor. The blast knocked Vaggie off her feet and cracked a load-bearing wall. Harry woke up screaming, not from the nightmare, but from the power, which was roaring through him like a river through a broken dam, directionless and desperate. Charlie was there in seconds. She held him, absorbed what she could, dampened what she couldn't. It took 20 minutes to bring the surge under control. When it was over, Harry was shaking and pale, and Charlie's arms were singed up to the elbows. "Okay," Charlie said to Vaggie the next morning, her voice hollow with fear and exhaustion. "Okay. But I'm present for every lesson. Every one." Alastor agreed to the terms with the graciousness of someone who had expected exactly this outcome. The lessons began. Alastor was, against every expectation, a brilliant teacher. Not kind, never kind, kindness wasn't in his vocabulary, but clear, precise, and demanding in a way that brought out the best in Harry rather than crushing him. He didn't coddle. He didn't soften. He treated Harry like an equal, which at 7 was both flattering and terrifying. "Magic is not about words or gestures or ingredients," Alastor told him on the first day, standing in the hotel's basement, which had been hastily converted into a training room. "Magic is about wanting. You must want something with every fiber of your being, not wish for it, not hope for it, want it the way a drowning man wants air. And then you must believe, with absolute certainty, that it will happen. The universe, boy, is a coward. It gives way to conviction." He tossed a ball into the air. "Stop it." Harry raised a hand. The ball stopped. Hung in the air, motionless, wrapped in a shimmer of green-gold light. "Good. Now make it come to you." The ball shot into Harry's palm. "Good. Now set it on fire." The ball burst into flame, not the green gold of his emotional magic, but something else. Something Harry chose, deliberately, consciously. A clean blue flame that burned hot and controlled and did exactly what he wanted and nothing more. Alastor's eyebrows rose a fraction of an inch, which from him was the equivalent of a standing ovation. "Well," he said. "This is going to be fun." By 8, Harry could level a building with a thought. By 9, he could put it back together. By 10, he could do both simultaneously while holding a conversation, which was really just showing off, but Alastor encouraged showing off on the grounds that presentation is everything, and if you must be powerful, you might as well be theatrical about it. He wasn't just powerful. He was creative. The hybrid nature of his magic meant he could do things that pure demon magic or pure wizard magic couldn't. He could manipulate hellfire but also conjure light, actual, golden, warm light that shouldn't have been possible in the underworld. He could open small portals between points in hell, fold space like paper, and once, during a particularly intense training session, he accidentally stopped time for 6 seconds in a 20-foot radius. Alastair had stared at the frozen air around them, at the dust motes suspended in place, at the mid-pour bourbon that hung in a perfect liquid arc between Husk's bottle and his glass. Husk had been watching from the doorway, pretending not to be interested, and said, simply, "Ah." It was the only time Harry had ever seen the radio demon at a genuine loss for words. But power wasn't the whole of Harry's education. Charlie taught him empathy. She taught him that strength without compassion was just cruelty wearing a better suit. She took him on her rounds at the hotel, meeting sinners who were trying to change, listening to their stories, helping them find the parts of themselves that weren't just the worst thing they'd ever done. Harry watched his mother treat the damned with dignity and respect, and he absorbed the lesson deep into his bones: everyone deserves a chance. Even the ones who don't seem to deserve it. Vaggie taught him combat. Not magic combat, physical, brutal, blade and body combat that didn't rely on any power except strength, speed, and the willingness to hurt someone before they hurt you. She drilled footwork and positioning and the cold algebra of violence into him until it was muscle memory. Magic can fail, she told him, again and again. Magic can be blocked, can be drained, can be countered. But a knife in the dark doesn't need a power source. Angel taught him people. How to read a room, how to spot a liar, how to charm someone into doing what you wanted while making them think it was their idea. "Power's great, kid," Angel told him once, sprawled across a sofa while Harry practiced card tricks Husk had taught him. But charisma? Charisma will open doors that power just breaks down. And broken doors make a lot of noise. Husk taught him patience and probability. Every situation is a hand of cards, the old demon told him, shuffling a deck with a dexterity that belied his permanent state of inebriation. You can't control what you're dealt. You can control how you play it. And sometimes, he placed a card face down on the bar. The winning move is to let everyone else think you've got nothing. Nifty taught him that it was okay to be a little bit unhinged, as long as you were thorough about it. And Alastair taught him the most important lesson of all. "Never be afraid," the radio demon said, during one of their sessions, as Harry held a compressed sphere of raw magical energy between his palms, sweat beading on his forehead, the scar on his head glowing like a brand. "Fear is a choice, Harry. Pain is inevitable, loss is inevitable, death, a flicker of dark amusement. Well, you've already handled that one. But fear? Fear is the decision to let those things control you. And you, my boy, are not controlled by anything. What about you?" Harry asked, the sphere pulsing between his hands. "Are you ever afraid?" Alastair's smile sharpened. The static around him crackled. "I am the thing that fear is afraid of," he said simply. "And one day, so will you be." Harry didn't smile. He grinned, wide, sharp, and full of teeth. He'd picked that up from Alastair, and Charlie pretended to hate it but secretly thought it was adorable. The sphere between his hands detonated outward in a controlled burst that rattled the training room's reinforced walls and left scorch marks on the ceiling. "Again," Alastair said. Harry gathered his power. He was 10 years old, or close to it. Time in hell was approximate at best, when the quiet ended. It was evening. The hotel was winding down, which in practical terms meant the noise level had decreased from active war zone to mild riot. Harry was on the roof, his favorite spot, sitting on the edge with his legs dangling over the drop and pentagram city sprawling below him like a fever dream made of neon and bad decisions. He came up here to think. To feel the hot wind that blew through hell's streets carrying the sound of distant sirens and closer screams. To look up at the red sky and wonder, as he sometimes did, what the other one looked like. The blue one. The one he'd been born under and couldn't remember. He didn't think about the living world often. It was abstract to him, a place in books and stories, real but distant, like a country he'd never visited. He knew he'd come from there. He knew he'd died. Charlie had told him the truth when he was old enough to understand it, holding his hands in hers and explaining it simply and honestly. You were born in the living world, and the people who were supposed to take care of you hurt you instead, and you came here. And I found you, and I love you, and this is your home. He'd cried, that day. Not for the Dursleys, he had no memory of them worth mourning. He'd cried for his mother, his birth mother, the woman he knew only from a single photograph that Lucifer had procured from somewhere. Harry hadn't asked how, and Lucifer hadn't volunteered. A red-haired woman with green eyes, his eyes, smiling at the camera with a baby in her arms. Lily Potter. She died to protect him, Charlie had said. Died fighting. Harry kept the photograph on his nightstand. Sometimes, before bed, he'd look at it and try to feel something, a connection, a memory, anything. But there was nothing. Just the knowledge, cold and factual, that he'd had a mother before he had a mother, and she was gone. Tonight, though, he wasn't thinking about Lily Potter. He was thinking about the scar. It had been acting up for weeks. Not painfully, it never hurt, exactly, not the way the books about dark magic suggested cursed scars should hurt. But it pulsed. It hummed. It vibrated at a frequency that Harry could feel in his teeth, and sometimes, late at night, he could hear something through it. A whisper. A murmur. A voice that wasn't a voice, speaking words that weren't words, in a language made of hunger and malice and a desperate, pathetic need to exist. Something was waking up. The dark fragment, the splinter of rotten soul that Lucifer had identified years ago, was stirring in its sleep. Harry pressed 2 fingers to the scar and pushed. Not physically, magically, reaching into the wound with his hybrid senses, probing the dark thing inside. It recoiled. Then it pushed back. For one dizzying second, Harry was somewhere else. A forest, dark, ancient, impossibly old trees stretching in every direction. And in the forest, moving between the shadows, something that was barely there at all. A shade. A wisp. A tattered remnant of a man who had destroyed himself trying to escape death and ended up as something less than a ghost. The shade turned. It didn't have eyes, it didn't have a face, but it looked at Harry, and Harry felt the full weight of its attention like a hand closing around his throat. You, the shade whispered, and the word was made of rot and desperation and a fury so old it had calcified into something like cold stone. I see you. I feel you. What have they done to you? What have they made of my? Harry pulled back. The connection snapped like a cut wire, and he was on the roof again, breathing hard, the scar on his forehead blazing with green-black light that lit up the night around him. "Ha," he said. He wasn't scared. Alastair's lessons had gone deep, and Harry hadn't been afraid of anything in years. But he was interested. The shade in the forest, the thing connected to the splinter in his scar, was powerful once. Was someone once. And it wanted something from him. The scar pulsed again. Brighter this time. Harry could feel it, a signal going out, a beacon in the dark, broadcasting his location to something far away and long thought dead. Below him, Pentagram City burned and screamed and laughed in its eternal, chaotic revelry. Behind him, through the hotel's walls, he could hear Charlie singing to a new arrival, some lost soul trying to change, finding comfort in the princess's impossible kindness. He could hear Huss grumbling about the dishwasher. Could hear Angel arguing with someone on the phone. Could feel Alastair's static somewhere in the building, a constant, crackling presence. His family. His home. His life, such as it was. Harry looked up at the red sky of hell and smiled. "Come find me, then," he said to the distant shade, to the waking darkness, to whatever was coming. "I'll be right here." The scar on his forehead glowed like a dying star, and somewhere, in a forest in Albania, something that used to be Lord Voldemort opened its eyes. And far, far above, in an office in a castle in Scotland, in the living world, an old man with a long silver beard stared at a delicate silver instrument on his desk that had been still and silent for nearly 8 years. It was spinning. Albus Dumbledore set down his cup of tea. "Oh," he said softly. "Oh, dear." Chapter 2, Radio-Static and Wizard Bones. Harry woke up to the smell of sulfur and angel dusts cooking. The two were not related, though on certain mornings it was genuinely difficult to tell. Today it was eggs, scrambled, slightly burnt on the edges the way Harry liked them, and toast with something that approximated butter if you didn't think about where dairy products came from in hell. The sulfur was just Tuesday. Or whatever passed for Tuesday down here. The hotel's calendar was more of a suggestion than a system. Harry swung his legs out of bed and sat for a moment, letting the residual hum of the scar settle. It had been buzzing all night, a low, persistent vibration that wove itself into his dreams and turned them strange. Not nightmares, exactly. Just visions. Fragments. A castle with moving staircases. A forest full of shadows. A mirror that showed you what you wanted most in the world. He pressed his fingers to the scar. The fragment inside pulsed once, like a second heartbeat, and then went quiet. "Behave," Harry muttered to it. He dressed quickly, black jeans, a red shirt Charlie had bought him with a little cartoon devil on the chest that she thought was hilarious, boots that Vaggie had picked because they had steel toes and she believed in practical footwear. His hair was the same disaster it had always been, black and wild and completely immune to any form of grooming. He'd stopped fighting it around age 6. The hallway outside his room was already alive with the hotel's particular brand of morning chaos. Somewhere downstairs, a sinner was arguing loudly with Vaggie about the mandatory group therapy session. 2 floors up, Nifty was vacuuming with the intensity of someone defusing a bomb. The radio static that meant Alastair was somewhere in the building crackled softly from the walls like ambient music. Harry took the stairs 2 at a time, rounded the corner into the lobby, and nearly collided with Husk, who was carrying a crate of bottles from the storage room with the grim determination of a man performing a sacred duty. "Morning, Husk." "Is it?" Husk glanced at the red-tinged windows. "Can't tell. Never can. Why do I live here?" "Because you love us. I tolerate you. There's a difference. Your mother's in the kitchen. Angel made eggs. They're only slightly terrible." Harry grinned and kept moving. The kitchen was a large, industrial space that had been designed for a hotel that once catered to hundreds and now mostly served as Angel Dust's personal cooking arena and Nifty's ongoing sanitation project. Charlie was at the table with a stack of paperwork, a cup of coffee, and the slightly frazzled look she got when she'd been up since before dawn working on hotel business. She looked up when Harry walked in and her face did the thing it always did, lit up like someone had flipped a switch behind her eyes. 10 years, and she still looked at him like his existence was a small miracle she couldn't quite believe. "Morning, baby." "Mom. I'm almost 11. You'll be, baby, when you're 111. Sit down. Eat. Angel made eggs. I know. I could smell them from upstairs." Harry dropped into the chair across from her and pulled the plate over. The eggs were, as advertised, slightly terrible and completely welcome. "What's on the schedule?" "Training with Alastair at 10. Vaggie wants to do combat drills after lunch. And I have a new arrival coming in this afternoon, a sinner from the greed ring, embezzlement and tax fraud, very motivated to change. Or at least very motivated to stop getting beaten up by other sinners, which is a start. Can I sit in? On the intake?" "Sure. You're good with the new ones. You don't judge. Hard to judge people for their sins when you live in hell." Charlie smiled at that, the warm, proud smile that meant he'd said something that aligned with her vision of what redemption could be. Harry ate his eggs and let the comfortable rhythm of morning settle around him. It didn't last. The scar spiked. Not the low hum he'd been feeling for weeks, this was a sharp, bright stab of awareness, like a nerve being struck, and Harry's hand went to his forehead before he could stop it. The fragment inside the scar was agitated, thrashing against whatever contained it, and through the connection, Harry caught a flash of something: fear. Not his own. Someone else's fear, distant and desperate, a mind on the edge of panic. The shade in the forest. It had felt him last night, and now it was reaching. Harry closed his eyes and pushed back, not hard, not aggressively, just a firm shut like closing a door. The connection dimmed. The scar settled. When he opened his eyes, Charlie was watching him with the careful attention of a mother who had learned to read every flicker of her son's expression. "The scar?" she asked. "Yeah. It's getting louder." "Louder how?" "There's something on the other end. Something, someone. In the living world. They're connected to the fragment, and they're trying to reach through it. To me." Charlie set down her coffee. "Harry, if something from the living world is, it's not dangerous. Not yet. It's barely there, like a bad radio signal. More static than substance." He took another bite of eggs, deliberately casual. "I'll talk to Alastair about it. He might know something about soul fragments and remote connections." "I don't like you talking to Alastair about soul fragments." "You don't like me talking to Alastair about anything." "That's because Alastair is a manipulative, self-serving, sadistic, brilliant teacher who's the reason I can control my magic." Charlie's mouth pressed into a thin line. She loved her son. She trusted her son. She did not trust Alastair, and the tension between those facts was a tightrope she'd been walking for 3 years. "Just be careful," she said. "With the scar and with him." "Always am." "You are absolutely not always careful. Last week you detonated a dumpster. That dumpster was asking for it. Dumpsters don't ask for things, Harry. This one had a real attitude." Charlie tried to maintain her stern expression and failed. The laugh escaped her like a bird from a cage, bright and helpless, and Harry grinned at her across the table while the morning sounds of the hotel filled the space between them. Training with Alastair took place in the hotel's sub-basement, a reinforced space that had been warded, shielded, and rebuilt approximately 14 times since Harry's lessons began. The walls were scorched. The floor was cracked in a spiderweb pattern radiating from the center. The ceiling had been replaced with something Alastair called architecturally flexible, which meant it could absorb impacts without collapsing the 3 floors above it. Harry arrived at 10 sharp. Alastair was already there, which meant Alastair had been there for hours, because the radio demon didn't seem to sleep so much as temporarily reduce his level of menace. Today, Alastair was sitting in a wingback chair that had not been in the sub-basement yesterday and almost certainly would not be there tomorrow. He had a cup of coffee balanced on one knee and was reading a newspaper that was, based on the date visible on the front page, from 1933. "Ah, Harry. Punctual as always. Your mother raised you well. You say that like you didn't have anything to do with it. I provided seasoning. The foundational dish is entirely Charlotte's creation." Alastair set aside the newspaper and stood in a single fluid motion, his shadow stretching behind him in ways that didn't correspond to the room's lighting. "How's our little hitchhiker today?" Harry touched his scar. "Active. More than usual. I made contact last night, briefly, accidentally. There's something in a forest in the living world. A shade. Connected to the fragment." Alastair's smile didn't change, but his eyes sharpened. The static around him dropped half a frequency, which was his version of leaning forward with intense interest. "A shade," he repeated. "Not a soul. Not a ghost. A shade. Less than a ghost. Like, the residue of a person. Whatever's left when you tear yourself apart and don't have enough pieces to be whole anymore. And this shade spoke to you?" "Started to. I cut the connection before it could say much. But it recognized me. Recognized the fragment. It started to say, 'What have they made of my,' and then I pulled back." "My," Alastair murmured. "Possessive. Interesting. This shade considers you, or the fragment inside you, to be its property. He began to pace, his footsteps clicking against the scorched floor in a rhythm that matched the static's frequency. "Harry, do you know what a Horcrux is?" Harry blinked. "No. Nor should you. It's one of the foulest pieces of magic the living world ever produced, and given the things those wizards get up to, that's saying something. A Horcrux is a soul anchor. A wizard, always a wizard, the technique requires a very specific kind of madness, murders someone, and uses the act of murder to tear off a piece of their own soul. They then bind that fragment to a physical object. As long as the object exists, the wizard cannot truly die. Their main soul can be destroyed, discorporated, reduced to nothing, but the fragment endures, and with it, the possibility of return. The sub-basement was very quiet. Even the static had stilled. "The thing in my scar," Harry said slowly, "is a piece of someone else's soul. Placed there, deliberately or accidentally, I couldn't say, by whoever killed your birth parents. You are, in the parlance of the living world's dark wizards, a Horcrux. A living one. Which, I believe, was never supposed to be possible." Harry absorbed this. He stood very still in the center of the scorched room and let the information settle into the architecture of his understanding, fitting it alongside everything else he knew about himself, the hybrid magic, the impossible existence, the fact that he was a dead child living in hell with a piece of a murderer's soul lodged in his forehead. "Can it be removed?" he asked. "Almost certainly. Though the methods available in the living world are crude. Basilisk venom. Fiend fire. The killing curse, ironic, that. Down here, however." Alastair's smile widened. "Down here, we have options they couldn't dream of. But I wouldn't recommend removing it just yet." "Why not?" "Because it's a connection, Harry. A direct line to whoever made it. And connections, properly leveraged, are worth more than any weapon." Alastair stopped pacing and fixed Harry with a look that was, for once, entirely serious. "This shade in the forest, it's the main soul. The wizard who killed your parents. And it is waking up, reaching out, because the fragment in you has been soaking in hell's energy for a decade. It's changed. It's become something the Creator never intended, and that change is sending signals back along the connection like electricity through a wire. You are, quite literally, calling out to a dark lord in your sleep." "Good." Alastair raised an eyebrow. "Good," Harry repeated. "Let him wake up. Let him come looking. If he's the one who killed my birth parents, then we have unfinished business. Your mother would not approve of that sentiment. My mother would burn the world for me and smile while doing it. She'd understand." Alastair studied him for a long moment. The static hummed. The shadows behind the radio demon shifted and swirled like living things. "Very well," Alastair said. "Then let's make sure you're ready for what's coming. Today's lesson, combat application. You've been learning to control your power. Now you learn to use it, not in a training room against practice targets, but against an opponent who will genuinely try to kill you." Harry's eyes narrowed. "You're going to fight me?" "Oh, nothing so pedestrian. I'm going to take you into Pentagram City, and we're going to find trouble." The radio demon's grin turned predatory. "Shouldn't take long. Pentagram City at midday was marginally less dangerous than Pentagram City at midnight, in the same way that a forest fire was marginally less dangerous than a volcano. The streets teemed with sinners going about their eternal business, transactions both legal and otherwise, territorial disputes conducted at blade point, the endless hustle of the damned trying to accumulate power in a place where power was the only thing that mattered. Harry walked beside Alastair with his hands in his pockets and his senses wide open. The hybrid magic that lived in his bones reached out automatically, tasting the ambient energy of hell, reading the currents of power that flowed through the city like blood through veins. He could feel the sinners around them, their individual signatures, each one a unique cocktail of sin and suffering and the dim, persistent spark of what they'd been before damnation. Most of them gave Alastair a wide berth. The radio demon's reputation preceded him like a shockwave, and the sinners on the street parted around him the way water parts around a stone. A few glanced at Harry with curiosity. The boy was well known in certain circles, the human child raised by the Princess of Hell, a curiosity and an anomaly, but none approached. Until they reached the cannibal colony. The border of Rosie's territory was marked by a shift in architecture, the crumbling modernism of Pentagram City giving way to something older, more refined, a mockery of Victorian elegance rendered in bone and blood. Gas lamps lined the streets, burning with pale green fire. The sinners here were different, better dressed, more composed, with the genteel manners of people who ate other people and considered it a social occasion. Rosie was waiting for them at the entrance to her emporium, a tall, elegant figure in black lace with a smile that could charm the skin off a snake. She and Alastair had history, the kind of history that was told in whispers and involved a body count that nobody had ever successfully tallied. "Alastair, darling," she said, her voice like honey poured over broken glass. "And young Harry. My, how you've grown. Last time I saw you, you barely came up to my knee. Last time you saw me, you offered to have me for dinner," Harry said pleasantly. "I was never sure if you meant the meal or the conversation." Rosie laughed, a genuine, delighted sound. "Both, dear. Always both. But Alastair's made it quite clear you're off the menu, so I've settled for being charmed by your wit instead." She looked at Alastair. "Business or pleasure?" "Education," Alastair said. "The boy needs practical experience. I don't suppose you have anything disruptive happening in the neighborhood?" "As a matter of fact." Rosie's smile sharpened. "There's a new overlord making noise on the eastern border. Calls himself Vexer, one of those tedious power grabbers who thinks territory is taken rather than earned. He's been sending his people into the colony, harassing my residents, making threats. I've been tolerant thus far, but my patience is a consumable resource." "How many of his people?" "A dozen, perhaps. Low-level muscle. The overlord himself hasn't shown his face, he sends proxies, the coward." Alastair looked at Harry. "Thoughts?" Harry considered. "A dozen low-level fighters harassing a territory they don't control. The overlord is testing boundaries, seeing how much he can take before someone pushes back. If nobody pushes back, he'll escalate. Send more people, take more ground, eventually challenge Rosie directly. And the solution? Push back. Hard enough that escalation stops being attractive." Harry paused. "You want me to handle it?" "I want you to handle it. Alone. I'll be watching. Consider it a practical exam." Harry looked at Rosie. "Where are they?" The eastern border of the cannibal colony was 3 streets over, a transitional zone where Rosie's elegant decay met the raw concrete of unclaimed territory. Harry found the interlopers exactly where Rosie said they'd be, a dozen sinners clustered around a burned-out building they'd claimed as a staging ground, armed with an assortment of weapons that ranged from firearms to blades to one individual who appeared to have a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire. Harry stopped at the end of the street and studied them. 12 targets. Mixed capabilities. No obvious heavy hitters, no overlord-level power signatures, just the dim glow of standard sinners. They were loud, aggressive, and overconfident, which was a combination that usually got people killed in Pentagram City. One of them noticed him. A large sinner with ram's horns and a leather jacket, who squinted down the street at the kid standing alone in the middle of the road. "The fuck are you looking at, runt?" Harry walked toward them. Hands still in his pockets. Pace unhurried. "I'm looking at 12 idiots who've been terrorizing the wrong neighborhood," Harry said, his voice carrying easily in the sudden quiet. "Rosie's getting tired of it. You can leave now, go back to Vexer, and tell him this territory isn't available." Or what?" Ramhorn stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. The others fanned out behind him, forming a loose semicircle. "You're gonna stop us? You. What are you, like, 10? Almost 11, actually. And yes. Ramhorns laughed. Two of the others laughed with him. The rest were watching Harry with the wariness of people who had survived hell long enough to recognize when something didn't add up, a child, alone, walking calmly toward 12 armed sinners, showing zero fear. Kid, I'm gonna count to 3, and then I'm gonna break every bone in your... Harry pulled his right hand out of his pocket and snapped his fingers. The air around Ramhorns compressed. Not visibly, there was no flash of light, no dramatic display. The atmosphere simply tightened around him like a fist, and Ramhorns went from mid-sentence to flat on his face in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The concrete beneath him cracked from the force. He gasped, pinned, unable to move, unable to breathe, the weight of Harry's will pressing him into the ground like a bug under a thumb. The other 11 stared. 1, Harry said. He held up a finger. That was 1. I've got 11 more. 3 of them ran. Just turned and sprinted, smart enough to recognize a losing proposition. Harry let them go. The remaining 8 were either braver or stupider, the two qualities were often indistinguishable in hell, and they surged forward as a group. Harry didn't move. Didn't flinch. Didn't so much as shift his weight. The first attacker, the one with the barbed wire bat, swung hard. Harry raised his left hand, and the bat stopped dead in the air 6 inches from his palm, frozen in place. The sinner holding it staggered, momentum suddenly gone, and Harry flicked his wrist. The bat ripped free from the sinner's grip, reverse direction, and slammed into its owner's chest hard enough to launch him backward into a wall. He hit the bricks and slid down, groaning. The second and third came from both sides. Harry dropped low, Vaggy's training, physical, no magic, letting a knife slash pass over his head, and swept the legs out from under the attacker on his left. As that one hit the ground, Harry planted a hand on the concrete and pushed. Not with muscle. With magic. A shockwave rippled outward from his palm, lifting the attacker on his right off her feet and tumbling her through the air. She crashed into a lamppost 10 feet away and stayed down. For left standing. They hesitated, and in that hesitation, Harry straightened up and rolled his shoulders. Let me save you some time, he said. I'm Harry. I live in the Hazbin Hotel. Daughter of the Morning Star runs the place. The radio demon trained me. If you know those names, and you do, I can see it in your faces, then you know how this ends. 2 more ran. The last 2, either very brave or profoundly stupid, charged together. Harry raised both hands. Green gold light erupted from his palms, not fire, not force, but something between the two. It wrapped around the charging sinners like chains, lifted them off the ground, held them suspended and struggling 3 feet in the air. Harry walked up to them. Looked up at their panicked faces. Tell Vexer that Rosie's territory is under the protection of the Hazbin Hotel, he said. And tell him that if he sends anyone else, I won't be this polite. He released them. They hit the ground, scrambled upright, and ran. Ramhorns was still pinned to the concrete. Harry released the pressure and the sinner gasped, sucking in air. Harry crouched beside him. You're going to deliver a message too, Harry said quietly. To anyone who'll listen. The cannibal colony is off limits. Rosie's people are off limits. And if anyone has a problem with that, they can bring it to me directly. Understand? Ramhorns nodded frantically. Good. Have a nice day. Harry stood, brushed off his jeans, and walked back down the street. Behind him, Ramhorn scrambled to his feet and ran in the opposite direction. Alastair was leaning against a building at the end of the block, coffee cup still in hand, smile unchanged. Adequate, he said. Just adequate. You talked too much. Intimidation is more effective with fewer words. But the technique was clean, the application was controlled, and you didn't kill anyone, which I know your mother would appreciate even if I find it disappointingly merciful. I don't kill people, Alastair. I know. It's your one glaring flaw. But you compensate with such style. They walked back through the colony. Rosie waved to them from her emporium window, a cup of tea in her hand and a satisfied smile on her face. The afternoon brought Vaggy's combat drills, which were a different kind of education entirely. Vaggy didn't use magic. She didn't have the flashy powers that Charlie inherited from Lucifer, didn't have Alastair's eldritch abilities, didn't have Angel's extra limbs or Husk's wings. What Vaggy had was 2,000 years of experience as an angel of heaven's army, a spear that never missed, and a survival instinct honed by centuries of violence. She fought Harry in the hotel's courtyard, a walled space that Charlie had given up trying to make into a garden after the third time a training session destroyed her flower beds. The rules were simple, no magic. Just body, blade, and brain. Vaggy was fast. Inhumanly fast, with the coiled precision of someone who had been literally built for war. Her spear moved in blurs, thrusting and sweeping and reversing with a fluidity that turned the weapon into an extension of her body. She didn't pull her strikes. Harry had asked her not to, years ago, and after a long argument with Charlie, Vaggy had agreed. He needs to know what real combat feels like, she'd said. Not the sanitized version. Harry ducked a horizontal sweep that would have taken his head off, pivoted on his back foot, and came in low with the short blade Vaggy had given him, a simple, unenchanted knife, because the whole point was to work without advantages. Vaggy knocked the blade aside with the shaft of her spear, planted one foot, and drove the butt end toward Harry's solar plexus. He caught it. Both hands, wrapping around the shaft, using her own momentum to redirect the thrust past his body. For a split second, they were face to face, and Harry could see the fierce pride in Vaggy's eye. She was testing him, pushing him, and he was keeping up. Then she headbutted him. Harry staggered back, stars bursting across his vision, and Vaggy swept his legs. He hit the ground hard, rolled, came up just in time to see the spear point stop an inch from his throat. Dead, Vaggy said. You headbutt me. Enemies headbutt. That feels like it should be against the rules. There are no rules. That's the lesson. There are no rules and there are no fair fights, and anyone who tells you otherwise is about to cheat. She pulled the spear back and offered him a hand up. You're getting better, though. 6 months ago, that combination would have finished you in 3 moves instead of 8. Harry took her hand and got to his feet, rubbing his forehead. The scar pulsed. It always pulsed when he took a hit near it, like the fragment inside was irritated at being jostled. Again, he asked. Vaggy smiled. It was a rare expression on her face and all the more valuable for its rarity. Again. They went 3 more rounds. Harry won the last one, barely, messily, by getting inside Vaggy's reach and putting his knife against her ribs before she could bring the spear to bear. She looked down at the blade, then at him, and nodded. Acceptable. You and Alastair should start a club. Adequate. Acceptable. You guys ever hear of a compliment? A compliment from me means you did well, Vaggy said, sheathing the spear at her back. An insult means you need to improve. Silence means I'm planning how to hit you harder next time. What does a hug mean? That you're about to die and I'm saying goodbye. Come on, your mother's doing the intake for the new arrival and she wants you there. The new arrival was a weasel-like sinner named Gerald who had spent his living years embezzling from charities and his afterlife years being ground under the heel of more powerful sinners. He was twitchy, nervous, and so desperate to be anywhere other than the streets of Pentagram City that he would have agreed to literally anything Charlie proposed. Harry sat in the corner of Charlie's office during the intake, watching and listening. He liked this part, the moment when someone walked into the hotel for the first time and encountered the full force of Charlie Morningstar's sincere, unrelenting, absolutely bewildering optimism. So, Gerald, Charlie said, leaning forward across her desk with a smile that could have powered a small city. Tell me why you're here. I want to be better. That's wonderful. And what does better mean to you? Not getting beaten up. Okay. That's a start. But I think we can aim a little higher, don't you? Why don't you tell me about your life, your living life, I mean, and we can figure out where things went wrong and how to address the root causes of your sinful behavior so you can achieve genuine spiritual growth and eventual redemption. Gerald blinked. He looked like a man who had asked for a glass of water and been handed a fire hose. I stole money, he said. From charities. Aha. And why did you steal? Because I wanted money. But why did you want money? What was the underlying need? Was it security? Status? A sense of control you felt was missing from your life? Gerald stared at her. Harry could see the exact moment the sinner's brain recalibrated, shifting from, "This is a scam," to, "Oh God, she's actually serious." I guess I never felt like I had enough, Gerald said slowly. No matter how much I had, it wasn't enough. It was like being hungry all the time. Charlie's expression softened. I understand that feeling more than you'd think, Gerald. And we're going to work on it. Together. Harry watched his mother work and felt the familiar swell of something that might have been pride or might have been love or might have been both, tangled together so tightly he couldn't separate them. Charlie believed, genuinely, deeply, against all evidence and all reason, that anyone could change. That the worst sinner in hell carried a spark of something worth saving. It was naive and impossible and the most powerful thing Harry had ever encountered. He'd seen her talk down raging overlords with nothing but sincerity. He'd seen her sit with sinners who had done unspeakable things and hold their hands while they wept. He'd seen her face the scorn of all hell, the mockery, the contempt, the endless chorus of voices telling her that redemption was a joke, and keep going, keep trying, keep believing. If Alastair had taught Harry to be powerful, Charlie had taught him to be worth being powerful. The intake session wrapped up. Gerald was shown to his room, 3rd floor, East Wing, with a view of the city that was inspiring, according to Charlie, and deeply unsettling, according to everyone else. Harry helped carry the sinner's meager belongings upstairs and showed him where the communal bathroom was and how to avoid Nifty, who had a tendency to appear in shower drains at inopportune moments. Is she always like that? Gerald asked, glancing back down the hallway toward Charlie's office. Like what? So nice. Is it real? Yeah, Harry said. It's real. It's the most real thing in hell. Gerald looked at him, really looked, taking in the scar, the green eyes, the casual confidence of a child who carried himself like someone 3 times his age. You're the human kid, right? The one the princess adopted? That's me. Is it true what they say? That you can. Gerald made a vague gesture that seemed to encompass the entire concept of terrifying magical abilities. Depends on what they say. But probably. Gerald swallowed. And you live here? In the hotel? Why? You could be, with that kind of power, you could be an overlord. You could run a territory. Harry leaned against the doorframe and considered the question. Because power isn't the point, he said. Power is just a tool. What matters is what you use it for. My mom taught me that. The princess. The princess. Gerald was quiet for a moment. Then, very softly, maybe this place isn't a joke after all. Give it a chance, Harry said. You might surprise yourself. He left Gerald to unpack and headed back downstairs. The scar was pulsing again, rhythmic, insistent, like a heartbeat speeding up. The shade in the forest was reaching out again, and this time, the signal was stronger. Harry paused on the stairwell landing. Closed his eyes. Let the connection open, just a crack, enough to listen without being heard. The shade was moving. Not physically, it had no body to move, but magically, reaching out through the web of dark connections that linked its scattered soul fragments. It was searching for something. Or someone. And it was getting closer. Through the fragmentary connection, Harry caught flashes, a man with a turban and a nervous stutter. A castle, no, the same castle from his dreams, the one with the moving staircases. Something golden hidden behind layers of protection. And the shade, whispering to its host, its puppet, urging it forward, the stone, get me the stone. Harry opened his eyes. The connection faded. He had questions. He had a lot of questions. But the answers weren't in hell, they were in the living world, in a castle he'd never visited, in a history he'd never been taught. He was going to need to do some research. The hotel's library was Harry's second favorite place after the roof. It occupied the entire fourth floor of the East Wing, a sprawling labyrinth of shelves crammed with every book that had ever been destroyed, censored, or forbidden in the living world. The logic was simple, banned books were sins of a sort, and all sins eventually found their way to hell. The collection was therefore comprehensive in a way that no living library could match. Harry spent the rest of the afternoon there, cross-referencing. He started with Horcrux and worked outward. The library's holdings on living world dark magic were extensive. Hell attracted the darkest knowledge the way a drain attracted water, and within an hour, Harry had assembled a stack of references that painted an increasingly disturbing picture. Horcruxes were rare. Obscenely rare. The creation of even one required an act of murder and a ritual so fundamentally violating that most dark wizards, people who had already abandoned conventional morality, balked at it. The process literally tore the soul, which was, as Harry could personally attest, not a metaphor. It was destruction on the most intimate level possible. And someone had done it to him. Not just created a Horcrux, that was bad enough, but made a living person into one. Made a baby into one. Harry stared at the page in front of him. The text was clinical, detached, the way all truly horrifying information tended to be when written by academics. The creation of a living Horcrux is theoretically possible but practically unprecedented. The soul fragment, once embedded in a living host, would be subject to the host's own magical signature, potentially leading to contamination, mutation, or fusion. Fusion. That word stuck. Harry pressed his fingers to his scar and felt the fragment, not separate from him anymore, not a foreign object lodged in unwilling flesh, but something that had grown into him over the years, twisted and changed by his own magic and by Hell's energy, becoming something that was neither the original Dark Wizard's soul nor Harry's own but a third thing entirely. He pulled the next book from the stack. This one was about the British wizarding world specifically, a historical overview that had been banned by the Ministry of Magic for inaccurate and inflammatory content, which probably meant it was mostly true. He found what he was looking for in the chapter on the First Wizarding War. Lord Voldemort. Tom Marvolo Riddle. A half-blood wizard who had risen to become the most feared Dark Lord in British wizarding history. Born in 1926. Attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Obsessed with immortality, blood purity, and power. Killed dozens, possibly hundreds. Terrorized the wizarding world for over a decade. And on October 31, 1981, he went to a house in Godric's Hollow and murdered James and Lily Potter. Harry's hands were very still on the pages. He read on. Voldemort had tried to kill the Potter's infant son, Harry, with the killing curse. The curse had rebounded, somehow, destroying Voldemort's body and leaving the child with nothing but a lightning bolt scar. The boy who lived, the wizarding world called him. The child who survived the unsurvivable. A miracle. A hero. A symbol. And then, according to this book, the child had been placed with his Muggle relatives for safekeeping and hadn't been heard from since. Harry closed the book carefully. Set it on the stack. Stared at the far wall of the library. He was the boy who lived. He was a symbol. A hero. A miracle. He'd been placed with the Dursleys for safekeeping. And they'd killed him. The green gold light of his magic flickered around his fingers, not rage, exactly. Something colder and more controlled. The kind of anger that didn't burn hot but froze, diamond hard and diamond clear. Someone had sent him to that house. Someone had decided, in the aftermath of his parents' murder, that the best place for the boy who lived was with a family that hated magic and hated him. And that decision had killed him more surely than Voldemort's curse ever could. Who? He kept reading. The book named names. The Order of the Phoenix, a resistance group led by one Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wizengamot. The book described him as a great wizard, a champion of the light, a wise and benevolent leader. The book also noted that it was Dumbledore who had arranged for Harry's placement with the Dursleys. Harry memorized the name. Filed it away in the place where he kept things he would deal with later, a mental cabinet that Alastor had helped him build, organized and cold and patient. Then he pulled out the next book and kept reading. By evening, Harry had assembled a reasonably complete picture. Voldemort, the Horcruxes, the prophecy, mentioned obliquely in several sources, never quoted directly, the First Wizarding War, Dumbledore, Hogwarts, the Potter family history. It was a lot. It was a mess. The wizarding world's politics were Byzantine, its power structures archaic, and its approach to child welfare apparently non-existent. He took his findings to dinner. The hotel's dining room was the closest thing to a family table Harry had ever known. Charlie sat at the head, because she always sat at the head, not out of authority but because she liked being able to see everyone. Vaggie was to her left. Angel Dust sprawled across two chairs to her right, long limbs everywhere, somehow eating and texting simultaneously with his 4 arms. Husk was at the far end with a bottle and a glass and an expression that suggested he was enduring rather than enjoying. Nifty was, somewhere. Under the table, probably. She'd turn up. Harry sat down, loaded his plate, and said, "I know who put the Horcrux in my scar." Conversation stopped. Angel's phone clattered to the table. Husk's glass paused halfway to his mouth. Charlie set down her fork. Harry, his name was Tom Riddle. Called himself Lord Voldemort. He killed my birth parents and tried to kill me. The curse bounced back and destroyed his body, but he'd already made Horcruxes, soul anchors, and the one in my scar was created by accident during the attack. He's the shade I've been sensing. He's out there in a forest somewhere, barely alive, trying to find a way to come back. Silence. There's more, Harry continued. After my parents died, I was placed with my mother's Muggle sister and her family by a wizard named Albus Dumbledore. He's the headmaster of a school called Hogwarts. He ran the resistance against Voldemort. He's supposed to be the greatest wizard alive. And he sent me to the people who killed me. The silence that followed was different from the first one. The first had been surprise. This one was the kind of quiet that preceded violence. Vaggie's hand was on her spear. She hadn't consciously reached for it, it was reflex, the automatic response of a warrior who had just heard that someone had endangered her child. "This Dumbledore," she said, and her voice was very, very calm. "Is he still alive?" "As far as I can tell." "Good. That means I can fix that." "Vaggie," Charlie said. "He sent a baby to people who beat him to death, Charlie." "I know. I know that." "And Charlie's eyes flickered red. Just for an instant. Just enough to remind everyone at the table that the warm, optimistic princess who sang show tunes and believed in second chances was also the daughter of the literal devil. "I have feelings about that. Strong ones. But we don't, Mom," Harry said. "I'm not looking for revenge. I'm looking for information. There's a lot I don't know about the wizarding world, about my parents, about what Voldemort did and why. And there's something happening right now, the shade is in a castle, or near one. He's looking for something called the stone. He has a host, someone he's possessing. I think he's planning something. And this is our problem because..." Husk asked. Because he made me into a Horcrux. Because as long as that fragment exists in my scar, I'm connected to him. And because, Harry paused, choosing his words. Because my birth mother died to protect me. She fought for me. And whatever I think about the wizarding world, whatever they did or didn't do afterward, that matters. She deserves to have her sacrifice mean something. Charlie's expression had shifted during Harry's speech, from anger to something softer, something that understood exactly what he was saying because she'd spent her entire existence fighting for things other people said were meaningless. "What do you want to do?" she asked. "I want to know more. I want to understand what's happening in the living world, with Voldemort, with this stone he's after, with Dumbledore and the wizarding world. And eventually, I want to deal with the Horcrux situation. On my terms." "Your terms," Vaggie repeated. "Not theirs. Not theirs. Not Dumbledore's. Not Voldemort's. Mine." Angel Dust had been unusually quiet throughout this exchange. Now he leaned back in his chair and looked at Harry with an expression that was, beneath the permanent smirk, genuinely serious. "Kid," he said. "You know we got your back, right? All of us. Whatever this turns into, wizard bullshit, Dark Lord bullshit, living world bullshit, you're not handling it alone. I know. Good. 'Cause I didn't spend 8 years teaching you how to make pancakes just to lose you to some snake-faced asshole in a bathrobe." Harry laughed. It broke the tension, which was probably Angel's intention. The spider demon was better at reading rooms than he ever got credit for. "Thanks, Angel. Don't mention it. Seriously. Don't. I have a reputation." Under the table, something tugged at Harry's boot. He looked down. Nifty stared up at him from floor level, her single eye wide and bright. "If someone's being mean to you, I can stab them," she offered. "I'm very good at stabbing." "I appreciate that, Nifty. I practiced on a pillow. The pillow is dead now." "That's good." Nifty beamed and disappeared back under the table. Charlie reached across and took Harry's hand. Her grip was firm and warm, and her eyes were clear, no red, no infernal glow, just the steady, unwavering love of a mother who would walk through every circle of hell for her son and come out the other side still smiling. "We'll figure this out," she said. "Together. Like always." Harry squeezed her hand. "Like always." That night, Harry went to the roof. The sky above Pentagram City was its usual bloody canvas, no stars, no moon, just the permanent crimson glow that bathed everything in shades of red and shadow. The city sprawled below in its endless, chaotic sprawl, and the sounds of it rose like a symphony of damnation, screams and laughter and music and the distant crackle of hellfire. Harry sat on the edge and let the scar open. Not all the way. Not the reckless, uncontrolled connection of last night. This was deliberate, a controlled channel, a crack in the door just wide enough to peer through. He could feel the fragment responding, the dark thing inside him stirring with what might have been eagerness. It wanted to connect. The piece of Voldemort's soul that lived in his forehead wanted to rejoin its creator with a desperate, pathological hunger that bordered on sentience. Harry held the channel steady and looked. The forest again. Albania, the books had said, a dark, ancient woodland in the Balkans where the shade of Voldemort had been hiding for nearly a decade. But the shade wasn't there anymore. The connection shifted, traveled, and Harry found himself looking through the fragment's awareness at something else entirely. A castle. Hogwarts. He recognized it from the descriptions in the library books, the turrets, the towers, the lake that glittered in the moonlight. But he wasn't seeing it from outside. He was seeing it from inside, through the eyes of someone walking down a corridor with quick, nervous steps. The host. The possessed man. Harry could feel him, a quivering, terrified presence crushed beneath Voldemort's will, barely himself anymore. The man's name surfaced through the connection like a bubble through oil, Quirrell. A professor. Defense against the dark arts. And on the back of Quirrell's head, hidden beneath a turban, something that was not quite a face pressed against the inside of the skull, speaking in a whisper that only its host could hear. The third-floor corridor. The dog. We must get past the dog. The stone is close. I can feel it. So close. Quirrell was afraid. Harry could taste his fear, acrid and metallic, the terror of a weak man yoked to something infinitely stronger and infinitely crueler. Part of Harry felt sorry for him. A very small part. Then the shade's attention shifted. It felt the connection, felt Harry, and the knot face beneath the turban turned, somehow, oriented on the fragment in Harry's scar with the precision of a compass finding north. You, the shade breathed. You again. The boy. My Horcrux. Where are you? What are you? Harry didn't flinch. Didn't retreat. He held the connection open and, for the first time, spoke back through it. Not with words, the connection wasn't sophisticated enough for language. With intent. With emotion. With a message that required no translation. I'm the one you made. I'm the one you tried to kill. And I'm coming. The shade recoiled. Not from fear, it was too far gone for fear, too stripped of humanity to feel anything so nuanced. But from surprise. The fragment in Harry's scar was supposed to be an anchor, a passive thing, a piece of luggage stored in a convenient container. It was not supposed to talk back. It was certainly not supposed to radiate this much power, power that tasted of hellfire and wizard magic twisted together into something the shade had never encountered. What have they done to you? The same question as before, but different this time. Less outrage. More hunger. What have they made of you? Harry smiled. On the roof of the Hazbin Hotel, under the red sky of hell, the boy who fell smiled with all his teeth, and the green-gold light of his hybrid magic flared around him like a crown. He closed the connection. Below him, the lobby door opened and Alastor stepped onto the street. The radio demon looked up, finding Harry on the roof with unerring precision, and even from this distance, Harry could see the glint of his smile. Quite the little light show up there, Alastor called. Should I be concerned? I just introduced myself to Voldemort. A beat of silence. Then Alastor laughed, that real, unperformative laugh that so few people ever heard. Oh, marvelous. And how did the Dark Lord take it? Badly. He's scared, Alastor. Not of me specifically, he doesn't know what I am yet. But the Horcrux in my scar has changed so much that he can't recognize his own soul fragment anymore. He's in a castle called Hogwarts, possessing a teacher, looking for something called the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone. Alastor's head tilted. Nicholas Flamel's creation. Produces the elixir of life. Grants immortality. A pause. Why would a shade that already has Horcruxes need a source of immortality? Because the Horcruxes keep him from dying, but they don't give him a body. The stone might. Or the elixir might be able to create a vessel strong enough to house what's left of his soul. Clever. Desperate, but clever. Alastor's static crackled thoughtfully. And the castle, Hogwarts. The school. Where this Dumbledore person, yeah. The same Dumbledore who, yeah. Alastor was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, the playful tone was gone. Harry. The living world is going to come for you. That Horcrux connection goes both ways, if you can find Voldemort, he can find you. And if this Dumbledore is as clever as the books suggest, he's already looking. A soul that was supposed to be dead, suddenly active, radiating power from somewhere outside the mortal plane, they'll trace it. It's only a matter of time. I know. And when they come? Harry stood up. The wind caught his hair and the green gold light around him dimmed to a soft glow, settling back beneath his skin. He looked down at Alastor, at the radio demon, the monster, the mentor who had taught him to bend reality with nothing but conviction, and his expression was calm. Centered. The face of someone who had already decided how this story was going to go. When they come, Harry said, they'll find out that the boy they abandoned grew up just fine without them. Alastair's smile widened. The static surged. In the streets of Pentagram City, every radio within 3 blocks crackled with a sound that might have been laughter or might have been applause. "That's my boy," the radio demon said. The rift tore open at 3:47 in the morning. Harry felt it before anyone else, a wrongness in the fabric of hell, like a knife cutting through canvas, letting in light from the other side. Not hellish light. Not the red glow of the eternal sky. This was different, golden, warm, and ancient. The light of a power that predated hell itself, a fire that burned without consuming, that healed and destroyed in equal measure. Phoenix fire. Harry was out of bed and moving before his conscious mind caught up with his body. He hit the hallway at a sprint, bare feet on cold floor, and he could feel the others waking, Charlie's power flaring in alarm 2 doors down, Vaggy's spear-sharp awareness snapping to attention, Alastair's static spiking like a siren. The rift was in the lobby. Harry took the stairs 3 at a time, rounded the final corner, and skidded to a stop. The air in the center of the room had split open. A vertical tear, roughly 6 feet tall, edged with golden fire that licked at the boundaries of reality without burning anything it touched. Through the tear, Harry could see something. Not the living world, not exactly. A between place. A bridge between planes, suspended in white gold light, and at the far end of that bridge, barely visible through the shimmer and the fire, was a silhouette. An old man. Tall, thin, with robes that caught the light and a long silver beard. And on his shoulder, a bird, a magnificent, red-gold bird that was the source of the fire, its feathers blazing with a light so pure it made the lobby's shadows recoil. A phoenix. Harry recognized it from the library's books. A creature of rebirth and flame, one of the few beings in existence capable of bridging the gap between the living world and the hereafter. The silhouette wasn't stepping through. It couldn't, Harry realized, the rift was a window, not a door. The phoenix's fire could punch a hole between dimensions, but it couldn't sustain a full crossing. Not yet. Not from there. But the old man could see through it. And he was looking. Charlie arrived at Harry's shoulder, still in her pajamas, hair wild, eyes blazing red. Vaggy was half a step behind her, spear materialized and ready. Alastair appeared from the shadows without bothering to walk, his smile wider than usual, his shadow a writhing mass of tendrils behind him. Angel Dust came last, armed to the teeth with weapons he kept in places Harry had learned not to ask about. Husk was behind the bar. He hadn't moved. He'd simply produced a shotgun from beneath the counter and was watching with the weary alertness of a cat who'd been through too many scraps to be surprised by one more. The old man's voice came through the rift, thin and distorted, like a radio signal from very far away, but unmistakable. "Harry Potter." The lobby went dead silent. Harry stepped forward. Charlie grabbed his arm. "Harry, it's okay, Mom." He gently removed her hand and walked to within 10 feet of the rift. The golden light washed over him, and he felt it interact with his magic, the wizard part of him responding, resonating, recognizing something fundamental in the phoenix fire. The hell part of him pushed back, asserting itself, and the two forces settled into their usual tense equilibrium inside his chest. He looked through the rift at the silhouette of the old man. At the phoenix on his shoulder. At the golden fire that linked their worlds. "Dumbledore," Harry said. "I was wondering when you'd show up." A long, long pause. Then, through the rift, in a voice that carried the weight of decades and the crack of something that might have been grief or might have been shock, "My boy, you're alive." Harry's expression didn't change. The green-gold light of his magic flickered at his fingertips, casting strange shadows across the lobby. Behind him, his family stood ready, the princess of hell, the fallen angel, the radio demon, the spider, the cat, the tiny cyclops somewhere in the walls. Alive isn't exactly the right word, Harry said. But yeah. I'm here. No thanks to you. The rift flickered. The phoenix sang, a single, mournful note that resonated through both worlds and made something in Harry's chest ache with a loss he couldn't name. Dumbledore's silhouette leaned closer, and through the shimmering golden fire, Harry saw the old man's face for the first time. Blue eyes, wide with shock, behind half-moon spectacles. A face that was ancient, lined, exhausted, and stricken. Genuinely, completely shattered. Harry, Dumbledore whispered. What have I done? That, Harry said evenly, is exactly what we're going to discuss. The rift pulsed once, twice, and then began to close, the phoenix fire dimming, the bridge between worlds collapsing under the strain of connecting two realms that were never meant to touch. Dumbledore's silhouette faded, but before the rift sealed completely, his voice came through one final time, I will find a way to reach you. I will come. Please, please, give me the chance to. The rift closed. The golden light vanished. The lobby plunged back into its usual dim, red-tinged ambience. Silence. Well, Alastor said cheerfully, into the quiet. That was delightful. That was Dumbledore, Harry said. The wizard who left me with the Dursleys. He's the headmaster of Hogwarts. And he just burned a hole between dimensions with a phoenix to find me. He looked sad, Charlie said quietly. He should, Vaggie said, her grip white-knuckled on her spear. He should look devastated. He should look like a man who sent a child to die. He didn't know, Charlie said. Did he? He didn't know what would happen. Does it matter? Vaggie turned to her. Does it matter if he didn't know? He made the choice. He put Harry there. The result is the same whether he intended it or not. It matters because intent determines whether someone deserves a second chance, and second chances are what we do. This isn't a sinner looking for redemption, Charlie. This is the man who, he'll be back, Harry said, cutting through the argument. Both women stopped and looked at him. He said he'd find a way. And he will. That phoenix fire, it bridged the dimensional gap, even if it couldn't sustain a full crossing. He'll figure out a way to make it work. He'll come here, or he'll find a way to bring me there. Over my dead body, Vaggie said. You're already dead, Han, Angel pointed out. Then over my re-dead body. Harry turned to face his family. All of them, gathered in the lobby at 4 a.m, armed and angry and ready to fight for him. Charlie with her red eyes and her fierce love. Vaggie with her spear and her cold fury. Alastor with his smile and his shadows. Angel with his guns and his loyalty. Husk with his shotgun and his pragmatism. Nifty, who had appeared on top of the bar at some point, holding a comically large knife and vibrating with enthusiasm. These people. These demons, these sinners, these beautifully broken monsters who had raised him, trained him, loved him, given him everything the living world had refused to provide. They were his. And he was theirs. Nobody is taking me anywhere I don't want to go, Harry said. Dumbledore can come. He can talk. He can explain himself. And then I will decide what happens next. Not him. Not Voldemort. Not heaven, not hell, not the wizarding world. Me. And us, Charlie said. Harry smiled. And us. The lobby settled. The crisis, for now, was deferred. Angel made coffee. Husk put away the shotgun and poured something stronger. Nifty began cleaning up dust that the rift had shaken from the ceiling. Vaggie took up a position by the front door, spear across her knees, watching. Charlie sat beside Harry on the lobby sofa and put her arm around his shoulders. He leaned into her, still small enough to fit against her side, still young enough to need the comfort even if he'd never admit it. Whatever comes through that door, Charlie said quietly, we face it together. Together, Harry agreed. Outside, Pentagram City howled and burned and laughed. The red sky pulsed with its eternal, infernal glow. And somewhere, very far away, in a castle in Scotland, an old man wept at his desk while a phoenix sang a lament for a child he'd failed. The game was changing. The pieces were moving. And Harry Potter, the boy who fell, the child of hell, the hybrid, the anomaly, the impossible thing that broke every rule, sat in the lobby of the Hazbin Hotel and waited for the world to come to him. It wouldn't have to wait long. Chapter 3, The Audacity of Angels and Old Men. 3 days after the rift, Alastor called a war council. He didn't call it that, of course. He called it a convivial gathering to discuss recent interdimensional developments, because Alastor never used one word when 12 more theatrical ones were available. But the intent was clear when Harry walked into the hotel's private dining room and found the long table set not for dinner but for strategy. Charlie sat at the head, which was unusual. She normally insisted on circular seating to avoid hierarchical implications. Tonight she'd abandoned that principle, and the fact that she'd done so without comment told Harry everything he needed to know about how seriously she was taking this. Vaggie flanked her left side, spear propped against the wall within arm's reach. Alastor had claimed the opposite end of the table, his shadow pooling behind him like a dark tide. Angel Dust was sprawled in a chair to Harry's right, arms folded, face uncharacteristically serious. Husk leaned against the bar that existed in every room Husk spent more than 10 minutes in. Harry was fairly certain the bars just appeared, nursing a glass of something amber. Even Nifty was present, perched on a stack of phone books on a chair, her single eye tracking the room with manic focus. And there was one more. Lucifer Morningstar sat in a chair that hadn't existed 5 minutes ago, an ornate, gilded thing that clashed spectacularly with the hotel's aesthetic. He was in his usual white suit, rubber duck cane across his knees, hat tipped at a jaunty angle. His smile was easy. His eyes were not. "Dad," Charlie said, surprised. "I didn't think you'd. My grandson's situation has attracted the attention of the living world's magical community," Lucifer said, and the casual warmth in his voice didn't quite mask the steel beneath it. "That makes it a matter of state. I'm here in an official capacity." He caught Harry's eye and winked. "Also, your mother told me you make excellent coffee now, and I wanted to verify that claim." Harry slid a cup across the table. Lucifer took a sip, raised his eyebrows, and nodded approvingly. "Verified. Alastor, the floor is yours." The radio demon stood. The static around him hummed at a frequency that sharpened focus and commanded attention, a parlor trick, Harry knew, but an effective one. "The situation is this," Alastor began, his voice carrying the crisp, measured cadence of a man who had spent his living years behind a microphone. 3 nights ago, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, widely considered the most powerful living wizard, used a phoenix to burn a hole between the living world and hell. He saw Harry. He knows Harry is here. He expressed what appeared to be genuine distress and promised to return. "Appeared to be," Vaggie repeated. "You don't think it was genuine?" "I think Albus Dumbledore has been playing chess with human lives for over a century, and that a man who sends a baby to an abusive household, for the greater good, is capable of performing distress when it suits his purposes." Alastor's smile didn't waver. "I also think it's possible, even likely, that his remorse is real. The two are not mutually exclusive. The most dangerous people are the ones who genuinely believe they're doing the right thing." "So what's his play?" Angel asked. "He finds out the kid's alive, he's sorry, cool. What does he want?" "He wants Harry back," Alastor said simply. "In the living world. Under his guidance. There is a prophecy, Harry has already uncovered most of it, linking Harry to the Dark Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore believes Harry is the key to defeating Voldemort permanently. A weapon. A chosen one." "He's not a weapon," Charlie said, and her voice had an edge that could have cut glass. "He's a child. He's almost 11 and he can level buildings, Husk muttered into his drink. He's a child the way a nuclear warhead is a firecracker. Not helpful, Husk. Wasn't trying to be. The point, Alastair continued, is that Dumbledore will come. And when he does, he will make an argument. It will be compelling, well-reasoned, and anchored in genuine moral weight. He will talk about responsibility, destiny, the lives at stake, the greater good. He will appeal to Harry's sense of justice, which, thanks to Charlotte's influence, is considerable. He will try to guilt, persuade, or inspire Harry into returning to the wizarding world to fight a war that is not his. And? Harry said. Every eye in the room turned to him. And what do you want, Harry? Alastair asked. Harry had been thinking about this for 3 days. Not obsessively, he'd kept training, kept helping with the hotel, kept living his life, but the question had been there, constant and patient, waiting for him to find the answer. I want to see it, he said. The wizarding world. Hogwarts. Diagon Alley. All of it. I want to see where my parents lived and where they died and what they fought for. I want to understand the world I came from before I decide what I owe it. You don't owe it anything, Vaggie said fiercely. Maybe not. But I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head, and he's currently possessing a teacher in a school full of children, trying to steal an artifact that could give him a body again. That's my connection. My fragment. My problem. It's not your, Vaggie. Harry met her eye. If a sinner came to the hotel and said, there's something dark inside me that I didn't put there, and it's hurting people, what would Mom say? Vaggie's mouth opened. Closed. She looked at Charlie, who was watching Harry with an expression that was equal parts pride and heartbreak. I'd say we deal with it, Charlie said quietly. Together. Together, Harry agreed. I'm not going to the wizarding world as Dumbledore's weapon. I'm not going as the boy who lived. I'm going as me, Harry, raised in the Hazbin Hotel, son of Charlie Morningstar. And I'm not going alone. Damn right you're not, Vaggie said. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Alastair said, and meant it in a way that was both reassuring and slightly ominous. I'll hold down the fort here, Angel said. Someone's gotta keep the hotel running while you guys are off doing wizard stuff. But kid, he pointed at Harry with 2 of his hands. You call if you need backup. I'll figure out how to get there. I'll also stay, Husk said. On account of I don't want to go. But same deal. You need something, you ask. Nifty raised her hand. Can I come? I want to stab a wizard. No stabbing, Charlie said. What about poking? No poking. Aggressive cleaning? We'll see. Lucifer had been listening in silence, his expression unreadable behind the permanent smile. Now he set down his coffee cup and the room went quiet, not because he demanded it, but because when the King of Hell decided to speak, reality itself had the good sense to shut up and listen. A few things, Lucifer said. First, the dimensional barrier between Hell and the living world is not meant to be crossed. It can be done, clearly, since Dumbledore managed to peek through, but it requires extraordinary power and the consequences of a sustained breach are unpredictable. Phoenix Fire can bridge the gap temporarily. My power could open a stable portal, but doing so would attract attention from upstairs. Heaven, Charlie said. Heaven. The Seraphim monitor dimensional boundaries. A portal from Hell to the mortal plane would set off every alarm they have. They would investigate. They would find Harry. And they would have opinions. What kind of opinions? Harry asked. Lucifer met his grandson's eyes. Harry, you're an innocent soul in Hell. Your presence here is, from Heaven's perspective, a system failure. An error. If they discover you, their first instinct will be to correct that error, to pull you out of Hell and relocate you to where they believe you belong. Heaven. Heaven. And once you're there, you'd be subject to their authority. Their rules. Their version of what's right and good and just. Lucifer's smile turned bitter. I have some experience with how that tends to go. The room was very quiet. So we can't use your power to open a portal, Harry said. What about the Phoenix? Phoenix fire is neutral. It belongs to neither heaven nor hell. A Phoenix-opened bridge would be invisible to the Seraphim, or at least ambiguous enough not to trigger an immediate response. If Dumbledore can sustain a full crossing with his Phoenix, it's actually the safest option. So we need Dumbledore's cooperation, Harry said. Or his Phoenix, Alastor murmured. We're not stealing someone's Phoenix, Charlie said. I didn't say steal. I said, we're not acquiring, borrowing, or aggressively relocating anyone's Phoenix. You're no fun, Charlotte. The point, Lucifer said, cutting through the bickering with the ease of someone who had been managing demonic personalities for millennia, is that when Dumbledore comes, and he will, you have leverage. He needs Harry. Harry needs his Phoenix. That's a negotiating position. I don't want to negotiate, Harry said. I want to walk through that portal, see what needs to be seen, and deal with Voldemort. Simple. Nothing involving the living world is simple, Lucifer said. Trust me on that one. Dumbledore came back on a Thursday. Harry felt it before it happened, a tremor in the dimensional fabric, a buildup of energy that tasted like golden fire and ancient magic. He was in the courtyard with Vaggie, running through blade forms, when the scar pulsed and the air behind him began to shimmer. It's him, Harry said, lowering his knife. Vaggie was already moving, spear appearing in her hand with the practiced fluidity of someone who kept weapons the way other people kept wallets. Lobby. Now. I'll get Charlie. Harry didn't run. He walked through the hotel's corridors with deliberate calm, the sounds of the building adjusting around him, Alastor's static rising, Husk's bottle clinking against the bar, the distant scurrying of Nifty in the walls. By the time he reached the lobby, the shimmer had become a glow, and the glow was becoming a rift. This one was different from the first. Bigger. More stable. The golden fire of the Phoenix framed it like a doorway, and through it, Harry could see not the blurred between place of before but an actual room, an office, cluttered and magnificent, full of strange silver instruments and towering bookshelves and a perch where a scarlet and gold bird sat singing a note so pure it made the air in the lobby vibrate. The rift stabilized. And through it, with the careful, measured steps of a man walking into a lion's den, came Albus Dumbledore. He was taller than Harry expected. The books and histories had described him as ancient, wizened, diminished by age, but the man who stepped through the Phoenix Fire portal into the lobby of the Hazbin Hotel was none of those things. He was old, yes, the beard was long and silver, the face lined, the hands spotted with age, but he carried himself with the upright, coiled energy of someone whose power had nothing to do with physical youth. His robes were deep blue, embroidered with silver stars. His eyes, behind half-moon spectacles, were a piercing, electric blue that swept the room with an intelligence so acute it was almost invasive. He carried a wand, long, pale, knotted, held loosely at his side. Not pointed at anyone. Not raised in threat. But present. Visible. A statement. On his shoulder, the phoenix ruffled its feathers and let out a soft trill. The golden fire of the portal flickered behind them, holding open, a bridge between worlds sustained by Firebird song. Dumbledore looked around the lobby. Took in the Art Deco architecture, the dim lighting, the bar, the chandelier, the general atmosphere of faded grandeur and demonic habitation. His expression was carefully neutral, but Harry caught the flicker in those blue eyes, the moment of adjustment, of recalibration, as the greatest wizard in the living world processed the fact that he was standing in hell. Then his gaze found Harry, and everything else fell away. Harry stood in the center of the lobby. He'd changed, not deliberately, not for show, but the clothes he'd been training in were good enough. Dark jeans, dark shirt, boots. His hair was its usual mess. The scar on his forehead was visible, and in the presence of so much magical energy, it pulsed with a soft green-black light that made Dumbledore's breath catch audibly. "Harry," Dumbledore said. His voice was steady, but only just. "Harry Potter." "Dumbledore," Harry said. "Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel. Please don't touch anything, some of it bites." The old wizard's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. Something more complicated. "You look." Dumbledore paused, searching for words, and Harry watched him find and discard several options before settling on, "You look like your mother." "I've been told. I've also been told that you're the reason I never got to know her." The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Dumbledore flinched. Actually flinched, a micro-expression that rippled across his features before his composure reasserted itself, but Harry saw it. So did everyone else. The lobby was filling up behind Harry. Charlie arrived, still in her workout clothes, Vaggie at her side. Alastair materialized from a shadow near the bar, leaning on his staff with studied casualness. Husk didn't move from his stool, but the shotgun was visible beneath the counter. Nifty watched from a vent. Dumbledore's eyes moved across them, cataloging. Harry could almost hear the old man's mind working, identifying, assessing, filing away every detail. His gaze lingered on Alastair, recognizing power when he saw it, and on Charlie, where it stopped. "You must be the one who found him," Dumbledore said to Charlie. "I'm his mother," Charlie corrected. The word hit Dumbledore like a physical blow. His composure cracked, actually cracked, the careful mask splitting open for just a moment to reveal the raw, devastating guilt beneath. His eyes closed. His hand tightened on his wand. "His mother," he repeated, and his voice was rough. "Yes. Yes, of course. You put him with the Dursleys," Charlie said, and she wasn't accusatory, she was factual, which was worse. "You put him with people who hurt him. Who starved him. Who killed him. I did not know, did you check?" Silence. "Did you check on him? Even once? In almost 3 years?" Dumbledore opened his eyes. The blue was dimmer now, clouded with something that might have been shame. "I had monitoring charms," he said. "Instruments in my office that tracked his vital signs, his location, the status of the blood wards I placed around the house. They told me he was alive. They told me the wards were intact. They did not tell me," his voice faltered. "They did not tell me he was being harmed." "Because you didn't ask the right questions," Vaggie said from Charlie's side, and her voice was ice. "You built a system to monitor a child's usefulness, his location, his biological status, the magical protections around him. You didn't build a system to monitor his well-being. Because that wasn't the priority. The priority was keeping the weapon safe. He was not a weapon to me, then what was he?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The phoenix on his shoulder sang softly, a low, mournful melody that seemed to acknowledge the truth of the accusation even as its master struggled with it. "He was a child," Dumbledore said at last. "A child I failed. I cannot undo that. I cannot change what happened. I can only tell you that when I placed Harry with the Dursleys, I believed, genuinely, completely, that I was protecting him. Lily Potter's sacrifice created a blood ward of extraordinary power, tied to her living relatives. As long as Harry called that house home, no magical threat could touch him. It was the strongest protection I could provide. Protection from dark wizards," Harry said. "Not from the people inside the house. No. Not from them." "And that," Dumbledore's voice broke. He cleared his throat, and when he continued, the words carried the weight of a confession 10 years overdue. "That was my failure. My blindness. I saw the magical threat and I addressed it. I did not see, did not allow myself to see, that the Muggle threat was just as real. I told myself Petunia would care for you. She was your mother's sister. I told myself that blood would count for something. It didn't. No. It didn't. The lobby was very still. Even Alastair's static had gone quiet, the radio demon watching the exchange with an intensity that belied his relaxed posture. Harry studied Dumbledore. Not with anger, he'd moved past anger 3 days ago, processed it, filed it away. He studied the old man the way Husk had taught him to study a poker opponent, reading the tells, the micro-expressions, the gap between what was said and what was meant. Dumbledore was telling the truth. Harry was almost certain of it. The guilt was genuine. The remorse was real. The old man standing in the lobby of the Hazbin Hotel was not performing, he was confessing, and the weight of it was crushing him. But truth and goodness were not the same thing. A man could genuinely regret a decision and still make the same kind of decision again, if the stakes were right, if the greater good demanded it. Dumbledore was sorry. That didn't make him safe. "All right," Harry said. "I believe you. You didn't know, and you're sorry. We'll set that aside for now because there are more pressing issues." Relief flickered across Dumbledore's face, and then wariness, because the boy in front of him was speaking with the measured cadence of someone who had been coached in negotiation, and that wasn't what Dumbledore had expected from an 11-year-old. "Voldemort is in your castle," Harry said. "Possessing a professor named Quirrell. He's after the Philosopher's Stone, which you've hidden behind a set of protections on the 3rd floor. He wants it to create a new body. You know all of this." Dumbledore's eyes widened. "How do you? The Horcrux in my scar connects me to him. I've been monitoring his activities for days. He's getting close to the stone, Dumbledore. Whatever protections you've set up, he's working through them." The old wizard stared at Harry with an expression of dawning, incredulous reassessment. This was not the frightened, ignorant child he'd expected to find. This was someone who had done his homework, who understood the tactical situation, who was 3 steps ahead of a conversation Dumbledore had expected to lead. "You know about the Horcrux," Dumbledore said. "I know about all of them. Or at least, I know what they are and how they work. I don't know how many Voldemort made or where they're hidden. That's one of the things you're going to tell me. Harry, I'm also going to need access to the wizarding world. Not as a student, not as the boy who lived, not as anyone's weapon or symbol. I want to see it. I want to understand it. And I want to deal with the Voldemort situation before he gets that stone and makes things exponentially worse." Dumbledore opened his mouth, and Harry could see the argument forming, the carefully crafted speech about patience and planning and letting the adults handle it. Harry didn't give him the chance. "Before you say I'm too young," Harry said, "let me show you something." He raised his right hand. The air above his palm shimmered, and a sphere of light appeared, not hellfire, not wizard magic, but the hybrid energy that was uniquely his. It hung there, rotating slowly, casting green-gold light across the lobby. Then Harry compressed it, focusing his will, and the sphere shrank from the size of a baseball to the size of a marble, its light intensifying until it was almost too bright to look at. The air around it vibrated. The floorboards creaked. Dumbledore's robes rippled in a wind that shouldn't have existed indoors. Harry held it for 3 seconds, then released it. The sphere expanded, dissipated, and was gone. The lobby returned to normal. Dumbledore stared at the space where the sphere had been. His wand hand had twitched, instinct, the reflex of a duelist encountering an unfamiliar power, and now hung at his side, fingers slightly trembling. "What," Dumbledore said very carefully, "was that?" "That was me at maybe 30% effort," Harry said. "I've spent 10 years in hell, Dumbledore. My magic isn't like yours. It's been changed by this place, fused with infernal energy, shaped by training you can't imagine. I'm not a first-year student who needs protecting. I'm the single most powerful magical being you're going to encounter in the living world, and I'm offering to help. You should take the offer." The old wizard was silent for a long moment. His blue eyes moved from Harry to Charlie to Alastair to Vaggie, and Harry could see him reassessing, recalculating, the chess master encountering a board configuration he'd never anticipated. "You want to come to the wizarding world," Dumbledore said slowly. "I want to visit. Briefly. With my family." "Your family?" Dumbledore's gaze swept the room again. "A demon princess. A fallen angel with a spear. The radio demon. In the wizarding world. Is that a problem?" "It is, unprecedented. So am I." Another silence. Then, unexpectedly, Dumbledore laughed. It was a small, tired, genuine sound, the laugh of a man who had been outmaneuvered and could appreciate the artistry of it. "You are very much your mother's son," he said. Lily had the same gift for backing people into corners while making it seem like she was offering them a favor. He paused, considering. "I have conditions." "So do I," Harry said. "You first." "My family comes with me. Charlie, Vaggie, and Alastair. Non-negotiable. They're not threats, or rather, they won't be threats unless someone gives them a reason to be. They'll be on their best behavior." He glanced at Alastair. "Mostly. Charmed to be included," Alastair said, tipping an imaginary hat. "Second," Harry continued. "I'm not the boy who lived. I'm not a symbol. I'm not a returning hero. Whatever the wizarding world thinks it knows about me, I want the chance to see things clearly before anyone starts projecting their expectations onto me. That means no announcements, no press, no ministry involvement. That may be difficult to guarantee once you're seen, then we'll deal with it when it happens. But no deliberate exposure. Agreed?" Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Agreed. My conditions: you allow me to explain the full situation regarding Voldemort, including information I had intended to share with you over the course of years, not minutes. Some of it is difficult. I can handle difficult. I don't doubt it. And second, I ask that you visit Hogwarts. Not as a student, not as an enrollment. Simply, visit. See it. It was your parents' home for 7 years. It was where they fell in love. Whatever you decide about the wizarding world, I believe you deserve to see the place that shaped them." Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not the scar, something deeper, something personal. The photograph on his nightstand. Lily Potter's smile. "Yeah," he said. "Okay. I can do that. Then we have an agreement." Dumbledore extended his hand. Harry took it. The old wizard's grip was firm, his skin papery and warm, and when their hands met, something sparked, Harry's hybrid magic recognizing the raw power in Dumbledore's touch, the two forces brushing against each other like tectonic plates. Dumbledore's eyes widened fractionally, and Harry knew the old man had felt it too, the sheer scope of what Harry had become. "When?" Harry asked. "I can sustain the portal for approximately 4 hours before Fawkes needs to rest. If you're amenable, we could go now. It's mid-morning in Britain, a good time for Diagon Alley. Hogwarts can wait for a second trip if needed." Harry looked at Charlie. She nodded, a small, tight nod, her hand finding Vaggie's. "Give us 10 minutes, Harry said. Charlie changed into something she called living world appropriate, a red blazer over a white blouse and dark pants, her usual bow in her hair, her demonic features carefully glamoured. She could pass for human at a glance, though her eyes had a tendency to flash red under stress, which Vaggie had already flagged as a potential issue. Vaggie geared up in a way that suggested she expected combat. Her spear was concealed in a form that looked like a walking stick, her angelic features hidden behind a glamour of her own. She looked like a fit, alert young woman with an eye patch and a very intense stare. Alastair declined to glamour anything. He adjusted his bow tie, straightened his coat, and looked exactly like what he was, a 7-foot-tall, antlered, grinning demon radiating an aura of polite menace. "You could at least hide the antlers," Charlie said. "I could," Alastair agreed. "I won't." "Alastair," Charlotte, dear, I am what I am. The living world can adjust. Harry grabbed a jacket, black, simple, pockets deep enough for his hands, and met everyone in the lobby. Dumbledore waited by the portal, Fawkes on his shoulder, the golden fire of the phoenix casting warm light across his weathered face. "Ready?" Dumbledore asked. Harry looked at Charlie. She smiled at him, nervous, brave, determined. He looked at Vaggie, who nodded once, all business. He looked at Alastor, who was watching the portal with the eager fascination of a predator encountering a new hunting ground. "Ready," Harry said. They stepped through. The portal deposited them in a small, dingy pub that smelled of pipe smoke, old beer, and the accumulated mystique of centuries. Harry blinked in the dim light, adjusting, after a lifetime in hell's red-tinged atmosphere, the muted greys and browns of the living world were almost painfully dull. "The Leaky Cauldron," Dumbledore said. "The gateway between Muggle London and Diagon Alley. I've arranged for us to arrive during a quiet period. The lunch crowd won't fill in for another hour." The pub was mostly empty. A few patrons hunched over drinks in dark corners, paying no attention to the group that had materialized near the back wall. The bartender, a bald, stooped man with a wide smile, looked up, saw Dumbledore, and straightened immediately. "Professor Dumbledore. Honor to have you, sir. Can I get you?" "Not today, Tom, thank you. We're just passing through." Tom's eyes drifted past Dumbledore and landed on Alastor. The radio demon was examining the pub's decor with an expression of delighted condescension, his antlers nearly brushing the low ceiling, his red eyes catching the firelight and reflecting it back in unsettling ways. Tom stared. His mouth worked silently. "He's with me," Dumbledore said smoothly. "Foreign dignitary. Visiting. He's very tall." "Yes. Shall we?" Dumbledore led them to the back of the pub, to a brick wall that looked entirely unremarkable. He drew his wand, tapped a specific sequence of bricks, and the wall moved, folding open like origami, bricks rearranging themselves with a grinding, magical precision to reveal an archway. Beyond the archway was Diagon Alley. Harry's first thought was, color. After a decade of hell's monochrome reds and blacks, Diagon Alley hit him like a wave. The street was alive with it, shop fronts in every hue, banners and signs and window displays bursting with visual noise. Owls swooped between buildings. Witches and wizards in robes of every style hurried along cobblestone streets, carrying packages, arguing, laughing, living. The magic here was different from hell's, lighter, cleaner, with a fizzy, effervescent quality that tickled Harry's senses like carbonation. His hybrid magic responded instantly. The wizard part of him surged, recognizing its origin, resonating with the ambient magic of the alley like a tuning fork finding its note. The hell part pushed back, asserting itself, and for a moment, Harry felt the two forces war inside him before settling into their usual uneasy truce. The magic of the alley felt him too. It recoiled. Harry felt it, a ripple in the ambient energy, a flinch, the magical equivalent of a crowd going quiet when a stranger walks into a room. The wards on the shops flickered. A display of self-stirring cauldrons in a nearby window stopped stirring. An owl on a perch turned its head 180 degrees to stare at him. Dumbledore noticed. His hand tightened on his wand. "Fascinating," the old wizard murmured. "The ambient magic is reacting to you." "It doesn't know what I am," Harry said. "The wizard part of my magic resonates with it. The infernal part repels it. It's confused. As are we all. This way, Gringotts first, I think." They moved through the alley. Charlie walked close to Harry, her glamoured eyes wide as she took in the magical world for the first time. Even Vaggie's iron composure showed cracks, she stared at a window display of flying broomsticks with an expression of reluctant wonder. Alastor walked behind them, and the alley parted around him. Witches and wizards who didn't even glance at Dumbledore went pale and stepped aside when the radio demon passed. They didn't know what he was, glamour or no glamour, the antlers made identification difficult, but they could feel him. The predatory energy he radiated was universal, transcending species and dimension. "They're staring," Charlie whispered. "Let them," Harry said. Gringotts loomed at the end of the alley, a towering white marble building that leaned at a precarious angle, as if defying gravity out of sheer institutional stubbornness. The entrance was flanked by two goblins in uniforms of scarlet and gold, holding spears that looked more ceremonial than functional. They were not. The goblins stiffened as the group approached. Their eyes, dark, intelligent, ancient, fixed on Harry with an intensity that went beyond professional alertness. One of them inhaled sharply through a long nose. "What are you?" the goblin said. "Not a greeting. A demand." "Harry Potter," Harry said. "I'm here to access my family vault." The goblins exchanged a look. Something passed between them, a rapid calculation, a shared recognition, and then they stepped aside with a deference that seemed to surprise even them. "Follow," the first goblin said. Inside, Gringotts was exactly as intimidating as its exterior suggested. A vast marble hall stretched into the distance, lined with counters behind which goblins worked with the focused intensity of beings for whom gold was not a commodity but a religion. The air smelled of metal and magic and old money. The teller they were directed to was an elderly goblin with a particularly sharp nose and eyes that missed nothing. He studied Harry for a long time, fingers steepled, head tilted. "Harry James Potter," the goblin said. "Son of James Fremont Potter and Lily Jane Potter née Evans. Declared dead by the Ministry of Magic, October 1984. Account frozen pending estate settlement." The goblin's eyes narrowed. "You do not appear to be dead." "It's complicated," Harry said. "Gringotts does not deal in complications. Gringotts deals in facts. You are either Harry Potter or you are not. If you are, your blood will verify it." He produced a small knife and a piece of parchment from beneath the counter. 3 drops. On the parchment. Harry took the knife. Pricked his finger. Let 3 drops of blood fall. The parchment drank the blood like parched earth drinking rain. Then, in lines of shimmering gold ink, words began to appear: Harry James Potter born, July 31, 1980 status, deceased, mortal form, /active, soul, extradimensional, parents, James Fremont Potter, deceased, Lily Jane Potter née Evans, deceased, magical status, wizard, hybrid, infernal contamination detected, vault access, Potter family vault, 687, Potter estate vault, 712, irregularities detected, soul fragment, foreign, extradimensional energy signature, non-standard magical. Classification. The goblin read the parchment. Read it again. Looked at Harry over the top of it with an expression that, on a goblin's face, might have been respect. Infernal contamination, the goblin said. You've been to hell. I live there. A long, considering pause. Then the goblin did something Harry hadn't expected, he smiled. It was a thin, sharp, predatory smile, the expression of a being who had seen everything the magical world could produce and had just encountered something genuinely new. Gringotts serves all clients, the goblin said, regardless of their current plane of existence. Your vaults are active. Do you wish to make a withdrawal? I want to see both vaults. And I want a full accounting of the Potter estate, assets, holdings, properties, any transactions since my parents' death. That can be arranged. I am Grip Hook. I will be your account manager. The goblin slid off his stool with the crisp efficiency of a professional taking charge. Follow me. The minecart ride into the depths of Gringotts was, Harry decided, the most fun he'd had in the living world so far. The cart hurtled through tunnels of carved rock at speeds that would have terrified anyone who hadn't grown up dodging territorial disputes in Pentagram City. Charlie gripped the sides with white-knuckled hands. Vaggy's glamour flickered as her eye widened. Alastair laughed the entire way down, his static crackling with delight. Dumbledore, who had elected to wait in the lobby, was probably enjoying a cup of tea. Vault 687, the Trust Vault, was modest by Gringotts standards. Piles of gold galleons, stacks of silver sickles, a scattering of bronze nuts. Enough money for a comfortable life, but not extravagant. Harry looked at it and felt nothing in particular. Money in hell was irrelevant, power was the currency that mattered, and the gold here was just metal shaped into coins. Vault 712, the estate vault, was different. The door was massive, ancient, covered in runes that predated Gringotts itself. When Griphook opened it, the air that rushed out was thick with magic, old magic, family magic, the accumulated enchantments of generations of potters. Inside was more gold, yes, considerably more, but also artifacts. Shelves of books. Cases of jewelry. A rack of wands, old, retired, belonging to ancestors whose names were carved into the shelves beside them. Portraits that watched with silent, painted eyes. A suit of armor that turned its head to track Harry as he entered. And on a pedestal in the center, covered in a glass dome, a pair of objects that stopped Harry in his tracks. A woman's wand. Willow, 10¼ inches, gently curved. Beside it, a man's wand. Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A small plaque read, James and Lily Potter. Wands recovered from Godric's Hollow, November 1981. Harry stood in front of the pedestal and stared. The hybrid magic in his chest ached, a physical sensation, a pull, as if the essence of his parents embedded in those wands was calling to the wizard part of him that remembered them even though his conscious mind didn't. Charlie stepped up beside him. She didn't say anything. She put her hand on his shoulder and stood there. They were real, Harry said quietly. I know that sounds stupid. I've read about them, I've seen the photograph. But it's not stupid, Charlie said. Harry reached out and lifted the glass dome. His fingers brushed Lily's wand first, Willow, warm to the touch, and the magic inside it sang at his contact, a brief, brilliant flare of recognition. He felt something through it, not a memory, not a vision, but an impression. Warmth. Fierce love. A voice he almost recognized singing a lullaby he almost knew. He set it down carefully and touched James's wand. This one buzzed with a different energy, playful, bold, reckless. The impression was of laughter, of running, of the wind in his face and the certainty that everything would work out because it had to, because the alternative was unthinkable. Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were dry, but his jaw was tight. I'd like to take these, he said to Griphook. They are yours by inheritance. Take whatever you wish. Harry pocketed both wands. They rested against his chest like twin heartbeats. They returned to the surface. Dumbledore was indeed drinking tea, provided by a goblin who looked deeply uncomfortable with the concept of hospitality. The old wizard's eyes tracked immediately to the slight bulge in Harry's jacket where the wands rested. Your parents' wands, he said softly. Yeah. I'm glad they were preserved. I wasn't certain the goblins would, Dumbledore. Harry cut him off, not unkindly. Tell me about the Horcruxes. How many did he make? The old wizard set down his tea. The levity that had crept into the morning evaporated. I believe, Dumbledore said, that Voldemort created 6 intentional Horcruxes. Your scar was the 7th, accidental, unintended, a byproduct of the curse's rebound. I have spent years researching this. I have identified some, but not all. A diary. A ring. A locket. A cup. Something of Ravenclaw's, possibly her diadem. His snake, Nagini, though that one was created after his fall, during his years in exile. And you. 7 pieces of soul, Harry said. 6 hidden objects in me. Yes. And to destroy Voldemort permanently, all of them need to be destroyed. Yes. Including the one in my head. Dumbledore's face went grey. Harry, I have spent years, trying to find an alternative. The idea that you would have to die again. Harry smiled, and it wasn't a kind smile. I've done it once. It's overrated. But I don't think that's what needs to happen. The fragment in my scar has changed, Dumbledore. 10 years in hell, fused with infernal energy, altered by my own magic. It's not the same thing Voldemort put in me. It's something new. And new things require new solutions. Dumbledore studied him. The blue eyes were intense, searching, and behind them, Harry could see the gears turning, the old chess master encountering a variable he hadn't accounted for, a piece on the board that moved in patterns he didn't recognize. You believe you can remove the Horcrux without dying, Dumbledore said. I believe I have options that didn't exist before. Hell has knowledge that the wizarding world doesn't. And my magic, Harry held up his hand, green gold light flickering between his fingers. Isn't bound by the same rules yours is. That is either very hopeful or very dangerous. Probably both. A ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. Your father would have said the same thing. He stood. Shall we continue? I believe there was mention of a wand. Ollivander's shop was narrow, dusty, and stacked floor to ceiling with thousands of long, thin boxes that hummed with dormant magic. The sign above the door read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, and the interior lived up to the antiquity implied. The man himself appeared from between the shelves like a spider from its web, pale, silver-eyed, with a gaze that seemed to look through solid matter to the magic beneath. Ah, Ollivander said, before anyone spoke. Ah, yes. His eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on obsession. You are remarkable, Ollivander breathed. I have never, in all my years, the magical signature you carry is, forgive me, I am staring. I am Garrick Ollivander. You need a wand. Do I? Harry said. It was an honest question. Alastor had trained him to work without one. You function without one, certainly. I can see that. You have been trained in wandless magic to a degree I have never encountered. But a wand, Ollivander's fingers twitched, reaching for a box and then pulling back. A wand is not a crutch. A wand is a focus. A lens. You can start a fire with a magnifying glass more precisely than with a flamethrower. Your power is the flamethrower. A wand could give you the glass. Try him, Dumbledore said quietly from the doorway. Ollivander began pulling boxes from shelves. Harry tried wand after wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather, the wand jumped out of his hand. Oak and Dragon Heartstring, crumbled to sawdust. Elm and Unicorn Hair, shot sparks that scorched the ceiling. Ollivander grew increasingly agitated, pulling boxes faster, muttering, discarding. No, too rigid, too light, the infernal resonance is rejecting the core, perhaps if, 15 wands. 20. 30. The shop was beginning to look like a disaster zone. Charlie was catching falling boxes. Vaggie had her hand on her disguised spear. Alastor was watching with undisguised glee. Then Ollivander stopped. He went very still, hand hovering over a box on a high shelf, and a strange expression crossed his face, the look of a man who has just had a terrible, wonderful, inevitable idea. There is one, he said slowly. One I made years ago. An experiment. A wand that has never chosen a wizard because no wizard has ever been compatible. He pulled down the box, opened it, and held it out. The wand was black. Not stained or painted, the wood itself was black, dark as a void, with a grain that seemed to shift and move when viewed from different angles. It was 11 inches, straight, with a handle that fit a hand like it had been grown for the purpose. Ebony, Ollivander said. And the core is unique. A feather from a phoenix, the same phoenix that gave the feather for Voldemort's wand and for the holly wand that would have been yours, but this feather was given freely and then infused with, well. I acquired a substance, many years ago, from a traveler who claimed it came from the lower planes. Hellfire essence. Crystallized infernal energy. I combined it with the phoenix feather as an experiment, never expecting the wand to be viable. He held it out to Harry. It has been waiting, Ollivander said, for someone like you. Harry reached out and took the wand. The world shifted. Not visually, nothing moved, nothing changed. But the magical fabric of reality flexed around Harry's hand as the wand made contact. His hybrid magic, which had spent 10 years in uneasy internal equilibrium, unified. The wizard part and the infernal part, forever pulling in opposite directions, suddenly found a common channel, a shared focus, and they poured into the wand and through it with a force that made the air in the shop ring like a struck bell. Green gold light erupted from the wand's tip, not sparks, not a tentative display, but a torrent. It spiraled upward, blowing boxes off shelves, rattling windows, and Ollivander stumbled back, eyes wide, mouth open. The light hit the ceiling and spread across it like liquid, pooling and swirling in patterns that were almost, recognizable as something. Letters. Words. A language older than wizardry, older than hell. Then it faded. The shop settled. Boxes lay scattered. Dust motes danced in the aftermath. Harry held the wand at his side and felt, for the first time in his life, complete. Not that he'd been incomplete before, but this was different. This was the final piece of a puzzle clicking into place, the last instrument joining an orchestra, the moment when potential became precision. How much? Harry asked. Ollivander stared at him. His silver eyes were huge. On the house, Ollivander whispered. They emerged from Ollivander's into the bustle of Diagon Alley, and Harry felt the difference immediately. The wand at his side, holstered in a sheath Ollivander had provided, practically vibrating against his hip, changed the way the ambient magic of the alley responded to him. Before, it had recoiled, confused by his hybrid nature. Now it flowed around him, acknowledging him, accepting the wand as a translator between what Harry was and what the magical world understood. People were starting to notice them. Not Harry specifically, the scar was hidden by his hair, and without the context of his identity, he was just a kid. But the group drew attention. Alastor was impossible to ignore, glamour or no glamour. Charlie's barely contained energy attracted second glances. And Vaggie walked with the coiled readiness of someone who could kill everyone in the alley and was constantly doing the math on whether she should. Dumbledore guided them through the crowd toward the alley's far end, where the leaky cauldron waited. We have approximately 2 hours before Fawkes needs to rest, he said. Enough time for a brief visit to Hogwarts, if you're still amenable. I said I would. You did. I simply wanted to ensure, I don't say things I don't mean, Dumbledore. Something else I got from my mother. Harry paused. Both of them. The old wizard's expression flickered, that complicated, guilt-laden, almost proud look that seemed to be his default when Harry said something that cut to the bone. The journey to Hogwarts was accomplished via Fawkes. The Phoenix, it turned out, could transport multiple passengers through fire, a disorienting experience that involved being briefly disassembled into flame and reassembled at the destination. Charlie found it exhilarating. Vaggie found it deeply unpleasant. Alastor found it quaint. Harry found it interesting. The Phoenix fire interacted with his magic in a way that was almost affectionate, the bird's ancient power recognizing a kindred element in Harry's hybrid signature. Fawkes trilled at him during transport, a sound that resonated with the wizard part of his magic and made the infernal part settle into something almost peaceful. They materialized on the grounds of Hogwarts, and Harry understood immediately why the book spoke of the castle with reverence. It was alive. Not metaphorically, literally. The castle pulsed with magic, layers upon layers of enchantment woven over 1,000 years, and it responded to Harry's presence the way Diagon Alley had, but stronger. The walls hummed. The gates swung open before Dumbledore could touch them. The air itself seemed to lean toward Harry, curious, welcoming, recognizing the blood of wizards who had walked these halls for generations. "The castle knows you," Dumbledore said quietly. "It remembers your parents." Harry said nothing. He walked through the gates and into Hogwarts, his family flanking him, and felt 1,000 years of history press against his skin like warm water. The entrance hall was enormous, vaulted ceilings, stone walls, suits of armor standing sentinel along the corridors. A grand staircase dominated the space, its steps shifting and rearranging even as Harry watched. Portraits lined the walls, their occupants whispering and pointing, and Harry caught fragments of their murmured conversations. "Looks just like James, but the eyes, Lily's eyes, is that an overlord?" In Hogwarts. They were between classes. The corridors were mostly empty, but as Dumbledore led them through the castle, they encountered students, teenagers in robes of black, marked with house colors, who stopped and stared as the group passed. Harry felt their gazes, curious, confused, occasionally frightened, that was Alastair's doing, and ignored them. Until one didn't stare. One stepped directly into their path. She was about Harry's age, bushy brown hair, sharp brown eyes, and the loaded posture of someone carrying a question too big to keep inside. She wore Gryffindor colors, had a book clutched to her chest like a shield, and was looking at Harry with an intensity that had nothing to do with fear. "Excuse me," she said. "You're new, aren't you? I've read the entire student registry and you're not on it, which means you're either a transfer or a visitor, and transfers are usually announced in advance, so you must be a visitor, but visitors don't usually come with, 'Who is that? Is he are those antlers?'" Harry blinked. "Hi. I'm Hermione Granger," she said, in the tone of someone presenting credentials. "First year. Gryffindor. Who are you?" "Harry." "Harry who?" "Just Harry." Hermione's eyes narrowed. She was smart, Harry could see it, the way her gaze catalogued details, the way her mind was already building a framework from insufficient data. She looked at Harry's scar, half visible through his hair, and something clicked behind her eyes. "Harry Potter," she whispered. "Hermione," Dumbledore began. "Harry Potter is dead," Hermione said, but her voice was uncertain now, the firmness of known facts wavering against the evidence in front of her. "Every history book says, he died when he was 3, but you have the scar, and you're here with Dumbledore, and, the history books got it wrong," Harry said. "They usually do." Hermione stared at him. Then she did something unexpected, she stuck out her hand. "It's nice to meet you, Harry. Whatever the real story is, it must be fascinating, and I'd very much like to hear it sometime." Harry shook her hand. Her grip was firm and slightly ink-stained. "Yeah," he said. "I think I'd like that." A sound echoed down the corridor, footsteps, several sets, moving fast. A cluster of students rounded the corner, a tall, gangly redhead who skidded to a halt at the sight of the group, eyes going wide, a pale, pointed boy with white blonde hair who stopped 2 steps behind and immediately assessed the situation with the calculating air of someone raised in politics, and a nervous, round-faced boy who nearly tripped over his own robes trying to stop in time. "Blimey," the redhead said, staring at Alastair. "What is that?" "That," Alastair said pleasantly, "is the last thing several hundred people ever saw. But don't worry, I'm on my best behavior." His grin widened. "Today." The redhead went pale. The blonde boy recovered faster. He stepped forward, chin raised, and fixed Harry with a look that was pure practiced superiority. "I don't know who you are," the boy said, "but if you're visiting Hogwarts, you should know that not all wizarding families are equal. I'm Draco Malfoy." "My father is, Lucius Malfoy," Harry said. "Former Death Eater. Claimed to be under the Imperious Curse during the First Wizarding War. Currently sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors and the Wisengamot. Estimated net worth, approximately 200 million galleons, most of it inherited." Draco's composure shattered. His mouth worked silently, the prepared speech of superiority dying on his tongue. "I've done my reading," Harry said. "Have you done yours?" Draco stared at him. The calculation in his gray eyes shifted, the easy assumption of dominance giving way to the recognition that he was outmatched in a way he didn't fully understand. "Who are you?" Draco asked, and for the first time, there was no posturing in his voice. Just genuine curiosity. "Harry Potter." 3 words. The corridor went silent. The redhead's jaw dropped. Draco took a half step back. The round-faced boy made a squeaking sound. Even Hermione, who'd already worked it out, drew a sharp breath at the casual confirmation. "But," the redhead sputtered. "But you're dead." "I got better." "People don't get better from being dead." "I'm not people." The redhead stared at him for a long moment, then let out a breath that was half laugh, half disbelief. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. And this is officially the maddest thing that's ever happened to me, and yesterday I saw a ghost walk through a wall." "Nice to meet you, Ron. Are you staying? Are you enrolling? Visiting?" "Just visiting." The scar on Harry's forehead pulsed. Not the gentle hum he'd been ignoring all day. Not the rhythmic throb that came from the Horcrux's passive connection. This was different, sharp, directional, like a compass needle swinging hard toward true north. Voldemort was close. Harry felt the shade's attention snap toward him through the fragment, the sudden, galvanizing awareness of a predator sensing prey. But it went both ways. Harry could feel Quirrell somewhere in the castle, could feel the parasite on the back of his head stirring beneath its turban, orienting on Harry's magical signature with desperate, hungry precision. The connection slammed open. Not Harry's doing, the shade forced it, tearing through the subtle barrier Harry had been maintaining, and for one disorienting second, Harry was in 2 places at once. He was in the corridor with his family and a cluster of stunned students, and he was in a dim classroom 3 floors up, looking through Quirrell's eyes at a mirror reflected in a window, the turban wrapped tight, the shade screaming inside its host's skull. The boy. The boy is here. He's in the castle. I can feel it, my Horcrux, but it's changed, it's wrong, what has happened to my, Harry slammed the connection shut. The force of it sent a physical ripple through the corridor, a wave of pressure that made the students stagger and the portraits rattle in their frames. Everyone was staring at him. "Harry." Charlie's hand was on his arm. "He knows I'm here," Harry said. "Voldemort. He felt me through the Horcrux." The name hit the students like a thunderbolt. Ron flinched so hard he stumbled. Draco's already pale face went white. Even Hermione went rigid. Only the round-faced boy, Neville, Harry would learn later, didn't flinch. His jaw tightened, and something dark and determined flickered in his eyes. Dumbledore stepped forward. "Harry, if Voldemort is aware of your presence, then he's going to do something stupid," Harry said. "Soon. Probably now. He's desperate and he's scared, and desperate, scared people make mistakes." He looked up at the old wizard. "Where's Quirrell?" Dumbledore's face went through a complicated series of expressions: surprise, calculation, resignation. "You know about Quirrell," he said. It wasn't a question. "I've known for days." "Where is he?" "3rd floor. He has a classroom near the forbidden corridor. Where the stone is." Dumbledore closed his eyes for a brief moment. "I had a plan, Harry. A careful, measured plan too. He's moving. Right now. I can feel him heading for the corridor. Your careful plan just ran out of time." The old wizard's eyes opened, and for just an instant, the twinkling grandfatherly mask dropped and what looked out was something ancient, hard, and tired, a general who had fought too many wars and was watching another one ignite. "Then we should go," Dumbledore said. "No." Harry held up a hand. "You should stay with the students. Get them safe." "Vaggie," he looked at her. "Go with him." Make sure nothing gets to the kids. Harry, I'm not leaving you, Alastair's with me. And Mom. He met Vaggy's eye, and the look between them was pure communication, years of trust and training and love compressed into a single glance. I need you to do what you do best. Protect people. Vaggy held his gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then she nodded, sharp and final. If you die again, she said, I will kill you myself. Noted. Vaggy turned to Dumbledore. Move. Now. Students to the Great Hall. Lock the doors. I'll handle security. Dumbledore opened his mouth, probably to argue, probably to insist on coming, and then looked at Vaggy's face and wisely chose not to. This way, the old wizard said. Quickly. The students moved. Ron kept glancing back. Hermione's eyes were huge. Draco looked like his entire worldview had been dismantled and he was still sorting through the rubble. Neville walked with his fists clenched and his head up. Then it was just Harry, Charlie, and Alastair in the empty corridor. The castle hummed around them, agitated, alert, its 1,000-year-old consciousness recognizing that something was wrong within its walls. The 3rd floor, Harry said. Lead the way, dear boy, Alastair said, and his smile was the smile of something that had been waiting for a fight and had finally found one. Charlie took Harry's hand. Her eyes were red, not with anger but with focus, the infernal power of the Morningstar bloodline rising to the surface. Together, she said. Together, Harry said. They moved through Hogwarts like ghosts, fast, silent, 3 figures cutting through corridors that parted before them. The castle helped, Harry realized. Staircases swung into position as they approached. Doors opened before they reached them. The suits of armor turned their helmeted heads to track their passage, and Harry could have sworn one of them saluted. The 3rd floor corridor was ahead. Harry could feel the protections Dumbledore had laid, layers of enchantment, traps, puzzles, barriers designed to slow and test any intruder. He could feel something else, too, the protections failing, one by one, as something dark and desperate tore through them. Quirrell was already inside. Harry drew his wand. The ebony wood was warm in his grip, the hybrid core humming with anticipation. Green gold light flickered along its length, eager, ready, alive. Mom, Harry said. Whatever happens in there, don't hold back. Charlie's smile was all teeth and red light and the ancient, terrifying power of Hell's royal bloodline. Baby, she said, I never do. They opened the door to the 3rd floor corridor, and the darkness beyond swallowed them whole. Chapter 4, Diagon, Hogwarts, and the smell of fear. The first thing Harry noticed was the dog. It was enormous, 3-headed, the size of a small house, crammed into a chamber that was clearly too small for it. Each head had a mouth full of teeth the length of Harry's forearm, and all 3 sets of eyes were open, alert, and angry. The beast was chained to the floor, but the chains were straining, and beneath its massive paws, a trapdoor had been flung open. Someone had already gone through. The middle head lunged. Harry didn't flinch. He raised his wand, and the air between him and the dog solidified, a wall of compressed force that the creature's jaws bounced off with a yelp. The 3 heads recoiled, confused, whimpering. Cerberus variant, Alastair observed, stepping past Harry with the casual ease of someone walking through a garden. Charming. They're much larger in Hell, of course. And they have 5 heads. It's a guard dog, Harry said. Dumbledore's first line of defense. How delightfully quaint. Charlie was already moving toward the trapdoor. She peered down into the darkness below and wrinkled her nose. There's something down there. Plant-based. I can feel it moving. Devil's Snare, Harry said. He'd read about it in Hogwarts, a history, one of the dozens of Wizarding World texts the hotel's library had collected. It constricts in response to movement and relaxes in light. He pointed his wand down the hole. A beam of green gold light, warm, bright, utterly unlike anything the plant had evolved to resist, blazed into the darkness below. A shriek echoed up from the pit. Not human, vegetable. The devil's snare recoiled from Harry's hybrid light like it had been burned, writhing away from the trapdoor opening and pressing itself against the far walls of the chamber below. Harry jumped. The fall was maybe 20 feet, nothing for someone who'd spent years training with Vaggie on the rooftops of Pentagram City. He landed in a crouch on the cleared floor, wand up, senses reaching. Charlie dropped beside him a second later, light on her feet, her demonic reflexes making the landing look effortless. Alastair simply appeared, because Alastair didn't fall, he relocated. The chamber beyond the devil's snare was a long corridor that opened into a vast, high-ceilinged room. The air in here was alive with movement, hundreds of winged objects darting and swooping in chaotic patterns, glittering in the dim light. Keys. Enchanted keys, each one unique, buzzing through the air like a swarm of metallic butterflies. On the far side of the room, a heavy wooden door with a massive iron lock. Someone had already caught the right key. The door hung open, its lock forced, splinters of old wood scattered across the threshold. "He's moving fast," Harry said. "Quirrell's been through here already." "Or the shade is driving him through," Alastair said. "A desperate parasite on a terrified host. Not subtle, but effective." They passed through the key room without stopping. The next chamber was a giant chessboard, life-sized pieces carved from black and white stone, arranged across a marble floor. The pieces were destroyed. Not played, destroyed. Shattered fragments of stone knights and bishops littered the board, and the air stank of ozone and dark magic. Quirrell hadn't played the game. He'd blasted his way through it with brute force, the shade's power burning through his host body to annihilate the obstacles. "He's burning through Quirrell," Harry said, studying the scorch marks on the broken chess pieces. "Using more power than the host can sustain. By the time he reaches the stone, Quirrell won't have much left." "Should we be concerned about that?" Charlie asked. "It means he's desperate. And desperate people make mistakes," Alastair finished. "Yes, you've mentioned. Shall we continue before the mistake-making begins without us?" The next room held a troll. Past tense, the troll was unconscious on the floor, a lump the size of a sedan, felled by what looked like its own club applied to its own skull. The smell was extraordinary. Charlie's glamour flickered as her nose wrinkled involuntarily, and even Alastair's permanent smile twitched at the edges. "Charming," the radio demon said. "What is that?" "Troll," Harry said, stepping over a massive, warty arm. "Mountain variety. They're used as guard animals. Not bright, but durable. It smells like Husk's laundry. I'll tell him you said that." "Please don't." Beyond the troll was a room that gave Harry pause. Not because of danger, because of cleverness. 7 bottles stood on a table. A sheet of parchment lay beside them, covered in text. Beyond the table, a wall of purple fire blocked the exit. Behind them, black fire had sprung up, sealing the entrance. Harry read the parchment. A logic puzzle, 7 bottles, 3 poison, 2 wine, 1 that would take you forward through the purple fire, 1 that would take you back through the black. The riddle was elegant, layered, the kind of thing that would stump most wizards because most wizards relied on magic, not reason. Harry solved it in 30 seconds. Husk's training, probability, deduction, reading the information available instead of the information you wanted. The smallest bottle on the right would take him forward. But it was nearly empty. Quirrell had already drunk most of it. There was perhaps a sip left, enough for 1 person. "Problem," Harry said. Charlie looked at the tiny bottle. Looked at the purple fire. Looked at Harry. "You're not going in there alone," she said. "It's the only way through. Then we find another way through." "Mom, no." Charlie's voice was firm, and her eyes flared red. "I didn't raise you for 10 years to send you into danger alone. That's what Dumbledore would do. That's what the old man did, send a child to face things no child should face. I'm not him. The words hit Harry in the chest. Not because they were wrong, because they were right, and because the fierce, protective love behind them was the most powerful magic he'd ever encountered. Charlotte, Alastor said, and his voice was unusually gentle. The fire is magical. It responds to the potion because the potion is keyed to it. But our young Harry's magic is not keyed to anything in this world. It plays by different rules. Harry looked at the purple fire. Reached out with his senses, not through the wand, but directly, the raw hybrid awareness that Alastor had spent 3 years training. He felt the fire's enchantment, a barrier spell, old and powerful, designed to be impassable except through the potion's specific magical frequency. But Harry's magic didn't have a specific frequency. It was a hybrid, wizard and infernal, a fusion that existed outside the spectrum the enchantment was designed to block. It was like a lock designed for keys of a certain shape encountering something that wasn't a key at all. I can get us through, Harry said. All of us. The fire can't block what it can't categorize. He raised his wand and pointed it at the purple flames. The ebony wood hummed. The hybrid core resonated. And Harry pushed, not with a spell, not with an incantation, but with pure will, the technique Alastor had drilled into him since he was 7 years old. He wanted the fire to part. He believed the fire would part. He gave the universe no option but compliance. The purple flames shuddered. Flickered. And then split down the middle like curtains being drawn, revealing the passage beyond. After you, Harry said. Charlie stared at the parted flames, then at her son, and the expression on her face was something beyond pride. It was the look of a mother realizing that the child she'd raised had become something extraordinary, not because of power but because of the person wielding it. Show off, she said, and walked through. Alastor followed, pausing to examine the frozen flames with academic interest. You'll have to teach me that, he murmured. The sheer impudence of it is magnificent. Harry went last, the flames closing behind him, and they descended into the final chamber. The room was circular, stone-walled, lit by torches that burned with a cold white light. In its center stood a mirror, tall, ornate, framed in gold, with an inscription carved across its top in letters that Harry couldn't read from this distance. The mirror's surface shimmered with a light that wasn't reflected from anything in the room, as if it contained its own internal sun. And in front of the mirror, his back to them, stood Professor Quirrell. The turban was gone. Harry saw why immediately. The back of Quirrell's head was not the back of Quirrell's head. It was a face. A terrible, inhuman face pressed against the inside of the skull like a mask worn backwards, white as bone, with slits for nostrils and eyes that burned red in the torchlight. The face of Lord Voldemort, or what was left of him, a parasite wearing a man like a suit, burning through its host with the desperate fury of something that refused to die. Quirrell himself was in bad shape. His hands shook as he pressed them against the mirror's surface. His skin was gray, slick with sweat, and dark veins crawled up his neck where the shade's power was consuming him from the inside out. He was murmuring, a constant, panicked stream of words that tumbled over each other. I see it, I see the stone, but I can't, it won't let me, Master, I can't, use the boy. The voice came from the face on the back of Quirrell's head, raspy, thin, dripping with frustrated malice. The boy is here. I can feel him. Use him. Quirrell spun around. His eyes, his own eyes, terrified and pleading, found Harry, and something that might have been relief or might have been horror crossed his haggard features. Potter, Quirrell whispered. The stone, the mirror won't give it to me, it only shows what I desire but won't. Step away from the mirror, Professor, Harry said. His voice was calm. His wand was at his side, not raised, not threatening. You don't have to do this. He lies, the face hissed. Seize him. Bring him to me. The Horcrux in his scar, I can use it too. You can't use anything, Harry said, and now he was speaking to the face directly, meeting those burning red eyes without flinching. "You're barely here, Voldemort. You're a scrap of soul riding a dying man. You don't have the power to force me to do anything. You don't have the power to force him to do anything much longer." Quirrell made a sound, a choked, desperate noise that was part laugh and part sob. "He's inside me," the professor gasped. "He's been inside me for months, burning, always burning. I can feel him eating me alive." "I know," Harry said. "And I'm sorry." "Sorry?" The face contorted with rage. "Sorry? You dare pity my servant? You, my Horcrux, my property. I'm not your property." Harry took a step forward. The scar pulsed, the fragment inside reaching toward its creator, and Harry let the connection open, let Voldemort feel the full scope of what the Horcrux had become. "Feel that? That's what 10 years in hell does to a piece of your soul. It's mine now. It changed. It grew. And it's never going back to you." The face on Quirrell's head went still. The red eyes widened, and for the first time, Harry saw something in them that Voldemort probably hadn't felt in decades. Fear. Not much. Not enough to stop him. But enough to make his next words come out smaller, quieter, stripped of the theatrical menace. "What are you?" Voldemort whispered. "I'm the boy you tried to kill," Harry said. "I'm the baby you made into a Horcrux. And I was raised by better people than you could ever imagine." Charlie stepped up beside Harry. Her glamour was gone, she dropped it, deliberately, and in the torchlight of the underground chamber, the Princess of Hell stood revealed. Pale skin, rosy cheeks, sharp teeth, eyes that blazed like hellfire. The power of the Morningstar bloodline radiated from her like heat from a furnace, and the cold stone room suddenly felt very, very warm. "Hi," Charlie said to Voldemort. Her smile was bright and terrifying. "I'm his mom." Quirrell screamed. Not from the Shade's compulsion, from sheer, overwhelming terror. The Shade's face recoiled, pressing deeper into the back of Quirrell's skull, and the professor staggered away from the mirror. What are you? This is not." Alastair materialized from a shadow directly behind Quirrell, and the radio demon's smile was the widest Harry had ever seen. The static around him wasn't crackling anymore, it was roaring, a wall of sound that distorted reality at the edges, and his shadow stretched across the floor in tendrils that moved with independent, predatory intelligence. "And I'm the uncle," Alastair said, directly into Quirrell's ear. "Pleasure." Quirrell collapsed. His legs simply gave out, and he hit the stone floor in a heap, the Shade on his head thrashing and shrieking as the combined presence of two hell-tier entities overwhelmed whatever was left of its host's constitution. Harry knelt beside him. Quirrell was shaking, full-body tremors, his eyes rolled back, his breathing ragged. The dark veins on his neck were spreading, the Shade burning through him faster now, consuming the host in its panic. "Quirrell," Harry said. "Professor. Look at me." Quirrell's eyes focused. They were glassy, feverish, but present. "He's killing you," Harry said. "The Shade is consuming your body to fuel itself. If we don't separate you, you'll be dead within hours." "I know," Quirrell whispered. "I've known for weeks. He promised me knowledge, power, but it was all lies. He just needed a body. A vessel. A thing to use up and throw away." "I can remove him," Harry said. "But it's going to hurt. Everything hurts. Everything has hurt since Albania. Just, please, N.O." The Shade's voice was a ragged shriek. "You will not take my host. You will not. I am Lord Voldemort, I am immortal, I will not." "You're a ghost wearing a man like a coat," Harry said. "And I'm taking the coat back." He placed his hand on Quirrell's forehead and reached. Not with magic, not exactly. With the hybrid sense that was uniquely his, the fusion of wizard power and infernal energy that could perceive and interact with the soul itself. He reached into Quirrell's body and found the shade, a dark, writhing mass of corrupted soul, embedded in the professor's magical core like a tumor, roots sunk deep into every system. It was ugly. It was pathetic. This was the great Lord Voldemort, the most feared dark wizard in history, reduced to this. A parasite. A remora clinging to a dying fish. Harry felt the shade's power and found it wanting. Not weak in absolute terms, any individual piece of Voldemort's soul still carried enormous magical weight, but compared to what Harry had become, compared to the hybrid force that lived in his bones, it was a candle next to a bonfire. Harry grabbed the shade with his will and pulled. Quirrell screamed. Voldemort screamed. The room shook. The mirror rattled in its frame. The torches flared and died and flared again. Charlie was at Harry's side, her power flowing into him, stabilizing the connection, and Alastair's shadows wrapped around the perimeter of the room like a net, containing the explosion of magical energy that erupted from the forced separation. The shade came loose. It tore free from Quirrell's body with a sound like ripping fabric, a dark, screaming mass of malice and terror and the desperate, animal need to survive. It hung in the air above Quirrell's prone form, a cloud of black smoke with burning red eyes, and it turned on Harry with every ounce of power it had left. The attack was raw, unstructured, a psychic blast of pure dark magic aimed at Harry's mind through the Horcrux connection. It hit him like a sledgehammer behind the eyes, and for one white-hot second, Harry felt Voldemort's full presence inside his head, the rage, the hunger, the bottomless, all-consuming fear of death that had driven Tom Riddle to tear his own soul to pieces. Harry didn't push back. He absorbed. The infernal energy in his magic, the part of him that was hell itself, the power he'd soaked up for a decade in the underworld, drank Voldemort's psychic assault like water into sand. The dark magic hit his defenses and was consumed, converted, transmuted from weapon into fuel. Harry's scar blazed, green gold, bright enough to cast shadows, and the shade recoiled, its attack turned back on itself, its assault revealed as nothing more than a meal delivered willingly. "Run," Harry said to the shade. His voice was quiet. His eyes were open and burning with their own light. "Run back to your forest. Run to whatever hole you've been hiding in for the last 10 years. Because I'm coming for you, Tom. Not today. Not tomorrow. But I am going to find every piece of your broken soul and I am going to end this." That's a promise from the boy who fell. The shade screamed, a sound of pure, impotent fury that rattled the stones, and then it fled. Up through the ceiling, through the castle, through the sky, a streak of dark smoke that shot out of Hogwarts like a bat out of hell and disappeared into the grey Scottish clouds. The room went quiet. Quirrell lay on the floor, breathing. Just breathing, shallow, ragged, but real breaths, uncontaminated by the parasite that had been devouring him. The dark veins on his neck were already fading. His eyes were closed, and the expression on his face was something Harry recognized from the hotel's intake sessions, the look of someone who had been carrying a burden so heavy they'd forgotten what it felt like to stand without it. "Is he?" Charlie started. "He'll live," Harry said. He pulled his hand back from Quirrell's forehead and sat back on his heels. "The shade did a lot of damage, but nothing that can't heal. He needs a hospital. And probably a very good therapist." "We know a place," Charlie said softly. Harry looked at her. She was serious, the rehabilitation instinct, the bone-deep conviction that everyone deserved a chance to recover, extending even here, even now, to a man who had willingly let Voldemort into his body. "Mom, he's a living wizard. He can't go to hell." "I know. But the principle still applies." She knelt beside Quirrell and brushed a strand of hair from his face with a gentleness that looked bizarre in the context of an underground chamber beneath a magical school. "Everyone deserves someone who believes they can get better." Harry watched her. The Princess of Hell, kneeling in a dungeon, showing compassion to a man who had been minutes away from unleashing a Dark Lord on the world. This was why he loved her. This was why she was the most powerful person he'd ever known, not because of her bloodline or her demonic heritage, but because of the relentless, stubborn, unbreakable kindness that refused to bend no matter how much the world pressed against it. "Yeah," Harry said. "They do." The mirror. Harry had almost forgotten about it in the chaos of the confrontation, but now, with Quirrell unconscious and the shade fled and the room settling into silence, the mirror of Eriste stood in its corner, gleaming with that internal light, waiting. He knew what it was. The books had described it, the mirror of Eriste, which showed the deepest, most desperate desire of the person who looked into it. Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit unwosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Dumbledore had hidden the stone inside it. The mirror would only give the stone to someone who wanted to find it but not use it, a clever safeguard, elegant in its psychological precision. Quirrell, who wanted the stone to give to Voldemort, could see it but never grasp it. Harry walked toward the mirror. He felt Charlie and Alastor watching, felt their attention like warmth on his back, but he didn't turn around. This was something he needed to do alone. Or at least, as alone as he could be in a room with his mother and the radio demon. He stopped in front of the mirror and looked into it. His reflection looked back. But not just his reflection, the mirror's surface shimmered, the glass rippling like water, and the image shifted, deepened, became something else entirely. Harry saw the Hazbin Hotel. Not as it was, as it could be. Brighter. Warmer. The walls repaired, the chandeliers gleaming, the lobby full of people who were happy. He saw Charlie behind the front desk, laughing. Vaggie beside her, the tension gone from her shoulders, actually smiling. Angel sprawled on a sofa, free, genuinely free, the shadows that always lurked behind his eyes finally gone. Husk at the bar, sober, dealing cards to Nifty, who was sitting in a chair like a normal person instead of hiding in the walls. He saw Alastor, and the radio demon was different. The smile was still there, but it was softer, and the static around him was quiet, and his shadow lay flat and still behind him like an ordinary shadow. He saw himself. Older, maybe 16 or 17, standing in the middle of it all, and the scar on his forehead was gone. No green-black pulse. No fragment. No connection to a broken Dark Lord. Just skin, unmarked and clean. And behind him, faint and translucent but present, two figures. A man with messy black hair and glasses and a crooked grin. A woman with red hair and green eyes and a smile that was sunrise and safety and the lullaby he almost remembered. James and Lily Potter. Standing with his family. All of them together. The living and the dead and the damned, united in a single, impossible image of belonging. Harry stared at the mirror for a long time. Something heavy and warm appeared in his pocket. He didn't need to look to know what it was. The mirror had read his heart, and his heart's desire wasn't the stone. It was the image in the glass, his family, whole and safe and happy. But the stone was part of that, somehow. Not because Harry wanted to use it, but because it didn't belong here, in a school, protected by puzzles that a first year could solve, bait for a Dark Lord in a building full of children. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the Philosopher's Stone. It was smaller than he'd expected. Roughly the size and shape of a large marble, deep crimson, warm to the touch. The magic inside it was dense, layered, complex, centuries of alchemical genius compressed into a single, impossibly powerful artifact. It pulsed against his palm with a steady rhythm, like a heartbeat. The stone, Charlie breathed, peering over his shoulder. That's it. That's it. 600 years of alchemical work. The key to immortality and unlimited gold. Harry held it up to the light. The crimson depths swirled. And Dumbledore hid it in a school full of children. Behind a series of protections that a possessed teacher got through in 20 minutes. To be fair, Alastor said, examining the stone with professionally appreciative eyes, it was bait. The old man wanted to draw Voldemort out. The protections weren't designed to be impassable, they were designed to slow the thief long enough for Dumbledore to intervene. Using children as the backdrop for a trap, Harry said flatly. The greater good, Alastor said, and his voice held a particular shade of contempt that he reserved for people who reminded him of himself in ways he didn't enjoy. It's a powerful drug, that phrase. Makes otherwise intelligent people do truly stupid things. Harry pocketed the stone. Let's go. They levitated Quirrell between them, Charlie supporting one side with her demonic strength, Harry the other with a cushion of focused magic, and made their way back through the chambers. The return trip was easier than the descent. The devil's snare was still cowering from Harry's light. The key room was passive, its challenge already spent. The chess pieces remained shattered. The troll was still unconscious. The three-headed dog whimpered when they passed and pressed all three of its noses against the floor. They emerged into the third-floor corridor to find Dumbledore waiting. The old wizard stood in the hallway with Fawkes on his shoulder, wand in hand, looking like a man who had spent the last 20 minutes arguing with himself about whether to follow them. Behind him, Vaggie leaned against the wall, spear across her shoulders, looking satisfied in the grim way she got when she'd done her job and nobody had needed to die. Dumbledore's eyes went to Quirrell first. The unconscious professor, free of the shade, the dark veins fading, breathing steadily. Relief flickered across the old wizard's face. Then his eyes went to Harry. To the hand in Harry's pocket. To the very specific shape pressing against the fabric. You have the stone, Dumbledore said. I have the stone. Harry drew it out, held it up. The crimson marble caught the torchlight and blazed. Voldemort's shade fled. I pulled it out of Quirrell. He'll need medical attention, but he's alive and unpossessed. You extracted the shade. By hand? More or less. Dumbledore stared at him. The blue eyes were wide, and behind them, Harry could see the old man's worldview cracking and reforming in real time, the mental model of a frightened child in need of protection giving way to the reality of what stood in front of him. You faced Voldemort, Dumbledore said slowly. And you won. It wasn't much of a contest. He's a shade possessing a dying man. He had no body, no wand, no resources. All he had was fear and desperation, and neither of those things works on me. The silence that followed was loaded. Dumbledore looked at Charlie, at the unmasked demon princess, her power visible, her expression fierce and protective. He looked at Alastor, at the radio demon in all his antlered, smiling, terrifying glory. He looked at Vaggie, who met his gaze with flat, unimpressed eyes. And Harry could see the moment Dumbledore understood. Not just intellectually, not just the tactical assessment of Harry's power and his family's capabilities, but emotionally. The old wizard looked at the people around Harry, the people who had followed him into danger without hesitation, who had trusted him to lead and supported him without smothering, and he saw what he had failed to provide and what hell had given freely. A family. I owe you more than an apology, Dumbledore said quietly. I owe you more than I can ever repay. You owe me the truth, Harry said. All of it. No more chess games. No more strategic omissions. No more, I'll tell you when you're older. I'm dealing with this, with Voldemort, with the Horcruxes, with everything, and I need information, not protection. You have it. Whatever you want to know. I am at your disposal. Good. Harry held up the stone. Then let's start with this. Why was it here? Dumbledore sighed. It was the sigh of a man who knew the answer was going to make him look bad. Nicholas Flamel asked me to protect it. He believed someone was after it, correctly, as it turns out. I brought it to Hogwarts because Hogwarts is one of the most magically protected locations in Britain. I designed the protections with Voldemort specifically in mind. You designed them as a test, Harry corrected. You wanted to see if Voldemort would come for it. You wanted to draw him out. Yes. In a school. Full of children. I had safeguards, you had a three-headed dog and a logic puzzle. If I hadn't been here tonight, Quirrell would have either died trying to get the stone or succeeded, and Voldemort would have a new body. Your safeguards were theoretical, Dumbledore. My intervention was actual. The old wizard absorbed this. His face aged 10 years in the span of a few seconds. You're right, he said. I was arrogant. I believed I could control the situation. I believed the protections would hold, that I would detect any intrusion in time to respond. I was wrong. You were playing games with children's lives. Yes. I was. It was the lack of excuse that got to Harry. No justification, no rationalization, no greater good. Just admission. The old man standing in a stone corridor, owning his failure without flinching. Harry studied him. Read the tells. Found nothing but genuine, crushing regret. Okay, Harry said. Here's what's going to happen. I'm taking the stone. Not to use, I don't need immortality and I don't need gold. I'm taking it because it doesn't belong in a school, and because as long as it exists, it's a target. I'll return it to Flammel personally, or I'll destroy it if he agrees. Either way, it's leaving Hogwarts tonight. Dumbledore's mouth opened. Closed. He looked at the stone in Harry's hand, 6 centuries of alchemical mastery, the life's work of his oldest friend, the key to immortality itself, sitting casually in the palm of an 11-year-old. Nicholas will want to speak with you, Dumbledore said finally. Fine. Set up a meeting. I'll be in hell, he can reach me through you. You're returning to hell. I live there. I told you, I came to visit, not to stay. I've seen Hogwarts. I've met the students. I've dealt with the immediate Voldemort problem. The rest, Harry gestured vaguely at the castle around them. Can wait. The Horcruxes, I'll handle them. Harry, the Horcruxes are hidden, protected, scattered across Britain, and I have the best research team in existence. A library of banned books. A network of information sources that spans the entirety of hell. And this, he tapped his scar. A direct connection to the man who made them. I'll find them. You focus on keeping this school safe and keeping the Ministry out of my way. The Ministry will have questions. If word gets out that Harry Potter is alive, it will. That Granger girl worked it out in 30 seconds, and she doesn't strike me as the type to keep things to herself. Harry paused. She's smart. Keep an eye on her. And the Weasley kid, Ron. He's got good instincts, even if he doesn't know it yet. And Draco Malfoy, Draco? He's his father's son, but he doesn't have to stay that way. You're supposed to be a teacher, Dumbledore. Teach. The old wizard blinked. Then, slowly, a smile crept across his face, not the twinkling, grandfatherly mask he wore for the public, but something real and small and wondering. You sound like her, he said. Like Lily. She used to lecture me exactly like this. Good. She sounds like she had the right idea. Harry turned to his family. We should go. Fox, how's your fire holding up? The phoenix trilled, a bright, strong note that said the bridge between worlds was still open, still burning, ready to carry them home. One more thing, Harry said, turning back to Dumbledore. The kids I met today. Hermione, Ron, Neville, Draco. If Voldemort comes back, and he will, the shade's gone but the Horcruxes are still out there, those kids are going to be on the front lines whether you like it or not. Don't make the same mistake with them that you made with me. Don't sacrifice them for the greater good. Train them. Protect them. Let them be children for as long as they can be, and when they can't be anymore, make sure they're ready. Dumbledore's blue eyes glistened. You have my word. Your word placed me with the Dursleys. The words hung in the air. Not cruel, factual. A reminder. A weight placed on the scale. My word, Dumbledore said, and his voice was raw, is all I have left to give. I know it isn't enough. I know I haven't earned your trust. But I give it freely, Harry, with the full knowledge of what it costs me if I break it. I will protect these children. I will not sacrifice them. I will do better. Harry looked at him for a long time. Then he nodded, once, small, the beginning of something that wasn't trust but might someday grow into it. We'll see, Harry said. I'll be in touch. Fawkes carried them back through fire. The return was smoother than the departure, the phoenix seemed invigorated, its song stronger, its flames brighter. Harry felt the dimensional barrier fold around them, the living world falling away and hell rising up to meet them, and then they were in the lobby of the Hazbin Hotel, and Angel Dust was standing by the bar with a plate of sandwiches and an expression of barely contained anxiety. You're back. Angel surged forward, then caught himself and tried to play it cool. I mean, yeah, you're back. Cool. Whatever. How was Wizard Land? Did you kill anyone? No one died, Harry said. Though it was touch and go with a troll. A troll. Like a bridge troll. A fairy tale troll. A mountain troll. About 12 feet tall. Smelled like old cheese and broken dreams. Sounds like my ex. Angel thrust the plate at him. Eat. You look tired. Are you hurt? Charlie, is he hurt? He's fine, Charlie said, and the smile on her face was luminous, tired, relieved, proud, worried, all layered together. He was incredible, Angel. He was absolutely incredible. Course he was. He's my kid. Angel caught the look Charlie gave him. Our kid. Whatever. The hotel's kid. Husk materialized from behind the bar. He'd been there the whole time, of course, lurking with a drink and a shotgun and the focused attention of a sentry who'd been ordered to hold the fort. How bad? Husk asked. Could have been worse, Harry said. He pulled the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and set it on the bar. The crimson marble gleamed under the lobby's chandeliers. This is the Philosopher's Stone. It produces the elixir of life and transmutes base metals into gold. It's approximately 600 years old and it was being guarded by a chess set. Husk stared at it. That's the most valuable object in the room and you're putting it on my bar like a coaster. It's safest here. Nobody from the living world can reach it in hell, and nobody in hell knows what it is. I know what it is. And you're too lazy to do anything about it. Husk considered this. Fair point. He slid the stone behind a bottle of whiskey and poured Harry a glass of something non-alcoholic. Drink. You look like shit. Thanks, Husk. Not a compliment. Harry drank. The liquid was cold and sweet and tasted like absolutely nothing from the living world, and it was perfect. The debrief happened naturally, without anyone declaring a formal meeting. They migrated to the lobby's seating area, the same threadbare sofas and armchairs that had been Harry's playground as a child, and Harry told them everything. The chambers beneath the trapdoor. Quirrell. The shade. The mirror. The confrontation with Voldemort's fragmented soul. He told them about the mirror itself, what he'd seen in its surface. He didn't leave anything out. The hotel, bright and whole. His family, happy. The scar, gone. His parents, standing with them. Charlie cried. She didn't try to hide it and she didn't apologize for it. They're part of this family too, she said, wiping her eyes. Even though they're gone. They're always going to be part of this family. Yeah, Harry said. They are. Vaggie was quieter. She sat beside Charlie, processing everything with the analytical precision of a former soldier. When Harry finished, she asked the question that no one else had. The Horcruxes. 6 objects, plus the one in your scar. How do we find them? Dumbledore has leads on some of them. A diary, a ring, a locket, a cup, a diadem, and a snake. He's been researching for years. I'll need to work with him on it. You trust him? No. But I believe he wants to make things right, and that's enough to work with. For now. And the Horcrux in your head? Harry touched his scar. The fragment pulsed, quiet, subdued, as if the confrontation with its creator had exhausted it. Or frightened it. That's last, Harry said. I deal with the others first. Destroy the external anchors, weaken Voldemort's hold on immortality, cut away every piece of him until the only one left is the one in me. And then. He paused. Then we find a way. Hell's way, Alastor said from his chair, where he'd been listening with uncharacteristic silence. Not the wizarding world's way. Not the killing curse, not basilisk venom, not any of the crude methods they'd use. We do it our way. Our way, Harry agreed. The lobby fell into a comfortable quiet. Outside, Pentagram City roared its eternal, chaotic song. Inside, the Hazbin Hotel held its strange, impossible family in the warm embrace of walls that had seen everything and still stood. Nifty appeared from a vent, dustpan in hand. Did anyone bring me a wizard? She asked. No, Nifty. What about a wand? No. A pointy hat? Harry paused. He reached into his jacket and pulled out something he'd picked up in Diagon Alley, a small, ridiculous pointed hat from a novelty shop, purchased on a whim while Charlie was examining a display of enchanted musical boxes. He placed it on Nifty's head. It was far too big and fell down over her eye. Best day ever, Nifty announced, and disappeared back into the vent. Harry laughed. Genuine, full, from the belly, the laugh of a boy who had just faced down a dark lord and come home to this. To the absurdity and the warmth and the dysfunctional, beautiful chaos of his family. Charlie pulled him into a hug. Then Vaggie, because Vaggie was physically incapable of watching Charlie hug someone she loved without joining in. Angel threw his arms around all three of them, which was a lot of arms. Husk muttered, absolutely not, and was somehow absorbed into the group hug anyway. Alastor watched from his chair, smiling. Not the performance smile, not the predator's grin. Just a small, quiet expression that he'd deny ever making if anyone mentioned it. The Philosopher's Stone sat behind a bottle of whiskey on the bar of a hotel in Hell. Somewhere in Scotland, Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk and stared at his hands and tried to figure out how to be better. Somewhere in the forests of Eastern Europe, a shade that was once the most feared wizard in history fled through the darkness, genuinely frightened for the first time in its long, diminished existence. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, dead for 8 of those years, raised in hell, loved beyond measure, sat in the lobby of his home with his family around him and felt, for the first time since looking into the mirror of Erist, that the image in the glass wasn't so far away after all. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow. But someday. He was going to make it real. He went to the roof one final time before bed. The night air of hell was warm and sharp, carrying the scent of brimstone and distant fire and the thousand unnameable odors of Pentagram City. The red sky stretched overhead like a canopy of blood, and the city below pulsed with its eternal, frenetic energy. Harry sat on the edge and pulled his parents' wands from his jacket. Lily's willow wand in his left hand. James's mahogany in his right. His own ebony wand holstered at his hip. 3 wands. 2 worlds. 1 impossibly complicated life. He held his mother's wand up to the light. The willow caught the red glow and turned it into something softer, almost pink, almost warm, almost like the light he'd seen in the mirror of Erist. I met some of your people today, Harry said to the wand, to the echo of Lily Potter that lived inside it. They're a mess. The whole world you died for is a mess. But there are good ones too. A girl named Hermione who's too smart for her own good. A boy named Ron who's braver than he knows. A kid named Neville who looked at me like he understood. The wand hummed. Not magic, memory. The ghost of a vibration, a sympathetic resonance between the wand's essence and the boy who held it. I'm going to fix it, Harry said. Not because of the prophecy. Not because some old man says it's my destiny. Because you died fighting for something, and that something deserves to survive. He lowered the wand and looked out over hell, his home, his territory, the impossible place that had given him everything the living world had taken away. And because I've got a family worth fighting for. 2 of them, actually. He slid both wands back into his jacket. Stood up. Stretched. The scar on his forehead was quiet. For now. 6 Horcruxes, Harry said to the red sky. 6 pieces of a broken soul, scattered across Britain, protected by dark magic and hidden by a madman. Plus the one in my head. He smiled. It was the smile Alastair had taught him, wide, confident, showing all his teeth, the smile of someone who looked at an impossible task and saw a challenge. Let's get to work. The red sky of hell burned above him, and somewhere in the distance, a radio crackled with the sound of static and something that, if you listened very carefully, might have been applause. Chapter 5, Hellfire and Prophecy. Harry spent 2 weeks in the hotel's library before he spoke to anyone about what he'd found. Not because the research was difficult, it was, enormously, but difficulty had never slowed him down. He'd spent his childhood reading texts on demonic hierarchies and infernal contract law for fun. Wizarding history was practically light reading by comparison. No, the silence was strategic. Husk had taught him that, don't show your hand until you know what game you're playing. The Horcrux fragment in his scar had become his most valuable research tool. Not through the open, screaming connection he'd used before, that was reckless, the psychic equivalent of kicking down a door. Instead, Harry had developed something subtler over the past 14 days, a method of reading the fragment itself, teasing out the residual memories and emotional impressions that clung to the piece of Voldemort's soul like fingerprints on glass. Alastair had helped him refine the technique. The radio demon called it soul archaeology, and approached it with the fascinated detachment of someone observing an experiment he hadn't thought possible. The sessions took place in the sub-basement, Harry sitting cross-legged on the scorched floor, eyes closed, sinking into the layered darkness of the fragment while Alastair monitored from a chair and Charlie paced a groove into the concrete. I can feel the making of them, Harry told Alastair after the 4th session. Not the specifics, no locations, no passwords. But the emotions. The moments. Each Horcrux was created with a murder, and each murder had a different flavor. How appetizing, Alastair said. Go on. The diary came first. He was 16. The murder was clinical, cold, calculated. He felt powerful. Invincible. Like he'd cracked the code of existence. Harry pressed his fingers to his temple. The ring was different. That was personal. He killed his father, his Muggle father, the man who'd abandoned his mother. There was rage in that one. A deep, old fury. Patricide as soul-splitting catalyst. Very Greek tragedy. The locket was pride. He'd found Slytherin's locket, proof of his bloodline, and he killed a Muggle tramp to make it a Horcrux. The murder was almost an afterthought, the important thing was the object. The legacy. And the others? The cup, Hufflepuff's cup, that was from a woman named Hepzibah Smith. He charmed her, stole from her, killed her. The murder felt like contempt. She was nothing to him. Just a stepping stone. Harry opened his eyes. The diadem is hazier. He found it in Albania, the same forest where his shade hid later. There's a connection there, a geographic anchor. He killed an Albanian peasant to make that one. The murder barely registered emotionally. By that point, he was so fractured that killing didn't even move the needle. And the snake? Nagini came later. After his fall. After he'd spent years as a shade. The snake was desperation, he needed another anchor, another lifeline, and Nagini was the closest living thing he could bind to. The murder was. I can't read it clearly. The fragment in me was already in hell by then. The memory is fragmented. Alastair steepled his fingers. So we have 6 external Horcruxes, each tied to a significant moment and a significant object. The diary with Lucius Malfoy. The ring in the Gaunt shack. The locket in a cave. The cup in Gringotts. The diadem in Hogwarts. The snake with Voldemort. Plus you. Plus me. And your plan is? Simultaneous strikes. All 6 at once. Voldemort feels it when a Horcrux is destroyed, the fragment in me confirms that. If I take them out one at a time, he'll know, and he'll either reinforce the remaining ones or create new ones. But if I hit them all simultaneously, he won't have time to react. He'll go from immortal to mortal in the space of a heartbeat. A coordinated 6-point assault across multiple locations in the living world, executed by a team that includes a dead human child, 2 demons, and a fallen angel. Alastair's smile widened. What could possibly go wrong? Everything. Which is why I need to plan it perfectly. And the 7th? The one in your head? Harry touched his scar. The fragment stirred at his attention, not hostile, not anymore. It had changed so much over the decade that it was barely recognizable as Voldemort's soul. It was something else now. Something that was part of Harry as much as his magic or his memories. Last, Harry said. After the others are gone. I have ideas about how to handle it, but I need to deal with the external ones first. Your mother is going to want to come. I know. She's going to insist. I know. She's going to sing motivational songs on the journey and it's going to be excruciating. I know. That's why I'm bringing you, so you can suffer with me. Alastair laughed. The real laugh. The one that made the static crackle and the shadows dance. The War Council convened that night in the private dining room. Everyone was there, Charlie at the head, Vaggie to her left, Alastair at the far end, Angel sprawled across 2 chairs, Husk at the bar, Nifty perched on her stack of phone books. Even Lucifer had come, materializing in his gilded chair with a rubber duck in his breast pocket and an expression of deliberate casualness that fooled nobody. Harry stood at the head of the table beside Charlie and laid it out. The 6 Horcruxes. Their locations. Their protections, as best as he could determine. The need for simultaneous destruction. The team assignments. The diary is with Lucius Malfoy, in Malfoy Manor, Harry said. It's the least protected of the 6, Malfoy doesn't know what it really is. He thinks it's a powerful dark artifact, but not a Horcrux. Dumbledore has agreed to handle this one personally. He has the political standing to enter Malfoy Manor under the pretext of a ministry inspection, and the power to destroy the diary once he has it. You trust him with that? Vaggie asked. I trust his guilt. He wants to make things right, and this is his chance. If he fails or betrays us, I'll know through the fragment, I'll feel the diary survive. Harry moved on. The ring is in Little Hangleton, in the ruins of the Gaunt family shack. It's cursed, heavily, lethally. The fragment suggests a death curse tied to the ring itself. Anyone who puts it on dies. Dumbledore wanted to handle this one too, but I told him no. Why? Because the fragment showed me something about the ring that Dumbledore doesn't know. There's a stone set into it, not just any stone. The Resurrection Stone. One of the Deathly Hallows. The room went quiet. Even Alastair's static dipped. Dumbledore's sister died when he was young, Harry continued. Ariana. It broke him. If he finds the Resurrection Stone, he'll be tempted to use it. To see her again. And the curse on the ring is designed to exploit exactly that kind of emotional weakness. If Dumbledore goes after the ring, the curse will kill him. You got all that from the fragment? Husk asked, his glass paused halfway to his mouth. The fragment and 3 days in the library cross-referencing Dumbledore's personal history with the known properties of the Deathly Hallows. It's not complicated, it's just information that nobody else thought to put together. So who handles the ring? Charlie asked. I do. The curse is dark magic, human dark magic. My hybrid magic can interact with it on terms it wasn't designed for. I can dismantle the curse without touching the ring, extract the Horcrux, and destroy it. Harry paused. And I won't be tempted by the resurrection stone. I've already got my dead people. That landed with a gentle weight. Charlie's hand found his arm and squeezed. The locket, Harry continued. Cave on the English coast. Heavy protections, inferi in the water, a poison that has to be drunk to access the locket, dark enchantments layered over everything. This one's dangerous. I'll need backup. Mine, Vaggie said immediately. Yeah. You and me. Your combat skills for the inferi, my magic for the enchantments. And what, exactly, are inferi? Angel asked. Animated corpses. Dead bodies raised by dark magic to serve as guardians. So, zombies. Essentially. Cool. Hate that. The cup is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, Harry said. This is the hardest target. Gringotts' security is legendary. The vault is deep underground, protected by every enchantment the goblins have, plus whatever dark magic Lestrange added. Breaking in would start a war with the goblin nation. So don't break in, Husk said from the bar, and everyone turned to look at him. He shrugged. What? It's obvious. You already have an account manager there, Griphook. You're a client. The goblins care about two things, gold and contracts. Offer them something they want, and they'll open the vault for you. What do goblins want? Control. Independence. The wizarding world has been suppressing them for centuries, restricting their rights, denying them wand use, treating them like second-class citizens. Offer them something that shifts the balance. A favor from the House of Potter. A political alliance. Something with weight. Harry stared at Husk. You've been thinking about this. I've been drinking and thinking about this. There's a difference. The drinking helps. Husk, that's actually brilliant. Don't act so surprised. I'm not just a pretty face. He took a long drink. I'm not even a pretty face. But I'm right. Harry filed the idea away. Husk was right, the goblins were pragmatic, transactional, and deeply resentful of wizarding supremacy. A legitimate alliance with the Potter estate, backed by the kind of power Harry represented, might be exactly the leverage needed to gain access to the Lestrange vault legally. The diadem is in Hogwarts, Harry continued. Hidden in something called the Room of Requirement, a room that only appears when you need it, and configures itself to your needs. Dumbledore says it's on the 7th floor, behind a specific section of wall. The diadem itself is protected by standard Horcrux enchantments, dark magic, compulsion, that sort of thing. Not as dangerous as the ring or the cave, but Hogwarts itself is a variable. The castle has its own magic, its own awareness. It might help, or it might interfere. I'll handle that one, Alastair said. His tone was casual, which meant he'd already decided and was informing rather than requesting. The Room of Requirement sounds delightful. A space that reshapes itself according to will and need? I was born for such a place. You weren't born at all, Charlie muttered. You just appeared. Semantics, dear Charlotte. The snake is the 6th, Harry said. Nagini. A living Horcrux, bound to Voldemort, wherever he is. This one has to go last, right before or right after the others. The snake will be with Voldemort, which means whoever goes after it is going directly into a confrontation with the Dark Lord himself. That's you, Vaggie said. Not a question. That's me. The room was quiet. The weight of the plan settled over them like a heavy blanket, the scope of it, the danger, the sheer audacious ambition of a simultaneous 6-point assault on the immortality of the most dangerous dark wizard in history. So to summarize, Angel said, counting on his fingers. Dumbledore gets the diary. Harry gets the ring. Harry and Vaggie get the locket. Husk's goblin diplomacy gets the cup. Alastor gets the diadem. And Harry fights Voldemort for the snake. All at the same time. All at the same time. And Charlie? Harry looked at his mother. Charlie's expression was the one she wore when she'd already made a decision and was waiting for everyone else to catch up. I go with Harry, Charlie said. To the snake. To Voldemort. Mom, non-negotiable. Her eyes flashed red. You are not facing that thing alone. I don't care how powerful you are. I don't care if you can level buildings and stop time and do all the impossible things you do. You are my son and you are not facing the man who killed your parents without me standing beside you. Harry opened his mouth to argue. Closed it. Opened it again. Okay, he said. Okay. You're right. And honestly, the idea of the Princess of Hell showing up to fight the Dark Lord is exactly the kind of dramatic irony that Alastor would approve of. I do approve, Alastor confirmed. Immensely. Lucifer, who had been silent throughout the entire briefing, cleared his throat. The room went still. A few things, the King of Hell said. He produced the rubber duck from his pocket and set it on the table, where it stared at everyone with painted, judgmental eyes. First, the dimensional crossing. Multiple trips, extended duration, high-power demonic entities in the mortal plane. I've already told Harry the risks. Heaven will notice. It's a matter of when, not if. I've thought about that, Harry said. And I've decided it's an acceptable risk. If heaven sends someone, I'll deal with it. You'll deal with it, Lucifer repeated. With angels. The armies of the Silver City. They're not going to send an army. They'll send a scout, maybe two. Investigative, not aggressive. And when they find me, they'll find a situation that doesn't fit their protocols, an innocent soul, yes, but one who is choosing to be where he is. One who has a family, a home, a purpose. I'm not a prisoner of hell. I'm a resident. There's a difference, and even heaven's bureaucracy has to acknowledge that. Lucifer studied his grandson. The golden eyes were unreadable, ancient, carrying the weight of an existence that had begun before the concept of time and would continue long after it ended. You're betting that heaven will listen to reason, Lucifer said. I'm betting that heaven will hesitate. And in that hesitation, I'll have already finished the job. And if they don't hesitate? Harry's magic flickered, a brief pulse of green gold light that illuminated the room like sheet lightning. It wasn't a threat. It was a statement. Then they'll learn what everyone else who's tried to take me from my family has learned, Harry said. That it's a very bad idea. Lucifer looked at him for a long, long time. Then the King of Hell smiled, the real smile, the rare one, the one that Charlie had inherited and that looked, in that moment, exactly like hope. You know, Lucifer said, when Charlie first brought you home, I told her you were going to be trouble. I told her you'd break things. Disrupt the order. Upset the balance. Was I wrong? Harry asked. Not even a little bit. Lucifer picked up the rubber duck and tucked it back into his pocket. But I'm starting to think the order needed breaking. He stood. Adjusted his hat. Looked around the table at the collection of demons, sinners, and one impossible child who had somehow become the axis around which multiple worlds were beginning to turn. I'll run interference, Lucifer said. Not in the mortal plane, that's your territory. But I'll make sure hell stays stable while you're gone. And if heaven comes knocking on my door asking questions. His smile sharpened. I'll keep them busy. Thanks, Grandpa. Don't call me Grandpa. It makes me feel old. You are old. I'm timeless. There's a difference. He vanished. The scent of apples lingered. Harry looked around the table. His family. His team. The people who had raised him, trained him, loved him, and were now preparing to follow him into a war that wasn't theirs because it was his, and that was enough. 3 days, Harry said. We leave in 3 days. Get ready. The 3 days passed faster than Harry wanted them to. He spent the first day coordinating with Dumbledore through a communication mirror the old wizard had sent through the Phoenix portal, a two-way mirror that allowed real-time conversation across the dimensional barrier. The meetings were businesslike, focused, stripped of the emotional weight that had characterized their earlier encounters. Dumbledore had accepted his role in the plan with the quiet determination of a man being given a chance at penance, and he performed admirably. The diary, Dumbledore said, his face flickering in the mirror's surface. I've arranged a meeting with Lucius Malfoy under the pretext of discussing a donation to the school's library fund. I'll locate the diary during the visit and destroy it with fiendfire. I've prepared a containment ward to prevent collateral damage. And the timing? I can synchronize with your signal. When you're ready to begin, send a pulse through the Horcrux connection, something distinctive, something I'll be able to feel through Fawkes. I'll act immediately. You'll feel it. Fawkes is attuned to your magical signature after carrying you between planes. He'll sense the pulse and relay it to me. It's imprecise, but functional. Good enough. What about the room of requirement? Alastor will need access to Hogwarts. A complicated expression crossed Dumbledore's face. The prospect of the radio demon walking the halls of Hogwarts is not one I had anticipated confronting in my career. He'll behave. Will he? He'll behave enough. He's not interested in harming students. He's interested in the room, a space that reconfigures according to will and desire. It's basically custom designed for his skill set. That, Dumbledore said dryly, is precisely what concerns me. But very well. I'll arrange access. The students will be in classes. I'll schedule the operation during a period when the 7th floor is least trafficked. Alastor will appreciate the courtesy. He won't need it, but he'll appreciate it. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. It was almost a smile. Almost. The second day was preparation. Physical, magical, mental. Harry trained with Alastor in the morning, combat scenarios, worst-case simulations, the radio demon throwing everything he had at Harry in rapid succession to stress-test his reflexes and his control. The sessions were brutal, exhilarating, and exactly what Harry needed. The magic flowed through his wand like water through a channel, the ebony wood conducting his hybrid power with a precision and responsiveness that still amazed him. Afternoon was Vaggie. She drilled him on the cave scenario, tight spaces, limited visibility, enemies that came from below. The inferi would be the primary threat in the Locket Cave, and inferi required fire, hot, sustained, overwhelming. Harry could provide that, but he'd need Vaggie to hold the perimeter while he worked the enchantments. The poison, Vaggie said, as they went over the plan for the 5th time. Dumbledore says someone has to drink it to access the locket. The basin won't empty any other way. I'll drink it. Harry, it's a psychological poison. It forces you to relive your worst memories. I've spent 10 years in hell, my psychological tolerances are significantly higher than any living wizard's. And I have infernal resistance to dark magic affecting the mind. Alastor's training built that. And if it's worse than you expect? Then you pull me out. That's why you're there. Vaggie stared at him. Then she did something she almost never did, she pulled him into a hug. I hate this plan, she said into his hair. I know. It's a good plan and I hate it. I know. Come home. Every time. The 3rd day was for goodbyes. Not dramatic ones, nobody in the Hazbin Hotel did dramatic goodbyes, because dramatic goodbyes implied the possibility of not coming back, and that was unacceptable. Angel cornered Harry in the kitchen at dawn. I made you something, he said, and produced a small package wrapped in tissue paper. Inside was a photograph, hand-drawn, not taken, because cameras in hell produced unsettling results. It showed the hotel's lobby, rendered an Angel's surprisingly skilled hand, everyone in their usual spots, Husk at the bar, Nifty on the ceiling, Charlie at the desk, Vaggie by the door, Alastair in his chair, Angel on the sofa. And Harry, in the center, surrounded by all of them. "So you remember what you're coming back to," Angel said. Harry's throat tightened. "Angel. Shut up. Don't make it weird. Just take it and go save the world or whatever." Harry tucked the drawing into his jacket, next to his parents' wands. Husk's goodbye was a deck of cards. Not just any deck, Husk's personal deck, the one he'd had since his arrival in Hell, worn soft at the edges, each card carrying the faint residue of decades of games played and games won. "For luck," Husk said. "Not that you need it. But the universe respects a man who carries cards. Husk, this is your deck. I know what it is. Take it before I change my mind." Nifty appeared from a vent and handed Harry a small, impossibly sharp knife. "For stabbing," she explained. "Thanks, Nifty. You're welcome. Stab someone for me. I'll try." The hotel saw them off at noon. Fawkes arrived in a burst of golden flame, materializing in the lobby with a trill that made the chandelier chime. The phoenix settled on the back of a chair and regarded the group with ancient, knowing eyes. Harry, Charlie, Vaggie, and Alastair stood in the lobby. Behind them, the hotel. Around them, the sounds and smells and impossible, terrible, beautiful reality of Hell, the only home Harry had ever known. "Ready?" Harry asked. Charlie took his hand. Vaggie checked her spear one final time. Alastair adjusted his bow tie. "Ready," they said. Fawkes sang. The golden fire erupted, framing a portal between worlds, and through it, Harry could see the grey skies of Scotland and the distant towers of Hogwarts. He stepped through. His family followed. The portal closed behind them with a snap of golden light, and they were in the living world. They arrived at Hogwarts at midday. The castle was quiet, classes in session, students behind closed doors, the corridors empty except for ghosts who drifted through walls and stopped to stare at the new arrivals with translucent, fascinated eyes. Dumbledore met them at the entrance hall. He looked older than he had 2 weeks ago. The weight of the plan, of the trust Harry was placing in him, had settled into the lines of his face. "Everything is in position," Dumbledore said. "Lucius Malfoy is expecting me at 3 o'clock. The room of requirement is accessible from the 7th floor, the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy marks the spot. Walk past it 3 times, thinking of what you need." "I know," Alastair said pleasantly. "I've done my homework." "The cave is accessible from a coastal cliff face in Cornwall," Dumbledore continued, handing Harry a rolled parchment. "These are the directions. The entrance is hidden, you'll need to offer blood to open it. A small amount will suffice." "And Gringotts?" Harry asked. "Your owl arrived this morning. Griphook has agreed to a meeting. He was intrigued by your proposal." Husk's plan. Harry had sent a formal letter to Griphook via Owl Post the previous day, offering the Goblin Nation a political alliance with the House of Potter, specifically, Harry's public support for Goblin rights legislation in the Wizengamot, backed by the Potter family's considerable political and financial weight. In exchange, supervised access to the Lestrange vault for the purpose of removing a single item that was of personal significance to the Potter estate. The Goblins had agreed in principle within hours. The formal terms were still being negotiated, but Griphook had granted provisional access pending Harry's signature on the alliance documents. "We'll handle Gringotts first," Harry said. "Before the simultaneous strike. The cup needs to be secured and ready for destruction at the signal." "I'll go," Charlie said. "To Gringotts. While you and Vaggie prepare for the cave. Mom, Gringotts is full of goblins who respect power and directness. I'm the daughter of Lucifer Morningstar. I think I can handle a banking negotiation." Charlie's smile was sweet, determined, and carried the full weight of someone who had spent her entire existence convincing skeptics to believe in the impossible. Besides, I've been wanting to do something useful that doesn't involve watching you fight. Harry hesitated. Then he remembered what Husk had said about goblins caring about power and contracts, and he realized that sending the literal princess of hell as his representative to a goblin bank was, in its own way, the most strategically brilliant move he could make. "Take Nifty's knife," he said. "Goblins respect people who carry weapons." Noted. The plan was set. The pieces were in position. Dumbledore would handle the diary at Malfoy Manor. Charlie would secure the cup at Gringotts. Alastor would find and destroy the diadem in the Room of Requirement. Harry and Vaggie would take the cave for the locket. And then, once the 4 external Horcruxes were ready, Harry would send the signal, and they'd destroy them all at once. The ring in Little Hangleton and the snake with Voldemort would come last. The ring because Harry needed to handle it personally, and the snake because it required confronting the Dark Lord directly. 4 hours, Harry said. Everyone in position in 4 hours. When I send the signal, destroy your Horcrux immediately. No hesitation. No waiting. And the signal? Dumbledore asked. You'll know it, Harry said. Trust me. He looked at his team. His mother, heading to negotiate with goblins. His mentor, heading to hunt a cursed diadem. His combat partner, heading to a cave full of dead men. And the old wizard who'd failed him, given one chance to make it right. Let's go, Harry said. They scattered. The cave was exactly as horrible as the research had suggested. Harry and Vaggie arrived at the cliff face in Cornwall by Phoenix-assisted apparition, a technique Dumbledore had taught Harry in the space of 20 minutes, combining standard wizarding teleportation with Fawkes's dimensional bridging ability. The result was instantaneous transport that felt like being squeezed through a burning tube, which Vaggie tolerated with the grim stoicism of someone who had been an angel of heaven's army and had experienced worse. The cliff was sheer, gray, battered by wind and spray from the sea below. The entrance to the cave was hidden behind a face of rock that looked entirely natural until Harry pressed his bleeding palm against it. The blood was absorbed. The rock shimmered and parted, revealing a narrow passage that descended into darkness. Charming, Vaggie muttered. Wait until you see the lake. They descended. The passage opened into a cavern so vast that the ceiling was lost in darkness, and at its center, filling most of the space, was a lake of black water that was perfectly, unnaturally still. The air was cold, the kind of cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the concentrated presence of dark magic, thick as smoke, pressing against the skin. Harry's senses reached out. He could feel them, the inferi, hundreds of them, sleeping beneath the surface of the lake. Dead bodies, preserved and animated by Voldemort's necromancy, waiting for a trigger to wake and attack. They lay in the dark water like pale, bloated fish, their open eyes reflecting nothing. At the center of the lake, barely visible in the darkness, a small island of rock. On the island, a basin. In the basin, the locket. There's a boat, Harry said, pointing to a section of the shore where a thin chain disappeared into the water. Enchanted. Only allows one wizard to cross at a time. I'm not a wizard, Vaggie said. No. You're not. Harry smiled. The enchantment won't even register you. They pulled the boat up, a tiny thing, barely big enough for two, held together by magic more than materials. Harry stepped in first, and the boat shuddered but held. Vaggie followed, and the enchantment didn't react. The boat didn't care about her, she was invisible to it, a blind spot in Voldemort's assumptions. He'd designed his protections to repel wizards. He hadn't anticipated anything else. The crossing was silent. The black water didn't ripple. The inferi slept beneath them, pale shapes in the darkness, inches below the boat's thin hull. Harry kept his wand out, a soft light glowing at its tip, just enough to see by, not enough to disturb. The island was small. The basin sat at its center, a stone pedestal holding a shallow bowl filled with a glowing, emerald-green liquid. At the bottom of the liquid, barely visible through the eerie glow, was a heavy gold locket on a chain. The Horcrux. Harry could feel it, the same dark resonance as the fragment in his scar, a sibling frequency, the signature of Voldemort's torn soul. It called to him. The fragment in his head stirred, reaching toward its kin. Harry pushed it down. The potion, Vaggie said, looking at the basin. You said it has to be drunk. It can't be vanished. Can't be scooped out. Can't be drained or removed by any magical means. The only way to empty the basin is to drink it. Harry set his jaw. It's a psychological weapon. Forces the drinker to relive their worst moments. Drives them to desperation, usually they scream, they beg, they try to drink from the lake to quench an unendurable thirst, and the Inferi wake and drag them under. And you're going to drink it. Yeah. And I'm going to stand here and watch you suffer. You're going to stand here and make sure I finish. No matter what I say, no matter what I beg, you keep me drinking until the basin is empty. Then you grab the locket and we get the hell out. Vaggie's jaw was tight. Her hand was on her spear, knuckles white. I'm going to need therapy after this, she said. We all need therapy. We live in hell. Harry stepped up to the basin. Conjured a goblet with his wand, a simple cup, unenchanted, just a vessel. Dipped it into the green potion. Ready? Vaggie planted her feet. Shifted her grip on the spear. Set her face into the cold, professional mask of a soldier preparing for something she couldn't fight. Ready. Harry drank. The potion hit his throat like liquid fire, not the clean burn of alcohol or the sharp sting of medicine, but something deeper, darker, a cold that burned and a heat that froze. It slid down into his stomach and detonated. The world vanished. He was in the cupboard. The cupboard under the stairs. The ceiling was 2 feet above his face and the mattress was thin and the spider in the corner was building its web and his head hurt, his head was wet, and the dark was pressing in from all sides. No. Harry gritted his teeth. This is a memory. This is dead. I'm not there. He dipped the goblet again. Drank. He was 5 years old and the sinner on the street was calling Charlie a stupid bitch and the fire was erupting from his hands and he couldn't stop it, couldn't control it, and Charlie's face was scared. She was scared of him, she wasn't scared of me. She was scared for me. Different thing. He dipped. Drank. He was 7 and Alastair was standing over him and the smile was wrong, the smile was hungry, and the shadows behind the radio demon were reaching for him with hands that had too many fingers. That's not real. That never happened. Alastair's shadows have never threatened me. The potion was creating memories now, not replaying them, fabricating worst-case scenarios, reaching into his fears and constructing nightmares from the raw material. Harry recognized the technique. Alastair had drilled him on exactly this kind of mental assault. He dipped. Drank. The emerald level in the basin dropped. Charlie was dead. Vaggie was dead. The hotel was burning and everyone was gone and Harry was standing in the ruins with the scar on his forehead blazing and Voldemort's laughter echoing from every direction. Harry. Vaggie's voice, distant, muffled by the potion's assault. Harry, keep going. You're halfway. He dipped. Drank. Gagged. The potion fought him, his body trying to reject it, his throat closing, his stomach heaving. He forced it down through sheer will, the same will that Alastair had taught him to wield like a weapon. The visions intensified. His mother, Lily, standing in front of him, crying, begging him to stop, telling him she died for nothing, that he'd failed her, that he should have stayed dead. Harry's hand shook. The goblet trembled. Something hot and wet tracked down his cheek. That's not her. That's the potion. My mother loved me. Both of my mothers love me. He dipped. Drank. Vernon Dursley's face, enormous, purple, screaming. The ceiling of the cupboard cracking. The wet warmth at the back of his skull. The spider in the corner, frozen on its unfinished web, watching a child die. "Please," Harry heard himself whisper. The word escaped before he could stop it, raw, involuntary, the plea of a child who had never been allowed to ask for help. "Please, I don't, keep drinking, Harry." Vaggie's voice was steel. Her hand was on his shoulder, anchoring him. "You're almost there. 3 more. Keep drinking." He dipped. Drank. The visions tried to break him, every fear, every doubt, every buried wound torn open and salted. But underneath the assault, underneath the potion's manufactured anguish, Harry found something the poison couldn't touch. The drawing in his jacket. Angel's careful lines. Everyone together. Everyone home. He dipped. Drank. Husk's deck of cards against his chest. Luck you didn't need but the universe respected. He dipped the last goblet. The basin was almost empty. The emerald glow was fading. The locket gleamed at the bottom, dark and heavy. Harry drank the final cup. The visions exploded, a cacophony of every terrible thing that had ever happened and every terrible thing that could ever happen and the potion's last desperate attempt to destroy him from the inside out. He fell to his knees on the stone island, the goblet clattering away, his body racked with shudders that had nothing to do with cold. And then it was over. The basin was empty. The emerald glow was gone. The locket lay at the bottom, pulsing with the dark heartbeat of Voldemort's soul. Harry reached in and grabbed it. The metal was cold against his palm, the Horcrux inside it recoiling from his touch the way all of Voldemort's soul fragments recoiled from his hybrid magic. "Got it," he rasped. "Move," Vaggie said. "Now." The lake, the water was moving. The stillness was gone, replaced by a churning, roiling motion as hundreds of pale shapes rose from the depths. The Inferi were waking, disturbed by the magic of the emptied basin, responding to the ancient command embedded in their dead flesh. They surfaced. Pale, bloated, waterlogged faces breaking the black water, dead eyes open, dead hands reaching. They came from every direction, an army of corpses pulling themselves up from the lake floor, converging on the island with the slow, implacable purpose of the undead. Harry raised his wand. Fire, real fire, the green-gold hybrid flame that was his signature, hot enough to sear stone and bright enough to light the cavern like noon. It erupted from the wand's tip in a torrent, sweeping across the surface of the lake in a wave that turned the black water to steam and the approaching Inferi to ash. The dead burned where they stood, where they swam, where they reached, hundreds of them, destroyed in seconds, the concentrated power of a decade in hell unleashed without restraint. Vaggie moved through the perimeter like a blade through silk. The Inferi that escaped Harry's fire met her spear, and the celestial weapon, forged in heaven, carried through damnation, cut through dead flesh like it was paper. She was everywhere at once, a blur of precision and violence, covering Harry's flanks while he burned a path back to the boat. They made it. The boat carried them back across the burning, steaming remains of the lake, and they scrambled up the passage and out of the cave into the grey light of Cornwall. Behind them, Harry's fire consumed everything, the Inferi, the basin, the dark enchantments, the cave itself. The cliff face cracked and groaned as the magic holding the place together collapsed. Harry stood on the cliff edge, the locket in one hand, his wand in the other, the wind whipping his hair, and he breathed. "How do you feel?" Vaggie asked. She was breathing hard, spear dripping with something that might have been water or might have been something worse. "Like I just drank a gallon of liquid nightmares." "That's because you did." "Yeah." Harry looked at the locket. The Horcrux pulsed in his grip, malevolent and pathetic. "But we got it." He could feel the others through the Horcrux network, faintly, distantly, the fragments of Voldemort's soul scattered across Britain, each one a dark star in his awareness. The diary at Malfoy Manor, where Dumbledore was preparing his strike. The diadem at Hogwarts, where Alastor was approaching the room of requirement. The cup at Gringotts, where Charlie was negotiating with goblins. All in position. All waiting for the signal. Harry closed his eyes. Reached deep, past the fragment in his scar, past the locket in his hand, into the dark web that connected all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He found the frequency. The resonance. The shared vibration of a fractured soul. And he sang into it. Not with his voice, with his magic. A pulse of green-gold energy that rippled through the Horcrux network like a bell being struck, touching every fragment simultaneously, unmistakable, undeniable. The signal. Now. 4 things happened at once. In the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, Albus Dumbledore opened a hidden compartment in a desk drawer and withdrew a small, leather-bound diary. Lucius Malfoy was in the next room, making small talk with a house elf, completely unaware that the most powerful wizard in Britain had just pickpocketed him through 3 inches of enchanted mahogany. Dumbledore set the diary on the floor, drew his wand, and said a single word. Fiend fire erupted, contained, controlled, directed with the precision of a century's experience, and consumed the diary in a pillar of cursed flame. The Horcrux inside screamed. A tendril of black smoke burst from the burning pages, contorted into a face that was young and handsome and utterly terrified, and then disintegrated. In the depths of Gringotts, Charlie Morningstar stood in the Lestrange vault with Griphook at her side and Hufflepuff's cup in her hands. The goblin had been more than cooperative, he'd been enthusiastic. Once Charlie had signed the alliance documents and he'd realized that the Potter estate's support for goblin rights would fundamentally shift the political landscape of wizarding Britain. The cup pulsed with dark energy that made Charlie's skin crawl, and she held it at arm's length with the distaste of someone handling a particularly offensive piece of garbage. When the signal came, a wash of green gold warmth that resonated through the cup's dark core, Charlie set the cup on the vault floor, stepped back, and unleashed the power of the Morningstar bloodline. Hellfire, real hellfire, the crimson and gold flames of Hell's royal family, engulfed the cup. The Horcrux didn't just die. It was unmade. The soul fragment was consumed by a power that predated human magic by eons, and the cup melted into a puddle of cursed gold that steamed on the vault floor. Griphook stared at the puddle, then at Charlie, then produced a form from his waistcoat. "Would you like to open an investment account?" he asked. On the 7th floor of Hogwarts, Alastor walked into the room of requirement and found himself in a cathedral of junk. The room had configured itself as a vast warehouse, the room of hidden things, where generations of students had stashed contraband, forgotten homework, broken objects, and the occasional cursed artifact. Mountains of discarded furniture, stacks of books, broken instruments, confiscated items, a labyrinth of lost and unwanted things stretching in every direction. The diadem was somewhere in this mess, and finding it should have been like finding a needle in a field of haystacks. But Alastor was the radio demon. His power operated on frequencies, signals, broadcasts, the invisible currents that connected all things. He closed his eyes, extended his awareness, and listened for the dark signal of the Horcrux. It took him 4 seconds. He found the diadem sitting on a bust atop a cluttered shelf, tarnished and forgotten, pulsing with the muted malice of Voldemort's soul. Alastor picked it up with one hand, examined it with the critical eye of a connoisseur, and said, "Ugly." Then the signal came, and his shadow rose from the floor like a living thing and consumed the diadem. What happened inside that shadow was visible only to Alastor, but the sound that emerged, a high, thin shriek that echoed through the room of requirement and sent a vibration through every radio frequency in a 5-mile radius, spoke volumes. When the shadow receded, the diadem was gone. Not destroyed. Erased. Alastor adjusted his monocle and walked out of the room, humming a jaunty tune from the 1920s. And on a cliff in Cornwall, Harry Potter drove his wand through the center of Slytherin's locket. The locket fought. It snapped open at the impact, and the soul fragment inside screamed, a blast of dark magic and psychic anguish that erupted from the golden case in a wave of black smoke. The smoke formed shapes, Harry's face, twisted with rage, Charlie's face, contorted with disgust, a voice that whispered unloved, unwanted, you should have stayed dead, you were thrown away, you are nothing. Harry poured his magic into the wand. The hybrid force, wizard and infernal, green and gold, the impossible fusion that was uniquely his, blazed through the ebony wood and into the heart of the Horcrux. The dark shapes shattered. The smoke ignited. The locket screamed one final time and then went silent, cracking down the middle, the soul fragment inside burning to nothing in the green-gold flame. Harry stood on the cliff, the destroyed locket smoking in his hand, and felt it. The Horcrux network convulsed. 4 fragments, destroyed simultaneously, sending shockwaves through the dark web that connected them. Harry felt each death, the diaries burning, the cups unmaking, the diadem's erasure, the lockets shattering, as ripples of dark energy that crashed against the fragment in his scar like waves against a seawall. And somewhere, very far away, in a forest in Albania, the shade of Lord Voldemort felt it. The psychic scream that echoed through the Horcrux connection was inhuman. It carried no words, it was beyond words, beyond language, the raw, primal howl of something that had just lost 4/7 of its immortality in the space of a heartbeat. The shade thrashed through the forest, tearing through trees, scattering animals, a tornado of dark fury and existential terror. What have you done? What have you done? What have you? Harry closed the connection. The scream cut off. 2 left, he said to Vaggie. The snake and me. Vaggie wiped her spear on her coat. So we go after the snake. Not yet. The ring first. Little Hangleton. Harry looked toward the horizon, where the grey English sky met the grey English sea. And then we end this. Little Hangleton was a village that had given up on being charming sometime in the previous century. Grey houses, grey streets, grey sky, the kind of place that existed to be left. On a hill above the village, visible from every window, the ruins of the Riddle House stared down with empty windows like hollow eyes. The gaunt shack was below the hill, in a copse of tangled trees that had long since swallowed whatever path once led to it. Harry found it by following the Horcrux fragment in his scar, which resonated with the ring inside like a tuning fork responding to its matched pitch. The shack was barely standing. Walls canted inward, roof collapsed on one side, the door hanging from a single hinge. Dark magic radiated from it like heat from pavement, layers of curses and protections, woven with the particular viciousness that characterized Voldemort's personal wards. Harry stopped at the edge of the clearing and studied the shack with his hybrid senses. The ring is inside, he said. Under the floorboards. The curse on it is nasty. A withering curse, designed to spread from the point of contact through the victim's body. If you touch the ring, the curse eats you alive. Takes about a year. He paused. This is the one that would have killed Dumbledore. But not you, Vaggie said. Not me. The curse is dark magic, human dark magic. My infernal resistance will handle the magical component. And my hybrid magic can interact with the curse matrix without triggering the contact activation. I can unravel it from the outside. And the resurrection stone? I'll deal with that after the Horcrux is destroyed. Harry walked toward the shack. The dark wards pressed against him, cold, malicious, whispering threats and promises in the language of curses. He pushed through them the way he pushed through everything, with will, with conviction, with the absolute, unshakable certainty that reality would bend to him. The wards broke. They shattered against his magic like glass against stone, the curses unraveling, the protections collapsing. Harry walked through the door of the gaunt shack and found the ring. It was under a rotten floorboard, exactly where the fragment had told him it would be. A heavy gold ring with a cracked black stone set into it, sitting in a nest of dark magic that writhed and pulsed like something alive. The withering curse was visible to Harry's hybrid sight, a lattice of dark energy wrapped around the ring like barbed wire, ready to activate at the slightest touch. Harry knelt. Extended his wand. And, very carefully, began to unravel the curse. It was delicate work. The curse was layered, trap within trap within trap, each one more subtle than the last. Voldemort had been thorough. But Voldemort had designed his protections for wizards, and Harry wasn't a wizard. Not entirely. The infernal component of his magic slid through the curse's defenses like smoke through a keyhole, finding gaps the creator had never imagined, exploiting weaknesses that only existed from a perspective outside the system. 3 minutes. 4. The curse's outer layers peeled away. The inner core, the killing blow, the withering touch, resisted, clinging to the ring with desperate tenacity. Harry increased the pressure, his wand glowing brighter, sweat beading on his forehead. The curse screamed, a high, keening sound that was more emotional than acoustic, and then collapsed. The dark lattice disintegrated. The ring lay bare, unprotected, the Horcrux inside exposed and vulnerable. Harry pointed his wand at the ring. Green gold fire. The same fire that had destroyed the locket. It engulfed the ring, and the Horcrux fragment inside it shrieked, shorter this time, weaker, the fifth piece of Voldemort's soul dying in the flames of Harry's hybrid magic. The ring cracked. The gold warped. The dark energy fled. When the fire faded, the ring was destroyed. But the stone, the resurrection stone, lay intact in the ashes. Cracked, yes. Damaged. But present. Harry picked it up. He didn't turn it. Didn't activate it. He held it in his palm and felt its power, the power to call back the dead, to bridge the gap between this world and whatever lay beyond, and he thought about his parents. He could see them. Right now, right here, in this ruined shack in this forgotten village. He could turn the stone and Lily and James Potter would appear before him, shades of themselves, echoes, reflections. He could talk to them. Hear their voices. See their faces in motion instead of in a frozen photograph. Harry stood in the ruins of the gaunt shack and held the resurrection stone and made a choice. He put it in his pocket. Didn't turn it. Didn't use it. Not because he wasn't tempted. He was. The ache in his chest was real, the child who'd grown up with a single photograph and a set of impressions from wands that remembered owners he'd never met. The temptation was enormous. But the drawing in his jacket was warm against his chest. Angel's careful lines. Everyone together. Everyone home. He had ghosts he cherished. He also had a family that was alive. And the living needed him more than the dead needed visiting. 5 down, Harry said to Vaggie, emerging from the shack. 1 Horcrux left. Plus me. The snake. The snake. Harry looked up at the grey sky. Voldemort felt the other 4 go. He's terrified. He'll be holding Nagini close, she's his last anchor, his final insurance policy. To get to her, I have to go through him. So we go through him. No. Harry turned to face her. This part, I need Mom. Voldemort's shade is in Albania. The forest. I sensed him through the connection, he hasn't moved. He's too weak, too damaged by the loss of 4 Horcruxes at once. He's clinging to Nagini like a lifeline. Harry, Vaggie. This is the part where I face him. The prophecy, the connection, the Horcrux in my scar, this is between me and him. I need you to go to Hogwarts. Regroup with Alastair. Make sure the school is safe, because when Voldemort dies, if he dies, the Death Eaters will learn about it, and some of them will panic. Hogwarts needs to be protected. Vaggie stared at him. The wind caught her hair, and in the grey light of the English countryside, she looked exactly like what she was, a warrior, scarred by millennia of combat, standing at the edge of a fight she couldn't join. You take Charlie, she said. You take your mother and you end this and you come home. I promise. I heard you promise Angel the same thing. I keep my promises. Vaggie grabbed him by the front of his jacket, pulled him close, and pressed her forehead against his. It was the most tender gesture she had in her vocabulary, the ancient, wordless acknowledgement of one fighter to another. Come home, Harry. Every time. She let go. Gripped her spear. Turned and walked away without looking back, because looking back was not something Vaggie did. Harry watched her go. Then he reached into his jacket, past Angel's drawing, past his parents' wands, past Husk's deck of cards, and pulled out the communication mirror. Dumbledore. The old wizard's face appeared in the glass. He looked exhausted and exhilarated. The diary was destroyed, and the weight of having done something right for the first time in years was written across his features. Harry. The diary is gone. I know. I felt it. The cup, diadem, locket, and ring are gone too. 5 down. 1 left. Nagini. Nagini. I need Charlie. She's at Gringotts. Fawkes can bring her to you. Where are you going? Albania. The forest. Voldemort's hiding place. Dumbledore's face went still. Harry, if you're going to confront Voldemort directly, I am. Then you should know, the prophecy says, neither can live while the other survives. I've spent decades analyzing that line. I believe it means that as long as both of you exist, neither can be truly whole. The connection through the Horcrux binds you together in a way that prevents either of you from fully living. I know what it means. And the Horcrux in your scar is my problem. Not yours. Not anymore. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, very softly, your mother would be proud of you, Harry. Both of them. Harry pocketed the mirror. The grey sky above Little Hangleton pressed down like a ceiling, and the wind carried the smell of old stone and wet earth and the particular melancholy of places where terrible things had happened long ago. He waited. 5 minutes. 10. Then golden fire erupted in the air beside him, and Charlie stepped through it, her hair windswept, her eyes bright, her hands still smelling faintly of Gringotts' ancient stone. Griphook says hello, she said. Also, I may have accidentally started a goblin civil rights movement. Of course you did. The cup's destroyed. Hellfire. She flexed her fingers. I forgot how good it feels to use the family flames. Mom. It's time. Charlie's expression shifted. The brightness didn't leave, it never left, it was too fundamental to who she was, but it deepened, anchored by something fierce and unbreakable. Albania, she said. Albania. Let's go bring our boy home. Harry blinked. I'm right here. I meant the piece of you that's been trapped in that scar for 10 years. Charlie took his hand. Her grip was warm and impossibly strong. The fragment. The Horcrux. We're going to deal with it. All of it. The snake, the shade, and the thing in your head. And then we're going home, and I'm making pancakes, and nobody is ever going to touch you again. Harry looked at his mother, the demon princess, the impossible optimist, the woman who had picked up a broken child in the ruins of Pentagram City and built a family around him through sheer, stubborn, magnificent love. Yeah, he said. Pancakes sound good. Fawkes sang. The golden fire opened. And mother and son stepped through, together, into the final fight.